We'll see how it goes. Last time I really slowed down my computer.
I remember you said that. Dude, I just absolutely blew up that little bathroom in there.
All these Steelers dudes on defense keep alluding to one dude screwing up. I have no idea who they're talking about. Cam Hayward said, when 10 guys do their job and one guy doesn't, we're screwed. TJ Watt made a similar statement. I don't know who they're talking about.
Happy holidays, everyone. Well, the teams that matched in last year's AFC Championship games, they're making statements on the road on Christmas Day, just weeks away from postseason play. First, the Kansas City Chiefs looking for a three-peat. They're now 15-1 after a 29-10 throttling of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Patrick Mahomes threw for 320 yards and 3 touchdowns in the win. The Ravens now lead the AFC North. They had C.J. Stroud wanting to get out of Dodge on Beyonce's white horse at the half. Baltimore with a thorough 31-2 thrashing of the Texans. Now tonight, the 8-7 Seattle Seahawks, they are a game behind the Rams for first in the NFC West. They visit the Chicago Bears on Thursday Night Football. Westwood One coverage at 7:30 for the 8:15 kick. Listen to the game right here on The Fan. And NBA Christmas, Wembanyama scores 42, but the Spurs fall at the Garden to the Knicks 117-114. The Sixers upend the Celtics 118-114. Luka Doncic in injured. The Mavericks falling to Minnesota 105-99. The Suns beat the Nuggets 110-100. And LeBron scores 31 in his 19th Christmas Day game. The Lakers over the Warriors 115-113. Now tonight, the Wizards welcome Charlotte back to town. They beat the Hornets a week ago at Capital One Arena. Tip time at 7 o'clock. Listen on the Team 980. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Lyrically, what up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. We're out west, Ashburn, VA. Commanders, everybody's caught up in Christmas and prime rib and opening presents. Got a big old ball game Sunday night. Win and in. Get to 11 wins. Get to B. Mitch in a 2-2. Guarantee their playoff berth. Hosting the Atlanta Falcons Sunday Night Football. So it's back to work in the NFL, man. B. Mitch enjoying some quality time with the grandbabies. We got none other than Tobo Altozo sitting in with us. Toby, what up, man?
I've got T. Mitch. I've got Toby Appetizer already. The chat's already on fire. So I love the nicknames I get when I hang out with you guys.
Did you decide how you're going to handle Rice Cube? Because I know
I like it. I think I'm going to leave it. I think I'm just going to leave it. But I like the various nicknames I get.
I love it. I love it. Shout out to Toby. Does a great job. We're going to have a lot going on today. We'll definitely enjoy ourselves.
I'll beat you, relax. Then the 17-year-old came out and was like, I'll smoke you. I said, you will beat me, you won't smoke me. So long
Jeff,
story short, I gave
the way
them,
you sound has nothing to do with running two races against your little brother.
Yes,
it has something to do with tequila and like cigars.
Hold on. So long story short, I raced them both twice and I've been stiff since Christmas Eve. I wake up to go see B. Mitch on Christmas Day to get the turkey fried for my mom, and there's bourbon. And I'm like, okay, this should help with the muscle relaxation.
Yeah.
And it did.
Definitely.
It did so well that I was asleep at like 6 o'clock yesterday, and I still woke up late.
All right, Jeff.
Makes a little sense.
Good to hear from you, pal. How was everybody's Christmas? Toby, how was your Christmas? You laid low, correct?
Yeah, just laid low. Can't complain. Watched football, watched some basketball, had some steak and potatoes, opened some presents. Can't complain. Can't complain.
What's remarkable Christmas with little kids is that you still get like the magic of it. So it was great with my daughters. And we had a really nice time. My sister finally made it to town from California. So I got to see her and her husband, Kevin. I saw my mom. I saw all my wife's family. It was a very nice couple days of Christmas. And you get in this bubble of just everyone being pleasant. You know what I mean? Like, it's the holidays. Like, we're, everybody, like, you get to Jeff's point. I know how B does it when he does his like turkey fry and he was cooking up briskets. Like, on Christmas, you get the good bourbon out. Like, you buy the nice bottle of red wine. And, we had prime rib, and my mother-in-law makes this gorgonzola cheese pasta, which is just phenomenal. Shout out to my sister-in-law, Alicia, made these like vegetables that were banging, like Brussels sprouts and I don't know, squash or something. It was good. And you have a really nice Christmas. I made the executive decision. My wife kind of looked at me cross-eyed and I said, we're Ubering to Christmas. And she's like, what? I was like, dude, I don't want to, it's Christmas. I don't want to have the like debate about who's driving. And then I left hand up on this one, Toby. When I say like, all right, I'll drive, I'm just a sourpuss. Like, I just like sit in the corner and I'm like, can we leave? Can we leave? Can we leave? And I just didn't want to deal with that.
Yeah.
And with the Uber app, you could schedule your ride in advance. So then I knew like I didn't have to like worry about not getting a ride. Like sometimes you pull the Uber app up and it's like, there ain't no rides.
Yeah, we're leaving, but we're actually going to stick around for another 45.
Right, exactly. So we didn't have any of that concern. And my kids definitely asked a couple times, like, why are we? I was like, I just want fancy car. I just want you guys to ride in a cool car for Christmas. The 9-year-old definitely didn't buy it. The 5-year-old maybe. But dude, so you're just in this like pleasant, like there's lights everywhere, and it's just there's some magic to the Christmas season, right? You know what cancels the magic very quickly? The freaking Beltway right around Tyson's. It's like you're just right back into the Terror Dome. Like it's like, all right, real life is back, baby. Because my drive to get out here to Ashburn is get out of my little neighborhood, Clara Barton, which is kind of a nice, easy little, like imagine GW Parkway before it became a Terror Dome. Like it's just a nice little easy stretch of road. And then I get to the Beltway and I got to get over the bridge and get through Tyson's to the toll road, which is another nice, easy stretch of road, especially these days. There's no way going to work today. The government takes 3 weeks off or whatever they do. I mean, no one's listening to us today. There's nobody driving around or doing anything, but I'm glad we're here. Trust me. And the Beltway in Tyson's and GW construction, I think I can't speak to this because I've never been there. But are you familiar with like Fallujah or Baghdad circa 2006 when things really weren't going well?
Sure.
I imagine that's what that stretch of the Beltway is most comparable to.
Yeah.
Like
maybe slightly safer, but still a little bit hazardous.
Like, dude, there was this truck, 18-wheeler truck that had like the long like tow bed, I guess.
Yeah.
And it was empty. And I was behind it, and it like the truck brand or this dude painted on there, whatever, Renegade, and he was absolutely living up to the name. Like I've never seen an 18-wheeler truck being more aggressive trying to cut people off. It was something. And I think the only thing worse in like the last 24 hours that I saw other than the Beltway this morning, and it wasn't like I got through there. It was just you were fighting for your life. Yep. It was Al Pacino. You got to fight for that inch getting through the Beltway this morning. The only thing worse than I think the Beltway was the performance of the Houston Texans yesterday.
Oh my gosh.
They were awful.
It was horrendous. It was awful to watch. And I mean, look, I don't know how much is the O-line. We might have to have a real conversation about Stroud. Like, he was awesome last year. What the heck has happened?
The numbers have changed significantly. And one thing B always says is can't really trust rookies. Like, you got to see them do it a second season. And I think, 27 NFL teams would still take Stroud in a hurry. But the numbers, the only real number that has changed significantly is the yardage and the picks. Last year he completed 64% of his passes. Right now he's at about 63. Touchdowns are on track to finish about the same, probably a little lower in more games. Last year he only played 15 games through 23 touchdowns. This year in 16 games he got 19 touchdowns. but the picks are significantly bigger.
And last year, it just seemed like when there was a dude wide open, he didn't miss a throw, right? Like if it was something where he had to layer a ball in over a corner in between the safety, that ball was there. He had a couple early in the game when it wasn't over yet, like which happened pretty quickly. But there were a couple on the same drive, the next drive, where it was that's an easy ball to layer in there. I'm not saying it's a a lot of NFL quarterbacks missed that throw, but C.J. Stroud did not miss that throw last year. And he missed a ton of those. The one I know he got stepped on by his lineman, but even like throws like just dump offs to the running back he was missing. It's just something's off there. It shows you the importance of the O-line because this is a guy last year that couldn't miss. And now it seems like he can't trust his O-line at all. And in turn, he's becoming inaccurate, which was kind of the selling point of drafting Stroud. So it's just been crazy to watch this season. They're already in the playoffs.
Now, they've lost a lot. You lose Diggs, then you lose Tank Dell. Nico missed a bunch of time. But, yeah, like they're in the playoffs because they're kind of in a fraudulent division.
Terrible division.
Look, specific to Stroud, think about some of these numbers. His adjusted yards per pass attempt, his AYA, was 8.7 last year, which is pretty damn strong. It dropped to 6.69 this year. That's 2 points. That's 2 whole points.
Well, and how much of that is you got to get the ball out?
Right. And it's gains of 20 or more. It's to your point about hitting guys downfield. I mean, the yards per attempt went from 8.2 to 7. I mean, just yards per completion, which is a little bit more rudimentary, is almost 13 down to 11, 12.9 to 11.1. Like, there's some pretty, but I would still,
I think he's still talented.
Of course. People love to throw like the most complicated numbers at you, and that's what I just did, but I'll go to the basics. Last year, he threw 5 picks in 15 games. This year, he's at 12.
Yeah.
Like, that's a significant jump. The sacks have taken a significant jump. I don't know. It's troubling, but the flip side of that is, to me, and we got to see 2 of them yesterday, the Chiefs, the Ravens, and the Bills are just on another level, I think maybe from everyone, but certainly from the rest of that AFC.
Yeah.
And like the Steelers, sorry, fellas, like it's going the wrong way. I think will the real Russ Wilson please stand up? It's kind of starting to happen.
And I think we all respect Mike Tomlin. He does a heck of a job, but it seems like this happens all too often with them. And maybe it's a talent thing and he's able to coach them to their max and they reach their max and we expect them to go to the next level and they just can't. Maybe that's the case and maybe it's more roster construction than coaching. But how many times have we seen the Steelers either start incredibly well and then fall off? I mean, heck, Washington saw it in the 2020 season where they're undefeated. They go on the road and win. I mean, how many times have we seen them feel like they're going, they're talking about it on the broadcast just a couple weeks ago. They're looking at the 1 seed, maybe not realistically, but felt like there was still a shot. Now they're just hanging on. They're probably not even going to win the division now, right? So it's like this team kind of nosedives.
They've now lost 3 in a row in Philly, in Baltimore, home to Kansas City. Now those are
tough games.
Those are probably 3 of the best teams in the NFL, but people love saying, who is Washington beat? I've heard that on these airwaves. Like, go through the Steelers. They beat Denver week 2. That was before. Nick still sucked then. Now he's fine. Beat the Chargers at home back in week 3 is a pretty decent win. I mean, they lost to the Cowboys, Raiders, Jets, Giants. They did beat the Skins. They did beat the Ravens the first time up there. I don't know. I think the who have you beat game is foolish because I think every week in the NFL is its own entity and like a microcosm of its own little universe. But to me, the Chiefs, Bills, Ravens are on a different level. I think the Lions can be on that level. I don't know. But like, we don't even know how the NFC is going to stack out at this point. Whereas Kansas City, say whatever you want about them, I think they're playing their best football. I think they look way better now than they did 2 months ago. And Chris Jones didn't even play yesterday, right?
No, he did not play. No, and this is what B. Mitch was talking about the other day when you were out is, when you're talking about the Kansas City Chiefs, there's no need to, if the person's running a 6-second 40-yard dash or whatever, I don't need to run a 4.3. Right? Like, I just need to be a little bit faster. Right. And that's what they've done. And now it seems like they're catching their stride heading into the playoffs. They're going to have that bye week to get healthy. Sounds like Patrick Mahomes is going to go have his kid during that time was the plan. I don't know. But it seems like they're getting things rolling at the right time. They're getting healthy. I mean, I think it was something.
They know what they're doing.
What
dude.
was it?
They are a championship
15
organization.
15 straight games or something like that where they'd only won by one score. Not yesterday. They handled that game easily, and you're just getting rolling.
And you're on the road in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Like, that's not, it's not like when they got the Browns 2 weeks ago and they grind it 21-7 or something.
Yeah.
They controlled it and just kind of.
And they're going to get healthier too, because you're getting Hollywood Brown more in the mix, which I think has helped out. What's his name? The Xavier Worthy.
Sure.
Because they were talking about putting him back into more of his normal role. Pacheco feels like he hasn't even got fully mixed back in yet because they're using Kareem Hunt a lot. I mean, they're going to be tough to beat. And
bro, they're 15-1. And it's like
wild.
we all come up with ways to talk around them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're not explosive anymore. Like, Mahomes doesn't go downfield anymore. You know what they're the best in the league at? Third downs, staying on the field. Did you notice their opening possession yesterday? They ran the same little like counter handoff 4 straight plays. They ran it on fourth down. It was pretty remarkable. I think you get Mahomes, Reed, Kelsey. Obviously, there's a lot of other pieces. There's a lot of guys on that defense I really like. The linebacker Bolton, that kid can play for me
awesome.
Any day. I mean, just all guts and just super tough. McDuffie's so good. Chenal's so good. That's a dude I wanted Ron to draft, and he didn't. They're just a really Karlaftis gives them a lot of good rush.
And the tough part is you talk about the Ravens and the Bills being in that same tier. The Ravens have beat themselves at times. At times, the Bills do it. Once it gets into January, the Chiefs will not beat themselves. You might be able to go out there and beat them, but they're not going to beat themselves. And there's just not been teams the last couple of years that have been able to play consistent enough, really, since the Bengals, right? The only team that's been able to go out there to Kansas City and beat them.
The only team that's done it. And last year, the thing was, Kansas City has to go on the road. They'll never.
Didn't matter.
What about Mahomes has never shown he can do it on the road? Well, he went to Buffalo and then he went to Baltimore and handled it. When you watching Baltimore yesterday, they looked great. That offense has just so many ways to beat you. Derrick Henry is just an absolute monster. The Lamar rollout to Mark Andrews, he didn't quite score. I think it was like an 80-yard gain, 75-yard gain or whatever. I guess it couldn't have been. He had 2 catches, so it was a 67-yard gain. That offense is loaded. Zay Flowers could play. He didn't have a big day yesterday. But of the Bills, Ravens, Chiefs, of that group, I think you have to say the Chiefs are by far the most trustworthy. Who's your least trustworthy?
Of that group?
Yeah.
The Ravens.
Me too.
Because you've seen them lose to the Raiders. You've seen them have bad games. And there's still something about Lamar in the playoffs. He's got to prove it to me, right? Like,
I'd say the same thing with Allen, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, and Allen, to be fair with Allen, like, he was 13 seconds away from ending that notion if they can just play some sort of defense, right? Like that to me is not as much on Josh Allen as like Lamar last year in the playoffs. People want to talk about, KC and this and that, and case what if they score 25 points, they win that ball game. And Lamar's done that how many times in his career? So I just need to see him do it in the playoffs. I mean, the fact that he went out there and did what he did yesterday sets the all-time quarterback rushing record. He basically, he touched the ball. He made plays 4 times in the rushing game with 87 yards, and he completed 10 passes. Like he didn't do a whole lot, and he was still dominant in that game, right?
Dominant.
Like, so I don't know what Ravens are going to show up. They can be incredibly dominant, but then they can also just play right down to the field of who they're playing, and you can't have that against the Kansas City. I don't think you can have that against Buffalo either.
Even last year, they had the bye, and then their first playoff game was against Houston at home. They came out flat in that thing.
Yeah.
They put it together in the second half and ended up blowing them out. But, like, it is remarkable to watch that because the final score is obviously a blowout. But for a lot of that game, it was 10-2, I think. And if Houston, some of these coaches are just so allergic to kicking a field goal. Like, they went for it on consecutive 4th downs in the red zone. Like, if you just take points there or if you actually get one of the touchdowns, you know what I mean? A number of things we need to do because we have a program here. We're going to try to stay on board and get things done. Landville, I need you to text Doc Walker. He keeps sending me screenshots of his mock draft, but we need to get the whole thing. We need Doc's mock draft before the end of the year, because then he's going to start rolling out all his new ones throughout the playoffs, and I want to get on board for mock draft number 1 from Doc Walker.
I love it.
Also want to shout out my sister-in-law, Alicia, and my father-in-law, Lou. So I always set up like a gambling, like family event. So yesterday we had 6 questions because everybody was at the house for Ravens Chiefs. Or no, I'm sorry. Ravens Texans.
Yeah.
So you had to pick the spread, which it settled at Ravens -6.5. So you had to pick the spread, Lamar's passing total, which was 226, Stroud's, which was like 250, Henry was 92, I want to say. Mixon was like 63. And then just the dumb one, the total score, when you add it up, will that be odd or even? Right? So that's just a total coin flip. That's 6 questions. So Lou and Alicia won. How many do you think they got right?
5?
All 6.
All 6.
Yeah, it's pretty damn
Wow.
good, right? I was the only person in the house that picked Houston. I like to zag when the world zigs. That did not work for me.
I liked him with that spread.
Shout out to James Cooper via Twitter, says he's actually listening. He's running errands in the Shenandoah Valley. District Sports Talk says he's listening. My boy Danny texted me. My boy Greg texted me. So the good news is we have at least 4 people listening, Toby. Let's have a work day, folks. Barry's for Luga is going to join us at 11. You'll hear from Joe Witt and Cliff Kingsbury. Frank Schwab at noon. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. The Kansas City Chiefs will be the 1 seed in the upcoming AFC playoffs after a 29-10 win over the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Baltimore Ravens lead the AFC North after a stunning 31-2 beatdown of the Houston Texans. And LeBron James scores 31 points to lead his Lakers to a road win over Golden State, 115-113. Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Brian enjoying some quality time with the fam. Me and Toby are hanging out in Ashburn, Virginia. Tobo, as we get going, apparently more people are listening. We're up to like 9.
Yeah, credit to the people out doing stuff today, returning gifts, whatever you're doing. Thanks for listening.
C-Dub 1906 listening on the Odyssey app down in Raleigh, North Carolina. Landfill, you want to guess how my guy C-Dub spelled Odyssey?
With an O?
Yeah, like Homer, like the Odyssey. C-Dub, I appreciate you, brother. Audacy. I don't know how you could have the app on your phone, although maybe that was like a weird autocorrect. I'd give you benefit of the doubt. Tailgate Ted's watching the show on YouTube in Florida. Tailgate Ted's in Florida? The hell are we doing wrong?
No kidding.
Freezing our butts off in a
I
trailer in
saw
Ashburn.
our guy Commandante Tequila is out in California.
That's home for him. I think he's an East LA guy.
Okay.
Ryan Ricks returned to RFK. Carl Grebe, Noble Martin. Appreciate all you guys. So we made it to 13, perhaps.
Yeah.
Do Landfill Jeff and White Brian count as listening?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If
16.
Jeff says so, yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Jeff rules with an iron fist. Kerwin's listening because the walls are paper thin. So,
We're racking them up.
yeah, we're there. Tay Bugs, we are definitely here watching on YouTube. Appreciate you, Tay. Who checked in first this morning? Ooh, we got a new person, a new winner for first check-in. Tech Mark B. He's new to me. White Brian, you're now in charge of the YouTube. Is Tech Mark B new to you?
Yeah.
Okay. White Brian, again, you and I are still in the getting to know each other period of things. Your job is about the YouTube, right?
Yeah, that's one of the things. YouTube stream and then getting actual clips onto YouTube.
Okay. I appreciate that. Is there any way you could be in charge of keeping track of who wins the first check-in each morning for the program?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can make a spreadsheet.
Hell yeah. You know that I do not.
Spreadsheets.
I mean, I don't really know how to make spreadsheets.
Come on,
Just gonna be honest.
JP. That's rudimentary.
Bro, so my sister-in-law is an accountant. And last night,
And you don't know how to you don't know how to make spreadsheets?
I don't know how this came up. If you put Excel on my computer, I couldn't do a single thing.
Really?
Like it might as well be written in German. Like I would just have.
I know very basic stuff. Very basic stuff.
If I may, Toby, Landfill, does this surprise you at all that I don't know how to make spreadsheets?
No.
Yeah. That's a 0 out of 10 surprise. All right, more people are checking in. Travis Wigfall, Los in Severna Park, Tyrone. Tyrone's Twitter handle is take that.
Okay.
I like that. All right, Toby, we have plenty to discuss looking to Sunday's game. Sunday's game is all that matters, man. Like, I want to be very serious. It is a Thursday. I'm trying to remain in the holiday spirit, but the Beltway kind of sucks the holiday spirit right out of a person. I think anybody that calls in that wants to talk about benching people for the Cowboy game, please go drive in circles on the GW Parkway. Like, I'm so done with all eyes on Atlanta. That's all that matters.
Exactly right. I don't even understand where the idea of benching people for the Cowboys game came from, right? Like, worry about that when the time comes. There's still something to play for. We were just talking about this walking in today. If they win, they're still on pace with Green Bay, and there's still a chance, like if they were to finish with the same record, they would pass Green Bay because they have a better conference record. So there's still going to be stuff to play for because they're going to, I would assume in week 18, they'll play at the same time as the Packers. So it's not like you'll know, the Packers won, so you don't have anything to play for, even if they were to win on Sunday. But why the heck are you thinking, like, how much does Jaden need to play and this and that? Worry about that when the time comes. If it comes, I don't think it is going to come. Just enjoy the ride that you're on right now and don't get ahead of yourself. I know it's nice that you're 10-5, but let's be realistic here for a second, right? Like, you also don't want them. There's also something to be said, JP, that this team has come out of an extended bye or, a 10-day break right out of the Thursday game. They didn't look great. They came out of their bye week, and they also didn't look great. So you want to bench players and have them sit out to give themselves another bye going into a playoff game? I'm good.
We're not going to entertain it. That's where we're at. We're going to focus on Atlanta. It should be, if you're listening to our show, odds are you root for the burgundy and gold, or you have some weird twisted thing where you hate them and listen to us. I don't really know, right? But if you're listening, it's all eyes on Atlanta, and everything else is just buffering. Everything else is just noise that you need to ignore. Specific to Atlanta this weekend, Sunday night, if that joint's not sold out, then we're doing it wrong. Yeah. It should be sold out. It should be all burgundy and gold. It should be a wild, loud crowd, which is, frankly, is what I expect. Let me be clear. I'm not questioning that will happen. I think the crowds at the bank have been dope all year. But the injury report's not great.
No. Well, and how much of this, I mean, you've been covering this team. They didn't practice yesterday. It's a walkthrough. They didn't even practice at all yesterday.
So they practiced Tuesday. I think yesterday they were closed, but they have to provide an estimation. That's how the NFL rules work. They have to provide an estimated injury report.
I don't know how listing so many people as DNPs would be gamesmanship, but is that something that you buy?
I'm going to decipher it for you. The Ertz-Farrell, they literally called it non-injury rest. So their DNP, I wouldn't worry about. Yeah. Like, there are people on this list that we have seen enough from that I'm not concerned. And then there's people on this list that maybe didn't finish a game or didn't play or whatever that I think is worth taking note of. De'Ami Brown, what do I always say? Is a speed guy with a soft tissue thing.
Yes.
That you got to pay attention to. De'Ami got a DNP Wednesday with a hamstring. Hammies, receivers, you don't like to hear those two words.
When did he go out in that game? Because he seemed to miss a decent part of the second half of that game. He was playing well before that.
But didn't he come back in, though?
Yeah, but he missed like the entire fourth quarter, it feels like, right?
Yeah.
Like he missed some significant time in that game.
I know they told us when we got in the locker room, there were a couple players that didn't finish with injury, and therefore we weren't allowed to talk to them. I know Andrew Wiley was one of them.
Okay.
Andrew Wiley, DNP with the groin. That is a real thing at this point. He had to come out of the game. But to me, Cornelius Lucas is basically just like a sixth starter.
Yeah.
And I think you can go to Big Luke there, and I don't think it's much of a fall off. I think Big Luke might be better in the run game, frankly.
Well, I'm glad they at least started doing that, because before, when they went to Trent Scott, it was a downgrade.
Yeah.
Now, at least going with Lucas, it's kind of a wash.
So De'Ami, real concern. Wiley, real concern, but not like De'Ami's a bigger concern because they're so thin at wideout.
Yeah.
You've already lost Noah Brown. You're just so thin at the position. I thought De'Ami looked pretty good last week. He got loose deep early on in that thing. Ertz and Farrell, that's just veteran rest. McGee, I think he came out of the game. I don't think that's a tremendous loss, but you don't want to have him. Terry McLaurin on here with an ankle for a DNP. in my mind, in my estimation, and I saw him after the game walking around fine. That's a veteran thing. It doesn't mean his ankle doesn't hurt like hell, but the way Terry is, the type of dude he is, the type of seasons he's put together, and the type of season he's having this year, there's no chance he's not playing Sunday night.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to play. It'd be interesting to see what he gets out there today, if it's limited or if he's right back out there today. I think that's going to be the key, is to keeping an eye on the stuff for today, because they're actually going to practice today.
Right. John Allen, full participant, still with the pec.
How much do you think, if he comes back, presumably, maybe not even this Sunday, but let's just say he's coming back at any point, whether it's week 18 or the playoff game, is he someone that's just going to be in a rotational package where he comes in and plays 15 plays, or is he going to get almost a full workload?
That's an interesting question. I think the earlier question is, how do they make the roster spot? And I think he's a really great, funny guy. But I think if I was Phil Mathis, I'd be a little concerned about my roster spot when John comes back. I think maybe early on you kind of bring him along, not necessarily slowly, but you let him work his way back, because he's not going to be in football shape.
No. I mean, they kind of rotate through guys anyways, so it's not like
D-lines always do.
Yeah.
Like every D-line around the country.
But they've also had some dudes step up, like Sheldon Day, I thought, has been really, really good recently. So,
Newton's been good.
Yeah, so I think it's just, you put him back in that rotation. I'm just curious how much of an impact he's going to be able to make in whatever amount of snaps he gets out there.
I mean, even, especially if you're talking about the interior guys, right now, the Deron Payne leads them in snap count, and it's at 68%.
Yeah.
Like, no matter who it is, there's going to be some level of rotation. Johnny Newton's at about 48. Your guy Sheldon Day, who's come on pretty strong of late, is playing about like 24% of snaps. So this is going to evolve. But I think you get Allen back out there eventually as much as you can. Not necessarily this week. I do think you get Allen back this week. A big concern here, though, I'd probably put it at the top of the list till we learn a little bit more. Marshawn Lattimore.
It has to be.
Dude, I mean, he had to come out of the game. BSJ immediately got a penalty. You traded for Lattimore because of he's a really good corner. And even when he got those PIs, some of those were junk. The second one I thought was really weak.
Well, okay, so I go back to this. You have the ability. So I covered the Milwaukee Bucks for their championship run. I know this is going to seem like it has nothing to do with it, but it does. They traded for PJ Tucker. And PJ Tucker in the playoff series against the Brooklyn Nets was stuck on KD. And KD still went for like 40 a night, but they didn't have to change anything. They just left PJ Tucker and Kevin Durant. It seems like even though A.J. Brown was able to get some of his, they didn't have to switch anything up.
Right.
They didn't have to roll coverages. They just said, we're going to leave Lattimore over there. And sometimes he's going to get beat. Sometimes he's not. He's going to go make his plays. But it allowed them to do everything else and not worry about A.J. Brown. So I think when he was out and now you're having to figure out moving coverages and doing this and that, it really hurt the defense. So they need this guy back, because frankly, you don't make a trade in season. I know people are looking ahead to next year and the year after thinking he's here for the next 2 years, which is true, but you don't make a trade in season for a guy not to be a part of your team for the rest of the season.
Totally agree, man. I totally agree. And I think it's, I think that's pretty well said there. And with Lattimore, his level of play is significantly higher. Sam still could get there, I think, but A.J. Brown didn't kill you in that game. He had some catches. No. The league is designed for the offense to have the advantages. Like, in tennis, why they call it a break point? Because the guy serving is supposed to win. Like, the offense is supposed to win.
And even if A.J. Brown had his,
we got a break. Holy moly, Toby.
Devontae
Look at
Smith
the clock
wasn't
every
crazy.
once in a while. Barry Svrluga at 11. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. About 10 minutes, Barry's for Luga from the Washington Post is going to join us. Also, 48 from the Washington Post has some good reporting on how everything came together with RFK. It's going to be pretty interesting how this all shakes out. I think, you really feel like this thing's happening. And just the momentum. Landfill had the best text ever, whenever that was. Last week, Landini, to the group thread, he's like, Snyder was here for 25 years, couldn't get a stadium, couldn't get a quarterback. The Harris Group's been here a year, and it looks like they got both.
It's incredible. Incredible. It's so good. I go back to what we talked about last week, and Joe Theismann talked about, uniting generations, and I think it really will do that if they can get back to RFK.
Totally, because you don't care.
Correct.
And you were like, just build a stadium as fast as possible, and I was like, no, get it there. That's what matters.
Even just between the two of us, putting it back at RFK, giving me the new stadium, putting them together, I think brings people together. You're going to hear stories about how special the site is. People that are my age, I grew up watching VHS, VCR tapes. People my age and younger haven't necessarily done that, right? I was ingrained in this as a kid. Some people weren't, and so they don't understand the meaning of RFK. So you put it back there, you bring them together with fans that love RFK, and they hear the stories and they hear how important that place was.
I agree with all that, but I would add, this is not just a sentimentality nostalgia play. If done correct, it can also be super dope.
Yes.
Like you have waterfront that is completely underutilized. And I'd add, like, Nats Park has really come together, the neighborhood and everything. But I think they had an opportunity, I'll use a baseball lingo, they had an opportunity to hit like a grand slam with that site. And some of it was just the learners being cheap by not refusing to pay to bury the garages, so you have no sight lines or anything.
Yeah.
Like they had an opportunity to hit a grand slam at Nats Park, and they hit a ground rule double. Like, it's nice, it's fine, but there's nothing really memorable about Nats Park. Imagine, I recognize, I guess you can't face due west in baseball because of
because of the
sunset.
Sunshine, yeah.
But like, there's got to be a way where you have sight lines out in center field of the Capitol or the Monument or something. And don't tell me that if you sit in the last row on the third base line, you can see it. Terrific. You want the television cameras to see that. And if not, have it face the water and let people hit bombs out into the Anacostia. Like, they luckily, the city and the developers have done well around there that makes Nats Park area pretty cool. But they had an opportunity to build something truly fantastic, and they built something pretty good. And pretty good's good. I'm not mad at them, but I want truly fantastic, and you have that opportunity again at RFK.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with that site, I think even just like the transportation, people my age are going to go on the metro over there versus driving over there to park, and you're going to have more of an opportunity to do that. And, it's cool when you go to a Caps or a Wiz game down at Cap One, and everybody's coming into the game at the same time, and there's like a camaraderie of everybody wearing their Caps jersey or everybody wearing Wiz gear. And same thing going out. I think it's going to be that same way even more when you throw everybody in the burgundy and gold going to the new stadium. So, yeah, I think it's going to be really cool. I hope, like you said, I hope they hit a home run because you're right. Like, Nats Park is great, but the fact that you can't see the Capitol or there's really nothing – like I was telling somebody, if they flipped, I go up to Baltimore because I want to go to Camden Yards, right? Yeah. I know a lot of people grew up O's fans, they'll go regardless, but that wasn't the case for me. But I want to go because I want to go to Camden Yards. If they flipped ballparks, I would never go up to Baltimore.
Nailed it. Camden Yards, they built something truly fantastic. And the rest of MLB tried to emulate that. Now, maybe that's kind of evolved now, but Camden Yards is a milestone ballpark, right? So I have worked every single NFL stadium, all of them. There are, 30, maybe 29. People ask me all the time, like, what's your favorite? What's the coolest ones? And Lambeau's in its own category. But even what Soldier Field should be. So Lambeau, they had this historic site, and they made it bigger and better and added the luxury seating, all the stuff you need, but maintained. You've been to Lambeau. You worked in Milwaukee, right? It's awesome. Did you go to Soldier Field?
I did.
You could have done the same. Soldier Field should be the dopest stadium in the NFL. It's right on, what is that, Lake Michigan,
Yeah,
right?
it's awesome.
It's right on the lake.
Awesome spot.
And it's beautiful. It's this old historic construction, these giant pillars. There's like statues of World War II soldiers everywhere.
Mhm.
It should be the dopest stadium in the NFL. And it sucks. The addition, the renovations they put on there is like an alien
Yeah, it
landed
looks like a
on
spaceship
top.
landed into the Coliseum.
They can't get the mezzanines right. Like,
Yes.
the corridors all suck. The press box sucks. Everything about it sucks. And that's the problem, is what you can or cannot do. And I don't know if it comes down to money or expertise or who you choose to do the construction, whatever. Nats Park is good. I honestly think when Capital One opened, when it was whatever the hell the first time, Verizon MCI Center,
Yeah.
that was more revolutionary. Nats Park was just kind of fine. I want RFK to be fantastic. When we come back, Barry Sverluga joins us. He is fantastic.
Happy holidays, everyone. Well, the teams that matched in last year's AFC Championship games, they're making statements on the road on Christmas Day, just weeks away from postseason play. First, the Kansas City Chiefs looking for a three-peat. They're now 15-1 after a 29-10 throttling of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Patrick Mahomes threw for 320 yards and 3 touchdowns in the win. The Ravens now lead the AFC North. They had C.J. Stroud wanting to get out of Dodge on Beyonce's white horse at the half. Baltimore with a thorough 31-2 thrashing of the Texans. Now tonight, the 8-7 Seattle Seahawks, they are a game behind the Rams for first in the NFC West. They visit the Chicago Bears on Thursday Night Football. Westwood One coverage at 7:30 for the 8:15 kick. Listen to the game right here on The Fan. And NBA Christmas, Wembanyama scores 42, but the Spurs fall at the Garden to the Knicks 117-114. The Sixers upend the Celtics 118-114. Luka Doncic injured, the Mavericks falling to Minnesota 105-99. The Suns beat the Nuggets 110-100, and LeBron scores 31 in his 19th Christmas Day game. The Lakers over the Warriors 115-113. Now tonight, the Wizards welcome Charlotte back to town. They beat the Hornets a week ago at Capital One Arena. Tip time at 7 o'clock. Listen on the Team 980. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Fired up to talk to our guy, Mr. Barry Svrluga, Washington Post columnist. You can follow him at Barry Svrluga, S-V-R-L-U-G-A. Barry, you and I sat together on Sunday and watched that game against the Eagles before we turn our eyes to the Atlanta Falcons. You watch a lot of sports, and you have a very wide prism for greatness, I'd say, between the Olympics and golf and baseball and everything you do. What are we seeing Jaden Daniels do this year?
Man, I think you and I were walking out in the parking lot, and you just kind of are like, I think we were walking separately, kind of both just shaking our heads, and then we're like, hey, dude, is that you? Oh, yeah. It's like the kid gives them a chance always. Like anything is possible because they have him. And when you cast that against what we've talked about forever and ever and ever around here, which is they don't have the guy, it's such an amazing pivot, amazing 180 to realize that they do have the guy. Could he get hurt? He could get hurt. Like, I think there's still a little bit of the, like, you know, Robert Griffin III was ripping off 7 straight wins to win the NFC East title in his rookie year of 2012. And I think there's a little bit of like tentativeness to, maybe embrace this wholeheartedly. But if you remove that kind of history, you just got to think that, holy cow, they've got a combination of a player with amazing physical tools who clearly puts in the work to prepare, and then mix in the intangible of not only is no moment too big, but he actually embraces those big moments and says casually afterwards, like, yeah, if you love the sport, like that's where you want to be. It's just an intoxicating combination that makes the entire franchise and frankly the whole sports town feel different.
How do you feel like that has grown as the year has gone on, as his teammates fall? Like they trust this guy more and more as the season's gone on. I mean, going back to training camp, people were talking about how much they trusted him, but you haven't seen him on the field yet. It seems like week after week, there are moments added to this legendary rookie season. How have you seen that evolve as the season's gone on with his teammates?
Well, I think some of it is, there's been attrition, right? In terms of, Noah Brown's not there. They lost Ertz in the In the New Orleans game, for the rest of that game, Eckler hasn't played for a while and can't play until the Dallas game with that concussion. And I think we all would have said going,
not a win.
Yeah, right. I mean,
Sorry.
I think we all would have said in training camp, like, oh, they're probably a few weapons short of being able to be a 30-point a game offense. And I think what you've learned about Daniels is that he can turn people into weapons because he's that good, and defenses have to, they have to be aware of the run. I mean, because the game ended how it did and dramatic, 6 seconds left touchdown to Crowder. Maybe you lose sight of the 29-yard run on 4th and 11. Like, that's just game-changing stuff. So he is a weapon in two different ways on his own, because he can throw and he can run. But you're talking about a game in which Jamison Crowder and OZ had 2 touchdown catches apiece. Like,
right.
No one had that on their bingo card at the beginning of the season, that somebody with that those two guys would combine for 4 TDs in a single game against a divisional opponent that you pull out at the last minute. He's the kind of great player that elevates the play of others, which is another, put that in the laundry list of accolades or attributes that he has that make him just really, really special.
Talking with our friend Barry Svrluga here from the Washington Post. You can follow him on Twitter and Instagram at Barry Svrluga. Barry, I think you're so right. And I really enjoyed your column. I just retweeted if anybody missed it after the game Sunday night. Dan Quinn's talked about all week, we want to be heavy hitters. We want to prove we belong. And after the game, DQ said of Jaden today, he became a heavy hitter. What he was able to do just felt, even as much as the Hail Mary created this high, right? Like this level of elation. The win over Philly was different because it was like a drive. There's a big component of flukiness to a Hail Mary. There was nothing fluky, especially for a kid, a young man just turned 24, to throw a pick with 3 minutes left and then to come back with a minute and go down the field. The guts and kind of he's only a rookie. I understand that, but you start to build this level of gravitas as a quarterback when, we're sitting and we're watching and it's like, oh man, all right, Josh Allen's got the ball, 1.5 minutes left. Like, can he prove he's the guy? And Mahomes, obviously, and maybe Herbert and Jaden is in that conversation now where it's like, oh dude, this guy can do it. And when you have that guy on your team, the whole team feels that. Didn't you think that, Barry, in that locker room after that game?
Oh, for sure. And also I think you get into the conversation of like, he's now one of the guys where you say, oh no, you left him too much time. Like they're getting the ball at their 30 and he's got 2 timeouts, say, and I think they should have had 3 timeouts going into that drive, but that's nitpicking at this point. But those guys, and you mentioned like Mahomes is probably chief amongst them now, that you're like, oh, he's got 90 seconds, 3 timeouts and 70 yards to go. Like, the only question is, which way is he going to score? And I'm not saying that Daniels has reached Mahomes level at all, but I definitely think if you're a fan of the opposing team, you have that thought sitting in your seat or sitting on the couch thinking, oh man, we left him too much time. We took the lead and we needed to take the lead, but he's got, 2 minutes and change. That's a lot, because he can orchestrate and create a lot of things with both his physical attributes like we talked about, but also his managing the situations and understanding the situations. And just think about this, JP, like, cast their situational football this year against what it's been over the previous 4 years, and just how they manage everything. And you're just, am I quibbling that they shouldn't have taken a timeout to ice the kicker?
Yeah, there's quibbles.
Right. You can do that, sure. Like I would have rather had that timeout to use for Jaden to have an extra play to stop the clock, but managing it all is so much more normal and feels like a net positive. I mean, go back to the New Orleans game. Like, should they have kicked that 54-yard field goal? Like, at least Dan Quinn had a rock solid, this is the logic behind what I was prepared for that moment, because I knew from the 38 in we were kicking and from the 39 out we weren't. We could argue that, but it was thought through. And I think that's what this whole outfit feels thought through and prepared. And they're not going to lose. They could lose because of a lack of execution. They could lose because the other team is better. The Dallas game was obviously kind of a disaster from all points, but they're not going to mismanage their way into a loss. And that's from head coach and that's from quarterback, which is such a pivot from the last 4 years.
It was well documented what kind of guy he was coming out of LSU, what kind of player he was, but I think he's exceeded expectations. I mean, sets the record for most rookies of the week. He's likely going to win rookie of the year, all that stuff. What surprised you most about him as the season's gone on? Or has it just been kind of like a culmination of like, this is the guy that they expected to get when they drafted him, and he's been everything that they've expected him to be and more?
Yeah. I mean, I just think like, when you draft Chase Young, number 2, you think, okay, he's what we expected him to be. And
I think you're getting
maybe not more, but well, right. Yes, exactly. But so the talk in mini camp and training camp about, oh, this is who we expected and he's special as a person. Like, it doesn't matter until it happens. So, and now it's happened and it's happening. And that makes all the, kudos about his character and his preparation and stuff seem very real. But I think the thing that, I don't know if stuns is the right word, but kind of I'm pleasantly surprised by is the matter of factness that he takes all this in. Like he expected to take that ball and go down the field and win that game the other day, and then afterwards, all he talks about is I love winning, so this feels good, but it's not in a he's in no way overwhelmed by any of it, not by the situation that's presented him right in front of him, and also not by the aftermath. And I think some of that is because, like, you can see Terry McLaurin's like absolute joy because he's having a career season, but and joy because he knows who his quarterback is going to be, which he's never known from year to year or week to week. But he also has been through all the crap around here for the first 5 years of his career. And so he, like the fan base, realizes what a pivot this is. He didn't catch the game-winning touchdown. I mean, he had a touchdown catch that was an amazing, amazing catch, Willie Mays style. But you can just feel and sense his kind of joy for, how much stuff has changed, what winning feels like, what marked. They've never been ahead of a season like this. Yeah, I know they haven't clinched a playoff berth, but they have been pointed toward the playoffs and in playoff position for most of the season. The whole year, right, exactly.
Right.
Which is just completely different than it's been before. And Terry, like, standing there and saying, man, we got the guy, is kind of, that's like in lockstep with the fan base of like, we're unwrapping this present and it's exactly what we wanted. It's just an amazing feeling.
It really is. Talking with our friend Barry Svrluga from the Washington Post. You can read his columns, WashingtonPost.com. Check out his work at Barry Svrluga. It's fascinating now, the storylines you get with Atlanta coming back. And I think because Jaden has been so impressive, and I think because just kind of as an NFL collective audience, whether, you kind of work around it or you just watch it and enjoy it as a fan, we're so preconditioned to care most about offense and the play design and the play caller and the quarterback that maybe we don't really think about the defense as much. I think that's just like a natural state. Like, everybody plays fantasy football. It's just different. And I think we're in this weird spot with Dan Quinn where he's been really good. And to your earlier point about the kick in New Orleans, I supported it because it is consistent with how they've coached and attacked. And I think DQ was like, no, we knew exactly from that yard marker we were going. And it was something we determined before the game. Even when they mess up, like when DQ went for it 4th and 2 in Philly on the Thursday nighter, like I can come up with, like you were saying earlier, some quibbles. We can pick some nits. I think they had some flaws both in the 2-minute before halftime and in the last minute with last week. But all of that said, like we're kind of finding flaws in what has been a really, really strong body of work for Dan Quinn. And, dude, he wasn't probably the top pick for most fans when he got the job last year. And what he has built from an environment, like an ecosystem of football out here, everybody is all the way buying in. And I understand that, like, our job in the media is somewhat to be skeptical and to ask a lot of questions. But unless you're in it, you can't really feel how much all of the stuff is working, and Jaden's a huge component of that, right? But then think about this. This is a completely forgotten storyline because of Jaden and the playoffs and whatever else. DQ gets another shot at Atlanta, where everybody knows how painful that Super Bowl loss must have been. And then eventually, I think it was 2 years later, he gets fired in season. He'll probably poo-poo it, not really talk about it. It's got to mean something, Barry.
It's got to. And I also think, you're right. Like, I definitely was not they should hire Dan Quinn person. I was very, very, very much on the Ben Johnson specifically and offensive guy in general, because you lock the head coach with the quarterback and you put him as one, and you don't get into a Chicago Bears situation where now you have the quarterback, but you fired the coordinator, then you fired the coach, and you're completely out of step, and that can mess with the kid's career. And then, the flip side of you do hire a defensive coach, and we're going to deal with this question coming up. If the quarterback develops under an offensive coordinator, does the offensive coordinator get a look elsewhere as a head coach? We're going to probably have to be reporting on that with Cliff Kingsbury this offseason. But what impressed me about Quinn when he got here was his willingness to admit and embrace that, look, I got fired in Atlanta for a reason, and it's not my job now to complain about what the circumstances were and what the health of the team was and why did we get off to a bad start, why did we collapse in the Super Bowl. I'm not going to complain about those circumstances. I'm going to look back on them and scrutinize them and go into my next job not trying to recreate my last job, but to be better. And not to pick on Ron Rivera, who's very, very easy to pick on. But I think because he got fired in the middle of the season in Carolina and immediately was like essentially being interviewed by Dan Snyder and being told, I want a coach-centric model. You happen to be available. I'm going to give you the keys to everything. He never had that either ability to or didn't make the choice to go back and review what went wrong in Carolina and really just hung, everything on the laurels, the good things that he did there. We went to the Super Bowl when Cam Newton was playing at an MVP level and we went 15-1. There wasn't the same kind of scrutiny on his own flaws. And I think Quinn, to his credit, took what he did in Atlanta, went and became a defensive coordinator, grew in his coaching there, and arrived here prepared to fix the things that were his downfall in a really admirable way. And then lastly, I'd say, JP, when you're talking about creating the environment that they have out there, Adam Peters and Quinn talked in the offseason about, we want to find people who are commanders, who are commander type players, which sounds weird because the name is so new and there's no tradition attached to it. And it felt like, to me, kind of jargon. And I think a lot of what Quinn says feels like slogany, jargony stuff. But I'm, whatever it is, 15 games in now, I think that was not just talk. That was the people that they brought in were and are the right type of people. And that's helped create and, again, go back to what McLaurin was saying on Sunday, like there's one vision here. There's one from the top down, everybody in lockstep. Obviously, some of that is because they're winning, and it's, as anybody would admit, it's a lot easier to follow the lead when things are going right. But I do think there's something to the type of person that Peters brought in, both from a fitting into their play style, but also fitting into the locker room. That matters a lot in giving you the feeling that everybody's bought in the right way.
Real quick, Barry, I know we don't have much longer here, but looking at what's happened this season, where you really have Josh Harris being able to put his fingerprint on the organization. You bring in Adam Peters, you bring in Dan Quinn, just like you were talking about. It seems like you figured out the quarterback. Now you have the RFK site. How important has this season and this year been to bring back this fan base?
You know, it's really hard to quantify, I think, because I do. Is there more excitement? Is there more optimism? Of course there is. But I think it's very, very hard to have a single season, even with as much transformation as you've described, immediately allow everybody who was dragged through the mud and has so much scar tissue from the previous 24, 25 years to just be like, I'm all in. And that's all in financially and all in emotionally and all in with giving my time. I think obviously the franchise is in just a 1,000,000% better situation than it was two calendar years ago. But I think it would be dismissive of all the damage that was done to the fan base and how much the erosion was very, very real under Snyder, to say that, you know, Harris and Peters and Quinn and Daniels have just solved all those problems in 15 games. I think we have recency bias and everything is moving in a positive direction. But that was real damage done over a long period of time. And to say that it was back to what it was, which, you know, at one point there really was a wait list for season tickets. There's not a wait list for season tickets now. Like it can get to what it was, but I think we're jumping the gun to saying like, oh, the erosion from the Snyder era has been fully built back up. It's going to take obviously more success, but I think it's going to take time too.
Sure.
Beryl, we appreciate you, brother. Merry Christmas. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Barry.
Merry Christmas, guys. See you on Sunday.
All right. That's our guy, Barry Sverluga, at Barry Sverluga, SVRLUGA. Interesting question there from Tobo. How far back is this thing? Plus, you're going to hear from Joe Witt Jr. at 11:45.
Happy holidays, everyone. NBA Christmas highlights. Victor Wembanyama scores 42, but the Spurs come up short at the Garden, 117-114 to the Knicks. Luka Doncic was injured. The Mavericks fall to the Wolves, 105-99. And LeBron scores 31. The Lakers win on the road against Golden State, 115-113. Now tonight, the Wizards welcome the Hornets to Capital One Arena. A 7 o'clock tip. You can listen on the team, 980. The Chiefs will have a bye in the upcoming NFL playoffs as the top seed in the AFC after a 29-10 win in Pittsburgh over the scuffling Steelers. And the Ravens are on top of the AFC North after pummeling the Texans 31-2. Now tonight, the Seahawks try to keep their playoff hopes alive. They're on the road against the Chicago Bears. Listen to the Westwood One call for the 8:15 kick. Thursday night football right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
All right, this thing's getting out now. A big thank you to our friend Barry Sverluga for joining us. If you missed any of that, it's funny. Toby and I were sitting here saying how good Barry is during the break, which is a testament to how good Barry is and just what dorks Toby and I are. But this thing's getting legs. I'm reaching out to the actual reporter that wrote the story rather than just all these nerd aggregators. But for now, we're going to go with the nerds. Jeff McClain of the Philadelphia Inquirer reported that Nick Sirianni and Zach Ertz got into it following Sunday's game. Apparently, Sirianni reached out to apologize to Ertz to clear things up and had to be separated by Big Dom, Dominic DeSandro, the Eagles' chief security officer. I've gotten to know Ertz a little bit throughout the season. He plays at a really, really fiery, competitive level. And obviously beating Philly is going to matter to him. But for Sirianni to apparently, from my understanding, is go after Ertz after a game like that is just such lowbrow dork behavior from a guy that clearly has repeatedly shown he runs too hot to be an NFL head coach. Yeah. Like you just cannot keep doing this stuff. And occasionally, if there's one-off things here and there over a significant body of time, like, okay, he runs hot, but he controls himself. This dude isn't in control. And it's sure we had, I believe it was Derek Gunn come on earlier this year, talk about what's going on in Philly. And he said, Big Dom's the one that actually runs everything. It sure seems like it. Big Dom might not be calling the plays, but it seems like that ship would sink if he wasn't there.
It's just so pathetic, right? I mean, Nick Sirianni, like, it feels like this year, and maybe it is Big Dom being back on the sideline that makes the difference. You know, they had the chance a couple weeks ago to implode with the Brandon Graham saying stuff, and then Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown and the drama there. And to their credit, they seem to be able to right the ship, but why does there always seem to be drama around such a good football team, right? Like, you notice something about the really, really good teams. Like, you think back to New England, there wasn't drama around the team. It was maybe outside drama that was created about stuff, but it wasn't stuff from inside the building that got I mean, they had some.
Deflategate, Aaron Hernandez, Spygate. But they had some drama, dude.
But I'm saying, like, they
sound like Robert Kraft trying to whitewash all that, make it all Belichick's fault.
They did stuff. There's no doubt about it, but they didn't cause this, right? Like, they did the stuff. But the stuff on the outside, like, there wasn't internal issues.
I think what you want to say that you're not saying is that on Sundays from 1 to 4 o'clock or 4 to 7, whenever they were playing, no matter what was going on, it never made it to the field.
Yeah,
ever. And with the Eagles, it seems like this stuff makes it to the field.
Constantly. It feels like, and Sirianni's doing this, and the players are doing this, and it's just nonstop. I don't quite understand. I mean, credit to them because they're playing some good football, but what the heck, dude? Like, I don't get how Sirianni this dude should have lost his job very possibly a year after going to the Super Bowl because of how much of an idiot he is. And he clearly hasn't learned from that. Why are you talking about another player on another team, especially a guy like Zach Ertz, saying anything negative about a guy that's a franchise legend?
And dude, I know this firsthand. The Ertz Foundation is still putting a lot of time, effort, money into the city of Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Like, because his life has moved on, his playing career, like I believe they still live in the Philly area. Like, it's just, I know he did the coat drive here for Thanksgiving, but he also still doing it in Philly. Like, it just shows a dude that's out of control, that just doesn't control his emotions. And it seems like without Big Dom there, the whole ship might be a sinking. You know what I mean?
It's crazy that your security guard or whatever he is, personal protector, who's the guy that does that for this team? We know the fact that we know.
I know who their security guys are, but they don't have one on the sideline that has to stand next to the coach because he's a hothead.
The whole reason that Big Dom, the reason that we know this dude is a joke, right? And the fact that now we're talking about him being the reason this thing stays afloat is even more ridiculous.
Yeah, totally. It's just remarkable. And Philly, odds are, is going to win the division. You know, they've just amassed so much talent up there, but they clearly don't handle the losses well. Who do the Eagles have this week? Giants?
Yeah, I think they got the easy schedule.
No, Cowboys. Cowboys in Philly Sunday at 1:00. That Cowboys team is no longer a gimme, man.
Cowboys then Giants for them. So
honestly, Dallas may have reestablished their footing when they won here.
Well,
frankly, that's kind of when they got things turned around a bit with Cooper Rush.
The interesting part, are they playing well enough that Mike McCarthy keeps his job now? Without Dak Prescott, it seems they've kind of turned a corner a little bit. You keep him around?
Dude, I don't think they will. They're 7-8 right now. They could still finish with a winning record.
It's wild.
They could still get to 9-8. I mean, literally, they turned their season around by beating Washington here. They had lost 5 in a row.
Yeah.
And then they showed up and beat Washington.
And by the way,
they were 3-7, and since then they've won 4 or 5. Their only loss was to the Bengals, and it was relatively tight.
If that doesn't add a little more intrigue for Sunday, win against the Falcons so you don't have to go to Dallas and win in Week 18.
Dude.
Could you imagine the motivation they would have to end the season here?
Yeah.
So please win against Atlanta so we don't have to deal with that.
Yeah, that'd be a tough week, going the opposite way. But whatever. It's all eyes on Atlanta. That's how we're operating, and that's how you should operate. When we return, you should hear from Commanders defense coordinator Joe Witt. Then we got Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports at noon. Cliff Kingsbury talking at 12:30. Nobody go anywhere. We're busy.
Welcome back. It is B. Mitch in Findlay, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in with JP today as B. Mitch enjoys another day off. I don't know if you guys have seen this yet, but good news for fans of the Commanders that are going to the game on Sunday. They take the Metro. They're teaming up to provide extended service, so you'll be able to get home Sunday after the game. So good move for the Commanders and Metro there. We're going to hear from Joe Witt Jr. in just a couple of minutes here, the defensive coordinator for the Commanders. They're going to have a tough task. I mean, it's tough when you're going up against a quarterback like Michael Penix because you just don't have much on him. You can go back to some of the college tape, and I'm intrigued to see how they're going to use him. Last week, they didn't have to do much with him. You're playing a Giants team that's kind of given up. They end up winning 34-7. Penix, 18-27, 202 yards, no touchdowns, the one pick. The pick coming on a really, really bad play by Kyle Pitts. But, you're going to have your hands full. They've got a good rushing attack with Bijan Robinson, one of the best running backs in the league. Now, I think coming off of the Philly game, you at least have something where, if you can take a lot of what you did against Philadelphia in terms of being able to contain Saquon from quarters 2, 3, and 4 and apply that to Atlanta, Bijan's good. He's not Saquon. Saquon's kind of one of one. So if you can at least – what you did in those second, third, and fourth quarters to slow down Saquon, if you can bring some of that over to slow down Bijan Robinson, you feel good about there. But I'm really intrigued about the health of Marshawn Lattimore because to me, that's going to change how this defense is able to go out there and play. Like I talked about earlier, when you look at how they play defense with Marshawn Lattimore on the field, they kind of just let him follow that best guy around. For the Falcons, that's going to be Drake London. When you let him just kind of travel around and follow London, and they've got some solid receivers around him. Darnell Mooney's fine. Ray McLeod's all right. But, their really big number one target's going to be Drake London. Kyle Pitts, I think at this point in his career, with what we've seen of him, he's more of a household name because of where he was drafted than he is an actual on-field production guy. As crazy as that sounds for a guy that was drafted, I think, higher than any tight end ever, and someone that's a freak, 6'6", 246, can run like the wind. Doesn't really matter, though, because he doesn't make much of an impact on the field. Last week, he gets thrown the ball in the red zone and coughs it up right into the defender's hands. So it's something where this week I think they can probably get by without Lattimore, but it'd be nice to have Lattimore out on the field because it really allows them to, last week against Philadelphia, you just kind of have Lattimore, his one responsibility is A.J. Brown. You don't have to worry about everything else. And the rest of the defense doesn't have to worry about anything else more so than Lattimore, right? Like Lattimore is going to be on A.J. Brown. He's going to follow him around. And yes, A.J. Brown had some plays. Yes, he had the pass interferences get called. And look, some of those we know were not very good calls. But I think more importantly, you see like Devontae Smith was 6 of 51. They only had 3 dudes. How have I not read this yet? They only had 3 dudes catch passes last week. A.J. Brown was 8 for 97 with a touchdown. Devontae Smith was 6 for 51, and Kenneth Gainwell caught 1 for 6. They only had 3 dudes catch passes last week. So when you have Lattimore on the field and you're able to put him on A.J. Brown and just kind of let him follow Brown around and let him do his thing, it allows the rest of the defense to get in the rhythm, and you kind of kept Devontae Smith in check. I know he had the drop. I know that, that hits him in the hands. He makes that catch 99 times out of 100, and Washington catches a break there. But I think allowing the rest of the defense to function while he takes the top option is really important to what they're trying to do. It allows them to play a little more aggressive. You can blitz a little bit more. You can do some things. You don't have to roll the coverage over on top of Lattimore. You can roll that over to help out whoever, Sanders still or Igbenogany's guarding on the other side of the field. So there's so many different ways that you can do it. And I think having a guy like Lattimore out there is so important. And to the point of a lot of people were talking when he hadn't been able to get out on the field yet. And they're talking about how, look, you trade for this guy. It's not something, it's a long-term play with some of the short-term look of it. But the reality is you don't trade for a dude in Lattimore in the middle of the season for him not to play down the stretch here. If you needed something for the next couple of years, you sign someone in free agency or you make a trade in the offseason. That's not something you do in the middle of the year thinking, yes, long-term plays into it, but you traded for this guy because of where you were in your position and needing help immediately. The fact that now, once again, we're having to deal with whether he's going to be on the field or not, I think we're going to get more of an update today. It's something that we're going to have to monitor because yesterday they didn't practice. So listing him as a DNP and some of the guys that they listed as DNPs yesterday frankly, I don't buy too much and don't really care too much. I'm interested to see what they have him listed as today. Is he able to at least get out there in limited fashion? You'd love to see him out there in full, but I mean, like JP said earlier, when you get one of these speed guys, one of these guys on the outside, a skill position guy dealing with a hamstring injury, sometimes those things linger. And I mean, this is something where when they traded for him, you thought for a fact he'd get on the field before the bye at least. And that wasn't even the case. And now you're dealing with it once again, and you're going to be right back in the same spot. And the other thing, too, is you've kind of seen the answer as to what they're going to do, and that is sending Benjamin St-Juste to the bench. He has not played nearly the amount of snaps that he had earlier in the season when he was basically their number one corner. Now you're going to have to throw Benjamin St-Juste back out there, and, you know, at least they have familiarity of what that looks like because they played most of the season that way. But seeing the glimpse the last 2 weeks of what it looks like having Lattimore on the field, it's been nice. It's been nice to see a legit shutdown corner out on the field, and you see the vision as to what Adam Peters is trying to do. You see why going out and getting a Lattimore makes a lot of sense. And look, I don't think the compensation was too crazy, regardless of what they had to give up. Like, getting a guy like that for the price tag, for the amount of picks you had to give up, I'll do that 10 times out of 10. The problem is, if he's not going to be on the field, it's never going to be worth it. So curious to see if he's able to get out on the practice field today. Also, want to take a look at Frankie Louvu, and what he's been able to do defensively this year has been spectacular. With his ability to go and be versatile, it's been fun to watch. It's been really fun to watch with what he's been able to do. And I think where you have a guy like Bobby Wagner, you know, when he was signed, remember, people were talking about him being the Mike, right? And that was just never going to be the case. It was never going to be the case that he was the Mike linebacker. It was going to be the case that he was going to be used as that chess piece. And I think a lot of people looked at this offseason and looking ahead to next offseason thinking, well, maybe Micah Parsons can he can come to Washington and he can fit into the Dan Quinn. Honestly, the way they're using Louvu is kind of Micah Parsons-esque. And so maybe they don't need to go after someone like that when you've got someone on a much cheaper price tag playing at a really, really high level. So I think it's really intriguing when you see how they've built this defense. And like I've talked about before, the thing that I like about where they're at, and you think about this on the offensive side, you think about it on the defensive side too, frankly, with a rookie quarterback, a guy on a rookie deal, and a lot of cap space, this is when you can really build something. With some of those picks, with some of that money, this is when you can really build something. So I think this is a real opportunity this offseason to improve this defense even more. You've already got Lattimore in the fold. You've got guys like Louvu. I think you try to bring back a Chin and a Wagner, and you can really improve this thing, and it's already starting to play better. But I'd like to see them finish the season strong. I'd love to see them come out against Atlanta and really show strongly, because they're going to need them. They're going to need them down the stretch, and they need to get in shape for the postseason, because you're going to play a really good team. It might be Philly again. All likelihood, you're going to face Philly again, and that first quarter was not great, so they're going to have to get things figured out. Let's take a break. When we come back, Frank Schwab from Yahoo Sports, he's going to join us. We'll get his thoughts on yesterday's games, which were not great. Get some of his thoughts on that. Also, get his thoughts on this weekend's game as the Commanders get set for the Falcons on Sunday Night Football. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
Happy holidays, everyone. Well, Patrick Mahomes on Christmas throws for 3 touchdowns as the Kansas City Chiefs lock up the top seed in the AFC.
And the snap, belt high, back to throw. Mahomes rolling right, looking downfield, lets it fly to the end zone. Wide open, Travis Kelce has a touchdown, Kansas City. It's a 12-yard score, and Kelce dunks the football on the goalpost.
JP Shadrick on the Westwood One call, heard right here on the Fan, as the Chiefs wall up the Steelers 29-10 in Pittsburgh. The Baltimore Ravens are now in the driver's seat to win the AFC North after a 31-2 win in Houston over the Texans. Now tonight, the Seattle Seahawks, they're just a game back of the Rams for the top spot in the NFC West. They need a win in Chicago against the free-falling Bears. Listen to the Westwood One call for the 8:15 kickoff right here on The Fan. And after a busy day in the association yesterday, the Washington Wizards get back to work tonight. They've been a more competitive team as of late, including a win a week ago against Charlotte. Well, it's those Hornets that are back in town this evening once more for the 7 p.m. tip from Capital One Arena. The Wiz will be without Marvin Bagley III with a knee sprain and Kyle Kuzma due to a rib injury. Listen to it on the Team 980. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Praise you like I should. High noon in the District of Columbia. Trying to figure out the Commanders' coordinator's schedule. We're working on that. We're working for you. Right now, we're excited to get Frank Schwab on the phone. You can follow him at Yahoo Schwab. Frank covers the hell out of the NFL, sports betting, all that good stuff. Frank, what's up, man? Happy holidays to you.
Yeah, happy holidays to you guys.
Some really boring football yesterday. A couple of ass kickings. I contend that the elite teams in the AFC, I think you go Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore, have kind of separated themselves maybe from the rest of the NFL, but certainly the rest of the AFC. How do you feel about that?
It's tough to disagree with that. Pittsburgh was up there, but they've just fallen apart on offense the past few weeks, so it's harder to trust them. And, they're probably going to be a wild card team at this point. They've lost control of the division. I assume Ravens clinch that next week. So, those are your 3 teams. If it's anybody other than them, I'd be pretty surprised in the Super Bowl because you're just getting elite quarterback play from all 3 of those teams. And even if Mahomes hasn't been lighting up the stat sheet this season, he's still Patrick Mahomes, and we saw it yesterday with some of those throws he makes just ridiculous. So, I think Baltimore's really worked itself into the conversation. I wasn't on the Baltimore train, 6 weeks ago or so. Their defense was just not good enough, but that has completely changed. Their defense, and not that C.J. Stroud's having a great season or anything, but they completely shut that offense down. And all of a sudden, Lamar, Derrick Henry, that offense was good all season. They were going to be there. It's just a matter of could the defense kind of match it. And I think the answer now is the defense is there. The defense is at a championship level now, and where it wasn't early in the season. So that's the difference for them. And then, but the question is just, look, who's going to win at Arrowhead Stadium in January? They have 2 home games for a Super Bowl, and I don't think many people outside of Missouri and Kansas are rooting for it, but the Chiefs are just going to go to another Super Bowl, right? It just seems inevitable. It just seems like who could possibly beat this team? I don't have anything against Kansas City. I like a lot of their people. I like your quarterback, I like the coach, all this stuff, but I just want some new blood in a Super Bowl, and I don't think we're going to get it. I think this is just how do you beat the Chiefs at this point?
You mentioned CJ Stroud. He has really struggled this season. What's going on with him? Is it something where it's just a second-year slump and then he'll get back in the saddle on the third year? Is the O-line the big problem? Some of the injuries with the receivers? What's been the issue with CJ Stroud this season?
I think it's been a little bit of everything, and that's, kind of a obvious answer when everything goes wrong. But I think it starts with the offensive line. Even though they had a ton of injuries on the offensive line last season, it didn't seem like it mattered too much. They were still fine. This season, they're not fine. I mean, CJ's got a guy in his lap just about every play. So, I think play calling has been a lot more poor. I mean, Bobby Slowick was kind of the boy genius last year, right? Everybody, he's going to get a head coaching job, this and that. I just look at it. They had a goal-to-go situation yesterday that was just awful. Like every play they called was just like, what are you guys doing here? So I don't think Bobby Slowick is helping at all. He's kind of had a sophomore slump too. Losing receivers hasn't helped. I mean, he came in figuring on Stephon Diggs, and Nico Collins has been hurt during the season. Obviously, Tank Dell, we saw his season-ending injury, so that hasn't helped. And then a lot of CJ. I just think he's a less confident quarterback this season. I think that he's handled the pressure a lot worse this year. He just looks indecisive, and I think he's going to be fine. Like, you don't have a rookie season like that and just kind of fall off the map. He's probably the best rookie quarterback I've ever seen, although a year later, maybe somebody else has taken that mantle. But I have a hard time believing CJ Stroud is not going to be a star in this league based on how good he was as a rookie. But this season has been rough. I mean, it is just, the wheels have just kind of fallen off. He's just kind of a shell of what he was last year. And I really hope he rebounds because he's an easy guy to root for. You always root for good quarterback play in the NFL. But, yeah, he's got to kind of go back to the drawing board in this offseason.
Talking with Frank Schwab here from Yahoo Sports. It's funny, you mentioned something there that everybody thought CJ Stroud was the best a rookie could be last season. And Jaden Daniels this year, I would argue, has surpassed that. Now, Houston did win a playoff game last year, which is going to be a big factor in how we remember Stroud's rookie season. What do you think of the level Jaden's playing at?
It's unbelievable. It really is. I mean, you knew that if you can dominate the SEC, you can come in and do pretty well in the NFL. Like, we all know, the SEC has – it's the NFL's JV at this point. The way they recruit, the guys they get, the coaches, everything. It's a different step up from look, I'm a Big Ten guy, but I can admit the SEC is a step up from everything else. And he just absolutely positively dominated the SEC. So you're like, okay, he has a chance, but to this level, no, nobody. I love the Commanders in the off season. Like I thought they were going to be a playoff team. I really did. You can go back. There's receipts. But
I think you were on with us saying
good.
that.
Yeah. Anybody I was on with, I was saying, everybody asks in the off season, who's your surprise team? Who can? And I said the Commanders, and I was saying you guys, and everybody else was like, wait, the Commanders? What? And I said, yeah, because this kid they got a quarterback is going to be a game changer. But even that optimism, I didn't think he'd be that dude throwing 5 touchdowns, leading a comeback win over the Philadelphia Eagles, who have, by the way, had the best defensive football over the last month or two. I mean, he is just so refined. He's so far ahead of almost every rookie quarterback we've seen as a passer. And then you add on the fact that he's going to break RG3's rushing record for a rookie quarterback. It's just remarkable. I don't think I don't want to be negative here. I don't think his Commanders roster is very good. I think even most people would agree with that, right? Like, there's
they got
so many flaws in this roster that they're so far ahead of schedule, basically. But it's just that dude is so good already as a rookie that if they're at 10 wins, they're going to go to the playoffs. They're dangerous out in the playoffs. And then you go into the offseason and let Adam Peters do his thing because you got a ton of cap space. You got the draft picks. You're going to improve that roster. So, yeah, I can't say enough about Jaden Daniels. I mean, it's not just who's the rookie of the year. Look, I'm based in Colorado. I've heard a lot of, hey, Bo Nix is really the rookie of the year. No, he's not. No, Bo Nix is a good rookie quarterback. Jaden Daniels is a historic rookie quarterback. And, I mean, he's closer to getting MVP votes than he is to losing rookie of the year. So, I can't say enough about him. He's been a treat to watch, just a thrill. I hope he stays healthy. That's always a key to this thing, especially with a dual threat guy. But, yeah, credit to him for putting in the work to be great. credit to the Commanders for coaching him up. Everything about it is just awesome to watch.
Sunday Night Football is going to be a matchup of rookie quarterbacks. Obviously, Jaden Daniels on Washington and Burgundy and Gold. Michael Penix making his second start. What'd you make of his debut, and what more does he bring to the offense that Kirk couldn't?
I just think Kirk looked slow, old. I mean, we forget Tom Brady screwed this whole thing up because he was balling out at 45 years old, and everybody said, well, then everybody else can ball out till they're 40. And that's just not the case. He was just one of one. Tom Brady's just a freak. Like, he's just like LeBron. Like, it's just one of those things that just is hard to replicate. So, when Kirk Cousins was 36 coming off Achilles, I think everybody was just like, oh, well, the new, 45 is the new 40 and all this kind of stuff. And it's not. We just saw a guy, the age curve just hit him hard. And so, I think Michael Penix just gives them a little bit more of just competent quarterback play. And I hate to say that about Kirk because I think he's had a good career. I really do. I'm not one of these guys that bashes Kirk Cousins, but I think it was just over for him. Everything looked slow, and the ball's coming out slow, and everything. You just didn't have the quick twitch you need sometimes. And I think Penix just gives him a little more juice. He played really, really well. The stats don't really show it. He had a lot of drop passes. It wasn't lighting it up. He wasn't Jaden throwing 5 touchdowns, right? But when you watch him, you're like, wow, he looks really good. And you forget that Michael Penix played a lot of college football. He's an experienced guy. I think that's a big look. We're right now, it never happens that you hit more than really 50% of the first round quarterbacks, right? Like, it's just, you're lucky if 6 were drafted, you get 3 good ones out of it, right? Right now we're 5 of 5, and we haven't seen J.J. McCarthy. And I think a big part of that is the experience. The COVID year, NIL keeping guys in school an extra year. These guys have played a ton of football. And so when you watch Michael Penix, you say, well, he doesn't look like a rookie really because he's played a ton of high-level football, maybe not NFL football, but he knows what he's doing. He's really, really smart. He's mobile enough to make plays that way. And I was pretty impressed with how calm he was. Now, look, he did against the Giants. Does that really count? I don't know. But I think Penix is, from everything you could see in his first NFL start, you say, yeah, he's probably going to be a pretty good one too.
Yeah, I like Penix. I liked him a lot coming out. I remember David Aldridge. The Skins played in Seattle last year, and the Washington Huskies were home against Utah. And a bunch of us went to the Washington game before the Saturday, and which is an incredible stadium, by the way. But as we were watching, I remember David Aldridge said something to the effect of, all these draft experts keep telling me that these other guys are better, and all this kid does is just keep throwing bombs. Yeah. And Penix is a player. I like Washington in this spot. I just don't know that the Atlanta offense can just keep coming the way Washington does. But then if you look at the rosters on paper, Bijan, Pitts, London, like Atlanta should be really moving the ball, and it's just hasn't really worked so far.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're a Washington fan, you wish you would have caught Atlanta a couple of weeks ago because I think they're a better team right now with Penix. And again, I'm not trying to just bash Kirk because he doesn't deserve that for the career he's had, but you could just see a different tempo. You could just see they're just playing at a different level with Penix last week, and you probably a lot of confidence. Like, hey, like this guy does do it. Like they're not gonna say it out loud, but probably looking around like, this kid's doing some things Kirk just couldn't anymore. So yeah. I mean, and like you go back to Penix in the college football playoff last year, that semifinal game, just awesome. Like, I mean, he everybody made fun of the Falcons for that draft pick, and I did too on draft night. But as the offseason went on, you kind of understand it a little bit more that, hey, why not double up at quarterback? It's so important to get it right. What's wrong with drafting a guy you really, really believe in? I think the Falcons really believed in this kid, and I'm pretty happy to have him now. I'm going to tell you that.
Yeah, and so what? Your cap gets messed up for a year if you have a quarterback. Doesn't matter. Washington.
Yeah, as long as you get it right.
Washington has a quarterback.
You get the final answer on the test, right?
Yeah, exactly. Talking with our friend Frank Schwab from Yahoo Sports. You can follow him at Yahoo Schwab, SCHWAB. If you do want to get on the radio and bash Kirk Cousins, DC ain't the worst town for it. That's all I'm saying.
I know, right? Yeah, I've been thinking about that. Yeah.
No, but you've written a lot about the MVP race, and I think by all accounts it's Lamar versus Josh Allen, and I honestly think if it goes to Allen, who's been deserving, it's because people are just tired of it going to Lamar. I think you see this in sports, right? Like the only reason anybody but MJ won an MVP is because people just got tired of MJ winning it.
Yeah.
I think that's happened with Mahomes.
I'm
why
based
nobody's
in
rooting for the
Denver.
Chiefs anymore.
I'm based in Denver. Joel Embiid didn't deserve MVP 2 years ago. They just were sick of voting for Jokic.
True.
Right. Totally. You just see it happen. And it's kind of a sad indictment on the media, which we're all a part of, frankly. I don't have a vote. If I did, I think you just got to base it on the season that's unfolding rather than the history prior to it. But what do you think happens with the MVP award?
I will push back. I disagree. Look, there is some voter fatigue involved with, hey, let's give it to somebody new. Like, that's just kind of human nature. But I don't think it would be as egregious as MJ not winning MVP every year in the 90s, which he should have. I think Josh Allen's perfectly deserving. I do. I don't have a problem. This is one of the few, and I just tweeted this out. Like, this is one of the actual MVP races. We talk about, like, we talk up guys. Oh, this guy could win MVP when really he has no chance. And then Lamar gets 49 votes or whatever. I think this one's going to be like 27 votes for one guy, 22 for another. And then some rando's going to vote for Saquon Barkley. Like, it's going to be that close this year. And I'm fine with either one. I really am. It's one of the rare times where I can't sit here and tell you this, I think, is the right answer for MVP. I'm fine with Josh Allen. Like, they took away Stephon Diggs from him. They said, we're trading Stephon Diggs because you're just going to carry the more of the load. And he's responded so well to that. So I don't have a problem with Josh. Josh Allen's been Superman all year. If you watch the games, you know he's playing at a really, really high level. But Lamar Jackson, the greatest rushing quarterback of all time, is about ready to set the all-time single-season passer rating record. Like, how do you deny him MVP if he does that? He's at 121.6. Aaron Rodgers' record is 122.5. So he needs one more great game to basically have the best passing season of all time as far as efficiency goes. How do you deny him? I don't know. I don't know the right answer. I think that, we saw, Barry Sanders and Brett Favre split an MVP once upon a time, and Steve McNair and Peyton Manning did once upon a time. If these two guys somehow both ended up in a tie for first place in MVP, I'd be fine with it, actually. I think they both are so deserving, and I don't have a problem with either guy winning it.
Dude, I tend to agree with you. And what's even more remarkable is you mentioned Saquon, who's not going to win it, but at least deserves to be part of the conversation. Lamar's going to have his best ever passing year. I think this is his first. I don't want to say first ever, but I think, has he ever gone over 4,000 yards? He's going to.
I don't believe he has. And he's got
missed
39 touchdowns after yesterday.
Dude, and he's got 39 against 4 picks.
It's crazy. I know. And he's doing this with, people talk about Derrick Henry like, oh, well, he's got Derrick Henry. It's easier for him. Well, that also means a lot less volume to throw 39 TDs when Derrick Henry's taking up so many of them is actually
and only 4 picks.
The 4 picks as well.
Crazy.
Well, dude, I do think Baltimore has more help for Lamar. I think that offense is better, more refined than what Allen is dealing with in Buffalo. But it shows the level both these guys are at, that Joe Burrow is leading the NFL in passing yards, touchdowns. He has 39. He's tied with Lamar, 39 touchdowns, but he hasn't played yet this week, so that number is most likely to go up. He only has 8 picks on the year with an absurd. So Burrow has 1 less game played than Lamar right now. They're tied in passing touchdowns. He's 300 passing yards ahead of him and has thrown the ball 125 times more and still only has 4 more interceptions. Like, Burrow's season is bananas, and we're just not even discussing it.
And Frank, what the heck happened to Lou Anarumo's defense that we were all enamored by? They were the one that gives Kansas City all this trouble. And this year, if they had any semblance of defense, they'd be one of the top teams of the AFC.
Yeah, totally disappointing. I can't remember too many times a quarterback has played at an MVP level and not even made the playoffs. And the Bengals still have a shot to make the playoffs. It depends if the Broncos kind of collapse here. But, yeah, it's just shocking. Like, Lou Anarumo, remember 3 years ago, he was the guy. Like, he was, everybody's got to interview this guy. He might be the next head coach of the NFL. It just goes to show how quick it can come and go. And I just don't think they got great personnel. And maybe people have figured out he has a very confusing scheme, right? Like, that's what he does. He tries to confuse quarterbacks. Well, you get enough film on it, you kind of figure it out after a little bit. So, yeah, totally disappointing that the Bengals aren't likely aren't going to make the playoffs because they're just wasting one of the best years I've seen a quarterback play. Like Joe Burrow's playing at that level that we really rarely see. And to miss the playoffs, if that happened, that would just be a debacle for the Bengals.
And this is the type of season where you have to make changes, right? Even it's probably not Zach Taylor, but are they going to move on from Anarumo?
I assume so. Like I don't know. Let's say they miss the playoffs, right? Because if they make it, it's just a different thing, right? And we all know that. If they miss the playoffs, I don't know how you don't fire Anarumo. Like even if. I hate moves done just to make moves, right? Like you're always asking, like, well, are we going to get somebody better or not? But I think a season like that, you almost have to do it. You almost have to say, we can't look Joe Burrow in the eye if we don't make some major changes. He plays that well and not even make the playoffs. It'd be harsh. And I think they would have to change defensive coordinators and just almost just to signal to everybody that it's not acceptable to waste Joe Burrow like this.
It is remarkable, and I don't blame Anarumo at all. I think it's ownership. I mean, you look at the talent that has left that organization.
Yeah.
I mean, look at hell, Washington's going to see him. Jesse Bates is such a stud, and just the amount of talent drain they've lost there. Go ahead, Frank.
And they're about ready to lose one or two of their receivers too. I
think Higgins might be here next year.
Yeah, I think that's what's actually that's exactly what I think is going to happen. I think the Bengals should re-sign T. Higgins. I do. Like, just go all in. Just hey, this is what makes us special is having these two receivers with this quarterback. But we all know this the Bengals. They're not going to do it.
Yeah.
I can't even tell you for sure they're going to end up re-signing Jamar Chase because they're just that cheap. Like the Jamar Chase contract was one of the easiest in the NFL. Like, okay, you're basically Justin Jefferson. This is what Justin Jefferson got. Here you go. Like that was so easy, and they fumbled that, and it cost themselves millions of dollars along the way.
Totally, it's been remarkable to watch. Frank, thank you for the time as always, man. Appreciate you.
Absolutely, guys. Enjoy the games this weekend.
All right, that's our guy Frank Schwab from Yahoo Sports. Give him a follow at Yahoo Schwab. Joe Witt Jr., Commanders defense coordinator, next. All right, it's Cliff.
I'm
now.
Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders take on the Falcons on Sunday Night Football. Commanders can clinch a playoff spot with the win. Taking a look at yesterday's injury report, a bunch of players DNPs, although they did not practice yesterday. De'Ami Brown, Terry McLaurin, Zach Ertz, Andrew Wiley, Cleveland Farrell, Marshawn Lattimore, Jordan McGee, and Tyler Owens. Yesterday, Jaden Daniels was named Rookie of the Week once again, his 10th time winning the award, the most times ever by a rookie quarterback. The Eagles still say that quarterback Jalen Hurts is in concussion protocol. In the games yesterday, the Chiefs beat the Steelers 29-10. The Chiefs clinched the top seed in the AFC. Ravens beat the Texans 31-2. The Ravens take the lead in the AFC North. Also, Lamar Jackson became the NFL's all-time quarterback rushing leader, passing Michael Vick. Tonight, Thursday Night Football, Seahawks and Bears at 8:15. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. The Wizards taking on the Hornets at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The peaceful sounds of the Beastie Boys. Commanders defensive coordinator Joe Witt would probably like this song, frankly. He's a badass. This is a badass song. Commanders defensive coordinator Joe Witt addressing the media.
That when he did his workout, I was like, okay, he's a little small, and I like big guys. I don't like, a bunch of little guys, but he plays thick and heavy, and he's right where he needs to be. He throw hands. He's a lot like when I talk about consistency and being where you're supposed to be, like I talk about DA. That's what Sheldon is, and he's very smart. You could tell him he understands the blocking schemes and what's coming at him, the lean and the balance of the offensive alignment. If it's run pass, he gets all that, and so he's been a very important part to our defense.
I don't remember if I asked you this before, so I'm going to ask it again. But
Okay.
From a defensive perspective, you guys go against Jaden. You guys know Jaden as well as anybody. What makes him so hard to break down when he's on the move?
When he's on the move?
Yeah, like when he's scrambling. I mean, he can force so many missed tackles. Well,
because he's really fast. Like he's probably one of the faster guys on the team, and so as you're taking an angle, if you take an angle to actually go get him, he has a one-step cut where he can get vertical really quick. And so if you don't have multiple bodies going at him, if he sees one person, like they talk about Kobe in basketball, he was never worried about the first defender. He was worried about the help side and what's coming at him. That's where Jaden's eyes are when he's running. He's not worried about you tackling him. He's not going to tackle me. All right, now how do I beat him and make sure that this guy doesn't get me? That's what he does. And so he's hard. In practice, I always say, we don't run him in practice because we can't hit him. So, you're giving him 15 yards on a run in practice. Well, we can't even get close to him. So it's not even fair, but he makes us look the same way in practice. Yes.
Is there a difference preparing for a first-year offensive coordinator than there is for somebody who has more experience?
Yeah, it's from the standpoint that, you have a book on guys that you've seen, years prior. With a guy that's his first year, okay, you look at what he's done. Now we're towards the end of the season, so it's a little bit easier. But you look at, okay, what did he do at the place before, and his history, and then who was he really under for the majority of his time? You try to go back in the past and see what he's done in the past.
How much of what you've seen from Zach is more the Rams versus his own personal flavor on this offense?
It's not as much as the Rams as I thought it was going to be. I think it's a little bit more of him. Tampa was more ramish than more reductions and all, but I think he's put a little bit more of his own flavor on it.
Hey, Coach.
How you doing?
You talked a little bit about the Atlanta Falcons. Could you talk a little bit more about what you see that they do really well on the offense with a new quarterback in there, but their overall offense?
Well, I think from the pass game standpoint, they make the reads similar. They're balanced for the quarterback, and so the progression, if it's left to right, if it's away from the back or to the back, is very easy for the quarterback to get through his progressions. In the run game, they do a good job of getting the ball on the edge. I mean, they have really good blockers. They really get to the second level quickly, and they're able to get the runner onto the second level.
And you talked about Frankie Louvu, good game last week, but what have you seen in just week after week as far as just what he does?
Well, first, he's like I've said from day one, he's the type of player that we wanted to build this defense around. He's a run and hit, high energy man. He's everything that this defense really wants to be about. Frankie is a great teammate. All right, he's a leader. He doesn't say a whole bunch of, he doesn't say anything. He just runs and plays with great emotion and does whatever we ask him to do. He's right there. Bobby's so even killed, and then you have Frankie that just is ready to run through the wall. So he's just what we stand for.
This might be kind of basic, but do you have to adjust the way that you call a defense or your playing a lefty quarterback?
Yeah, that's a good question. Some things we might do in reverse because of the progression of how they read it. But, for the most part, we always do a hit chart of where the ball goes. And sometimes there's a right-hand quarterback that might throw it better to the left. That's rare, but there's sometimes that happens. And so we see the hit chart, and if we want to tilt the coverage one way or another, that affects. I give you an example. We were playing when Michael Vick came back a long time ago. That game started with a right-hand quarterback, and he came in. He was at Philly, and I had Sam Shields on the opposite side of the quarterback's throwing hand. So when Vick came in, I still had Sam to the right side, and he was a rookie that year. And he gave up a touchdown. Well, I should have flipped him once he got in and put Tremont on that side over there, which I didn't, but then it hit me like, okay, he's to the quarterback's throwing arm. So that's a very good point.
Just wondering about John and how you plug him back in whenever he gets back on the field and how he can help you at this stage.
Oh, I'm excited. With the opportunity of getting him back, hopefully that happens when he gets back in. Well, I'm sure he'll be on the pitch count, but I don't know what that number will be. I'll let the medical staff and AP and DQ, lead that way. But he gives us just another veteran player, high pedigree player that can go in and give those quality snaps inside, that can get after the quarterback, push the pocket, be disruptive. So we're excited to get him back. All right, y'all have a great one now.
I think it was some interesting insight there about never really thought of it when you get a lefty quarterback in there. We always talk about, catching punts from lefty punters or catching the ball from a lefty quarterback and how that's different. But flipping the defense, depending upon if it's a righty or a lefty quarterback, I think is interesting. And you hear Whit talk about how, he needed to flip back in the day when Michael Vick and flip, who was he saying? Sam Shields versus Tremont Williams. I think that's an interesting thing. So curious to see how that plays into it on Sunday. Maybe you have Drake London over on the left side more for a left-handed quarterback with Penix liking to throw the ball to the left side. I think that's an interesting point that he brought up. But, I'm curious to see how this defense plays on Sunday when you're going up against the rookie quarterback. You're going up against somebody that's only making his second career start. It's something, you don't have tons of tape on him. You're going to have to go back to a lot of because he didn't play much in preseason either. You're going to have to go back to a lot of what he did in college. But I think, JP, when you look at some of the weapons that this Atlanta offense has, you look at Bijan, you look at Kyle Pitts, you look at Drake London, they've got the guys on paper, like we were talking about earlier. They probably have the better unit overall, but you've got a guy in Penix making his second career start. I'm curious to see what this defense can do against a guy making that second career start, a defense that likes to play aggressive. We talked with Quan Martin last week about that, playing a little more aggressive and forcing the issue. I think it's a little bit different than what we've seen in the past, where facing a rookie quarterback when you're kind of letting them dictate versus when you're trying to dictate. I think that's how you can maybe dominate a game if a guy just gets a little confused, he's not trusting what he's seeing, and hopefully that can be the case on Sunday for Washington.
Go get him. You got a rookie quarterback in his second start. And what Atlanta did was really smart, and it was absolutely intentional, is they gave Penix his first start at home against the Giants. The Giants have quit. They can decide who they're firing up there. That's up to them. But that team has quit. Like, the team on the field is just awful. And then they're not matching effort to personnel. Like, everything – when it goes bad, I've seen it. Like, the milk's gone bad. That's the scene in the Giants locker room right now. So you let him start with that. And I just think this week is entirely different. It's his first road game. It might be raining. The weather might be crappy. We're hoping Amelia Draper comes on tomorrow and gives us a legit weather preview. Go get him. We sit in the press box in big situations, 3rd and 13, and we wonder, how would you play it? What would you do? We all kind of this stuff out to each other. Go get him. Last week against New York, he was okay. He made some throws, but he was 18-27 for 200 yards with a pick. There's questions about his mobility. He's a lefty that can sling it. His ability to get deep is fantastic. Pressure. That's, to me, that's the game plan defensively.
Yeah, I can't remember what game it was, but you go back and look at early, and I forget what game it was, but there was a certain quarterback. It might have been Deshaun Watson, it might have been someone else, but hit the dude early and then make it something where he's thinking about it. It speeds up his internal clock. He's not able to see everything. The eyes come down to the rush, and I think they've got the dudes to do it, right? Bring Luvu on different blitzes in that first quarter and just make it so he's always looking for 4 versus worrying about what he's going to do to get the ball to Drake London or how he's going to find a way to get Kyle Pitts open. He's worried about that rush. I agree 100%. Like, make this dude beat you. Make this dude have to operate at a high level, and if he does, you tip your cap, but you also have an offense that can go win it for you regardless. But play aggressively on Sunday. You know, you can say that they don't have anything to lose. They do have a lot to lose, but play aggressively and force them to come out and win this thing offensively, because I think if you're Washington's offense, I mean, you feel like you should be able to continue to do what you've done the last couple of weeks and put up 30 and really take some of that pressure off your defense. If you go after him, get to him early, like, look, make him fold. He's a rookie quarterback. I like him a lot. Like you said, coming out of college, he's a heck of a player. He's played a lot of football. He hasn't played at this level, though. And he's seeing a new defense, and he's playing a team that actually has something to play for this week. Make him know it.
This is outrageous. This is a cool little life is good moment. The Lions are signing Teddy Bridgewater. Teddy Bridgewater didn't play this season, coached his alma mater in Florida high school football, won a state title, and is now catching on in Detroit for what could be a title run.
It's awesome.
That's pretty damn cool. You're going to hear from Cliff Kingsbury when we come back. It's B. Mitch Finley.
Welcome back, B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in with JP today. We just heard from defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. just a couple of minutes ago. Now let's go out to the podium once again and hear from offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury.
So they played at a much higher level recently, and there's no doubt they're doing a great job against the run. But this week's about us and getting better in that department.
I know you don't want to win that way, kind of not be able to run the ball effectively with the running backs, but is that something you can do consistently?
If number 5 is healthy, yes. You know, I mean, in this league, you're going to have to run it at some point, particularly going to the NFC. You look at some of the teams, some of the places you may have to play. But, yeah.
And we've asked you this before, but Jaden's consistency, particularly at the end of games, I know you saw it like on the tape in college and you've seen it a couple times this year, but is it surprising, or what is the key for like it to keep happening?
Yeah, I think his belief in himself and his ability just in those moments to just really lock in and focus. And he's as good as I've ever been around as far as just playing the next play. Like he doesn't let much phase him. He knows the work he's put in during the week and he focuses on that. And so it's like the result is what it is, and he can process it and move forward. And for a young guy to be able to handle that with all he has going on has been really impressive.
What does David Blau bring to the quarterback's room? How does he help you?
Yeah, he's been phenomenal. He's one of the smartest quarterbacks I've ever been around. I just had him a little bit in Arizona, and he picked up the offense in like 5 days, and we had him starting a couple of days later and executed at a really high level. And I was just his kind of steady habits, how he interacted with other players, you know, how he communicated with the coaches. I always thought like this guy would be a phenomenal coach, and his experience with the young quarterbacks, being so young and so recently a part of the game, I think that carries a lot of weight with those guys. Like he can share his experiences, a guy who maximized everything he was to get where he's at, and it hits home. And so he's been a great voice in that room. And then for me, some of the blind spots I have or Tavita has, you know, having just come out of that role as a backup or having started games, it just carries a lot of weight when he speaks.
This was not totally focused on offense, but you're around Jaden so much. You see these guys interact. His relationship with Bobby Wagner, how have you kind of seen that grow? I mean, it seems like they're always just, you know, taking shots at each other,
yeah, they
playfully. But
a lot of trash talking. But I think Jaden, he has great self-awareness, great situation awareness. He knows like that's what greatness looks like. The level he's done it at for so many years, how he carries himself, how he studies, you know, how he plays the game. And that's, I know, a goal of Jaden's is to be known for a guy who does it the right way on and off the field. And there's no better role model to have in your locker room than Bobby.
And you talk about with the run game in practice, what little things are happening in the game that you think could be cleared up by practice?
Yeah, I think just a little bit too much paralysis by overanalysis. You know, if you're going to make a mistake, we got to make it full speed. It's the picture is going to change. Defense is going to do different things, show different fronts. But I feel like there's some hesitation. We've got a bunch of smart guys up there that have done a great job sorting things out. But I feel like we're not just firing and we're kind of waiting at this point. And it's like, hey, we're going to cut it loose, play downhill. If we make a mistake, we'll go full speed and let the backs play off of it.
And how has Ben Sinnott developed in both roles, pass catcher, blocker?
Yeah, he's, you know, a very skilled football player. There's no doubt. I think the blocking aspect is something that we're continuing to work on with him. You know, it's a different speed, different level of play, but he's made big strides in that area, and we'll continue to bring him along. You know, he's behind one of the greatest pass catching tight ends in the history of the league, and so that keeps a few reps off his plate. But we're very pleased with, you know, his progress so far.
I seem to remember going back even to the preseason, you seem to be with Jaden's understanding of what he's seeing, his leadership, that you were pretty willing to say, hey, if you see something, go for it. What was it about his ability to see things, to lead out there, that for you was like, okay, we're good here? Yeah,
just early on. I mean, when he said something and he had information, it was spot on. You know, I mean, he nailed it, and he saw coverages and he saw releases and he saw, hey, we got this guy because of this. And so it didn't take many plays into like rookie minicamp. I was like, all right, this guy, he's going to be up here as far as recognizing what he's seeing and being able to communicate like that. And that's huge for coaches to be able to coach off that and be able to help through that, because there are guys who will come up with the reasons why this wasn't over. I thought this, right, and he just will say it as it is. And he's the first one to say my bad if he screws something up too. So that gains a lot of trust with the coaching staff.
And I know that the teaching aspect for him is going to be every day, and not just for this year, but for the years to come. But at this point in the year, when you've got down to 2 regular season games and maybe more, is it more about focusing on improving what you're doing already versus throwing in different stuff that maybe ultimately you want that, but maybe it's a little late in the season for that?
Yeah, I think with him right now, it's just making sure we don't get bored with doing the proper footwork and the correct read and taking the right check down, which I thought he did a tremendous job avoiding sacks, getting the ball out of his hand, throwing it away last week. Like, don't get bored with making the routine play. I mean, he can do the Superman stuff when it's called for, and he does, but I think that's a big deal. Stay within yourself, stay within the system, and when it's time to make those plays, you're going to make those plays. So he did a nice job last week, and we just got to stay right there with it.
Apologies for one more Jaden question.
No, they're all good, baby. Keep them coming. I can talk about them all day.
On the part about him putting things behind him quickly, can we go back to last week for a moment? He threw an interception late in the game. It was really one of the first times late. Fifth turnover late in the game. It's a mistake. Could have lost the game. Was there anything in that moment you can share with us about his demeanor, what was said, to turn back around, get back on the field, and go win the game?
Yeah, he doesn't change at all on that stuff. You could just tell from looking in his eye, if we get the ball back, we're gonna go win it. And that was like his feel. That's one of the most brazen throws he's probably made, if you will. And I think he was just trying to make a play. But yeah, he reset, and there was no like, oh, we lost the game, or that's on me. I was like, all right, if we get the ball back, I'm gonna go win it. And that's what the sideline felt, and his teammates felt, and his coaches felt. Yeah, if you're gonna do that, you got to complete it. That's really it. It's like you can't high five him for all the ones that work and then crush him for the one that doesn't. I understood it was 3rd and long, critical situation. He's trying to make a play. That was a bit ambitious of a throw, but yeah, it's like, hey, if you're gonna throw that one, got to make it work, dog. And you move forward. I would say just he's as good a player as he's an even better person, like towards his teammates, his coaches, like watching this Christmas stuff. Like, he's a phenomenal human being above all else. And I didn't know him on that level. I knew the tape. I was like, this is as good as I've seen, progressing through and making plays with his feet, but he is a tremendous person. It was not. That was a Dave Blau play that he brought with him. And Jameson really sets it high, and Zach comes underneath, and Zach's the main target. But Friday practice, we repped that, and he hit Jameson like a one-handed diving catch, and I was like, never seen that before. And then we hit in the game, so it was like some universe shit. And then the second play, this is a true story. The second play, we ended practice with a safe 2-point conversion, and at the time, I'm like, who does a safe 2-point conversion? Let's just throw it, whatever. But it's a run play. You're up 1. Hopefully they don't pick it off and run it back. And so that situation came up exactly like it did on Friday. So shout out DQ, and then Dave Gardy, our situational guy, manifested it. I'm telling you. Yeah, it's not that extreme, but yeah, something like that. Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Cliff Kingsbury, man, that's a smooth cat. So is Toby Altizer. I'm kind of sandpaper-ish. Here's what we're gonna do. Appreciate the coordinators for stopping by. This Sirianni Zach Ertz thing, we're finally getting some context to it. We're going to open the phone lines up, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. You're going to hear the Sirianni Zach Ertz thing. Then we're going to let y'all talk. It is, after all, a Bleep You Thursday. And after everybody's been pent up in the house with their in-laws and their extended family for a week, might have plenty of bleeps to go around. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders take on the Falcons on Sunday Night Football. The Commanders can clinch a playoff spot with a win. Commanders did not practice yesterday, but taking a look at the practice report, which would have been an estimation, plenty of players did not practice, including on offense, De'Ami Brown, Terry McLaurin, Zach Ertz, and Andrew Wiley. On defense, Cleveland Farrell, Marshawn Lattimore, Jordan McGee, and Tyler Owens. Jaden Daniels was named Rookie of the Week for the 10th time this season. It's the most time a rookie has won the award. Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts remains in concussion protocol. Yesterday, the Christmas games, the Chiefs beat the Steelers 29-10. The Chiefs clinching the top seed in the AFC. The Ravens beat the Texans 31-2. The Ravens take the lead in the AFC North from Pittsburgh, and Lamar Jackson passed Michael Vick to become the NFL's all-time quarterback rushing leader. He had 87 yards on 4 carries yesterday. Thursday Night Football tonight, Seahawks and Bears, 8:15 kickoff. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Kenneth Walker out for Seattle. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Hornets at Capital One Arena tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. And in college hoops, Miami head coach and longtime George Mason coach Jim Larinaga, he's going to be stepping down as the Miami head coach. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Ain't that some? B. Mitch Finley 1067 The Fan. Oh boy. Listen, man, I've been trying to keep it positive. I'm focused on Atlanta. I am, had a nice Christmas. Things are good. I'm seeing the good in the world. All right, Toby?
As you should.
However, Nick Sirianni is just a child and just continues to piss me off. This goes back to when he completely out of nowhere and for no reason just tried to throw a cheap shot at Art Monk. And he's been on my bleep hole radar ever since. Sirianni, for whatever reason, now this is Jeff McClain is a reporter for the Philadelphia Inquirer. This dude McClain's a real deal. He knows what he's doing. He's not making stuff up. He's not joking around in the content world. He ain't fishing for clicks. He has a podcast up in Philadelphia. I believe it's for Odyssey, and he covers the Eagles. He explained this story about Nick Sirianni and Zach Ertz on his latest podcast.
The bad blood was on display during the game and after. Oddly enough, between Sirianni and former Eagles tight end Zach Ertz. The two had to be separated during post-game handshake. Sirianni didn't have much to say about it after the game.
What was the nature of the interaction with Zach Ertz after the game? It looked like he was pretty...
Just say, congrats, both of us say congrats to each other.
Ertz told an Inquirer reporter, "I'll let him comment on what was said. To me, we just exchanged holiday pleasantries and kept it moving." But according to sources close to the incident, here's what really happened. Ertz went to shake Sirianni's hand, could tell the coach was agitated, so instead gave him a high five. Sirianni didn't like the intensity of Ertz's hand slap and mocked him because he had only one catch, and told him he essentially did nothing to contribute to the Commanders' win. Ertz took exception and got in Sirianni's face, but the coach's escort, as always, Dom DeSandro, jumped in and held Ertz back and ushered a defeated Sirianni to the tunnel. Sirianni later called Ertz and apologized over a Zoom conference call, sources said. The former Eagles tight end played for the coach in his first year in Philadelphia before getting traded to the Cardinals midseason. Publicly, Ertz and Sirianni were complimentary of each other after their short stint together in 2021.
God, can you be more of a loser? Yo, your team just lost. Not to mention, Ertz came back 1 week after having a concussion.
Yes.
Oh, and by the way, he had a catch that picked up a really important first down. I mean, what a loser. How childish can you be? What a loser.
It's terrible. Terrible. The fact that you're offended at the intensity of a high five after a hard-fought game like that, you're going to call him out post-game, say you didn't do anything. What are we doing? What are you doing? That is just, it's a horrible look for Sirianni. Just add it to the list of things that are horrible looks for Sirianni. I don't understand why that's your mindset post-game. Like, why does he always have to have that chip on his shoulder? You just lost a ball game. Concede the fact that you lost. And he's a Philadelphia legend. It makes no sense. But it fits with Sirianni.
I mean, what a loser, dude. I mean, what are you doing? Big Dom deserves a raise. Whatever Big Dom's doing, pay him more.
Let him coach the team.
And he might be already. I'd like to listen, if you want to call in 800-636-1067, fire away. Phone lines are open. But I want to let all the boys in the aquarium respond to this. Landfill, any words for Coach Sirianni?
Yeah, that guy just seems like a tool. And also, I'm upset about this story because I have to hear more about Big Dom, who is my least favorite person.
I concur with you on that one, by the way.
I've met Dom a few times. He's a nice guy. Dude, he is the most just like low-key, yeah, what's up, dude? Like,
yeah.
Whatever the fame or whatever has happened to Big Dom, it has not gotten to him. And B swears Dom was there when B was there.
Wow.
Playing. Dom doesn't age, apparently. He's like
apparently
Batman.
not.
Jeffrey, any words for Coach Sirianni?
Yeah, man. Bleep you. Don't be talking about players. Y'all, then you talking trash. How you gonna give words after y'all just took an L? You should have just kept your head down and went in the locker room. Bleep you.
Correct. White Brian, your first time to weigh in Nick Sirianni. Now, I know you're a Giant fan, but you've seen the same child do dumb stuff too.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this last year when Big Dom got banned from the sideline and Sirianni was alone. They imploded. He's a little girl.
It is true. Like Big Dom, when he is not around, somehow it's like Big Dom is dad and Sirianni's the son, and somehow the son gets to do everything and Big Dom has to rein him in whenever he gets out of control. What are we doing? This is a professional head coach.
Dude, I feel like the only reason Sirianni keeps his job is how he doesn't want to look bad. And they're winning games. Like, on some level, maybe he runs good practices or runs a good program, but like, it's just, what are you doing, you child?
Well, and did he used to call plays? He doesn't anymore. Kellen Moore's calling plays on offense. He's not calling defensive plays. He's an offensive guy. So he's the overseer kind of guy. We asked for years, what the heck was Ron doing here, right? Like, what is he doing on game day?
What is Sirianni doing? You do here?
Like, what is Sirianni doing on game days other than instigating the fans and talking trash to the other team after he loses? What are we doing?
What are we? It is just so remarkably stupid and just unprofessional.
Correct.
And dude, whatever we want to say about the Eagles, they are a really well-run organization. Jeffrey Lurie is always cool, classy. Like, they do everything right there's a lot that in the media we see about the organization's totality that probably fans don't get to see or experience, just how things are run. And Philly is a really well-run organization, just period. And for them to have this kind of dude that's just constantly like making these little embarrassing incidents, what are you doing?
Yeah, and I mean, to go from a guy in Doug Peterson.
Not to mention Ertz could beat his ass if he wanted to.
It's so true. It's so true. But to go from like a guy like Doug Peterson, you think about their coaches over the years.
Andy Reid.
Yeah, Andy Reid, like good guys. And even though obviously here we can't stand Philadelphia, like the coaches haven't been the problem, right? It's the players, it's the fans. The coach adds into it now. And honestly, he might be public enemy number one.
Well, dude, just for the cheap shot, the completely unnecessary cheap shot against Art Monk a couple years ago for no reason.
Yes.
All right, so Ertz is 6'5", 250. What do we got Sirianni at?
Let's see.
6'3". I'm guessing 210. I'm also counting on Wikipedia here.
Yeah, I mean,
Wikipedia's got him 6'3", 190. And Ertz is an NFL tight end.
Yeah, NFL tight end, currently playing, starting in the NFL.
What are you doing, you freaking loser? All right, I got the call sheet up here. Is that Co from the Foe on line 1? If so, bring him up. Or her up. That's a her.
Happy
That's a him.
holidays, fellas. What's up?
Hey, buddy.
What's up, man?
Who you mad at?
Nothing, man. Hey, don't get mad at me for this, JP, man. I still rock with you, man. But bleep y'all, man, because I think y'all going in a little too hard on Sirianni, man. We don't know exactly what transpired, man. We wasn't right on the field. JP, you might have been on the field. I don't know. But he said he tried to go up and congratulate the guy, and Ertz slapped the mess out of his hand, man. Like you say, Ertz is 6'5". We don't know what transpired. And then Sirianni got butthurt about it and talked about his play. But that's just what they do on that gridiron. Y'all just
Hold on.
I'm tired of hearing about Sirianni on Redskins radio. Let's talk about the game. I'd rather hear about your Christmas dinner yesterday, JP. But I'm tired of hearing about Shawty. We in Washington. I'm tired of hearing about it. We got to get new topics. And Lansfield, I think you're a hater too, Lansfield. You even hate on Big Dom.
I definitely am a Big Dom hater. Absolutely, without question.
I don't think there's any, like, generally when you call somebody a hater, they want to push back. Like, nah, man, Lansfield is a hater. Like, there's no debate about this. Is that correct, James Andrew?
I mean, of Big Dom, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Name another sideline security guy in the NFL. You can't. That's why I hate him.
Sure. You're not wrong, dude. You're not wrong. Now, Toby, I just want you to see the level of professionalism on this call sheet. Someone on line 1, it says, come to me next. So let's do that. Why does it say?
So what?
Line 1 said, come to me next.
It said, come to me next. By the way, bleep that caller for defending Nick Sirianni in DC.
Yeah, that was not what I expected. Like, I don't randomly bring up Sirianni topics throughout the season. They just played them, and he got into it with a Commanders player.
Yeah.
Therefore, it's relevant to us.
Yeah, and Zach Ertz is rightfully fired up about a win in the last second against his rival. What? Stupid Sirianni.
Let's go to Jay in DC. Jay, what up? Who you mad at?
What's going on, y'all? I'm kind of mad at y'all. I the last caller summed it up. If someone
For real?
comes and slaps my hand, yeah, man. If someone comes in and slaps my hand, you only had one catch. Hey, man, you gonna get this trash talk.
Oh, come on.
Wow. That is 2 Sirianni defenders. I also don't think he slapped his hand. Like, maybe we need to hear it again. Who was trying to shake hands?
He said they were going in for the handshake. He was fired up, so Zach Ertz gave him a high five instead. Big deal.
I can't believe 2 callers now have backed up Sirianni. Jay, are you doing a bit, or you honestly feel that way? Is Jay gone?
Maybe
Yeah,
they're
hey, JP, I gotta bleep you, JP. I got
what I do.
No. I got.
What are you mad at? You disagreed with me about Sirianni.
JP, I gotta say bleep you to Jay and Co from the Foe, because why are y'all defending people that's not a part of this cult right here?
Preach.
Not a part of this burgundy and gold cult. Hey, look, if Zach don't want to shake his hand, it was probably obviously something before just this game. And look, I don't see Zach Ertz just being a total bleep hole, but bro, nah. Hey, Sirianni, don't dot my man up, bro. Keep it moving. Everybody ain't gonna like you. I'm quite sure your mom told you that. Get out of here. And you crying and you're mad? Nah, bleep you. And Co from the Foe and Jay, I'm disappointed in y'all. I'm really disappointed in y'all.
Preach.
Y'all are defending the other side. Nah, we don't go like that.
Jeff, you know I love you. I often can find some things to be critical of with you. Your last 90 seconds of radio is the best you've ever been. You are so correct. Like, what are we doing?
Yes.
What are we doing here?
Yeah.
I'm happy to have a regular bleep you segment. Like, this doesn't have to be the all Sirianni hour, but like, I'm legit shocked that people are like, nah, man, Ertz high-fived him too hard.
How are
What?
they giving the benefit of the doubt to Nick Sirianni over Zach
Right.
Ertz?
The guy that does this kind of stuff all the time. That's what I would have said to Co before he dropped is as soon as he randomly insulted Art Monk for no reason, that's when this dude has been on my radar ever since.
Yeah.
Like he started this.
Correct.
You know what I mean? Like if your neighbor keeps taking your tools and eventually you don't say anything, they're just going to keep doing it. Like you got to be mindful of
yes.
it. Is that Jupe on line 3? Let's try Jupe. Jupe, who you mad at, buddy?
Man, I'm mad at these crybaby, whiny. Now we see where these Eagle fans get it from. Nick Sirianni type crying still about the loss on Sunday. All this, Jalen Hurts didn't get concussed. It would have been a different story. Well, guess what? The whole game was fluky because B-Rob don't fumble like that. That's the first game Timothy Daniels threw more than one pick. Like, the whole game was fluky. We came out with a W. We can make excuses about the first game we played because Timothy Daniels wasn't himself. O-line was banged up, but no, we lost. We just kept it at that, kept it moved. These Eagles fans still to this day, JP, is still crying about the loss, man. Like, move on. Go on
Jupe, to that point, listen to this. Thank you for the call, brother. Merry Christmas. My mother-in-law recently had her, I believe it was her knee done, right? So she has to go to physical therapy. She was telling me this yesterday at Christmas. At her physical therapy office, it's 6 women, all huge NFL fans. They all wear NFL gear like every day. And they're weirdly mostly Bills fans, but one of them is an Eagles fan. And the Eagles fan was irate all week. The Eagles fans think that Washington stole this game from them. And I don't know if that's because of the Hurts concussion or Gardner Johnson getting ejected. Like there's some stuff they have to be mad about. But the Commanders gave you 5 turnovers and you couldn't win the game. That's on you.
Yes.
5
100%,
turnovers.
100%. And like we were talking about before the show, like injuries happen when you run your quarterback. Things happen. Devontae Smith drops the ball. Yes, the game should have been won by you guys. It was not. And guess what? I'm not going to apologize. How many times has Washington had games stolen from them? I do not care. I do not care one bit about people in Philly's feelings. Too bad you lost. Hold the L.
All right. 2 more callers. Lock up the phones. Mark is in Landover Hills. Mark, what up, man?
Merry Christmas, JP. Merry Christmas, Toby.
Merry Christmas, man.
Hey, guys. I think the first and second caller have a point. But since you're on the subject, bleep Nick Sirianni. Let's move on and get to know about the Atlanta Falcons and how we're going to hang their hide on the barn, as my good man Little would say, and put a 40 burger up on them and take it on home. Enough about those clowns that are still whining like a bunch of little whipped dogs. That's all we're trying to say. Think more like Doc thinks, because he wouldn't be talking about this crap, because it ain't nothing but crap.
Well, Doc's too busy working on his mock draft.
Hey, whatever it takes, buddy. Whatever it takes.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate the call.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for listening. Who knew the day after Christmas would be the, hey, you don't know how to host a radio show caller day?
Yeah. It's not like this happens every Thursday or anything.
We're going to end it with Levi in Bethesda. What's up, Levi?
Hello. I just want to say, leave you to all Eagles fans. I was at the game with my dad and my brother.
Yes.
They were so annoying. They were just making these weird chants. They were so loud, and I just wanted to try to enjoy the game. But of course, they had to make it worse. But of course, when we won, they were all sad, and and then we were just saying, "That was the Commanders." It was so funny. I knew that they were probably crying, and it was that's why I hate the
Levi.
I hate Eagles.
This is the exact call we needed, pal.
Yes.
How old are you, Levi?
I'm 12.
And are you a regular listener to Bleep You Thursday?
Yes, of course.
I love it.
This is his dad, and maybe not this segment, but the other segments, he's definitely a big fan.
Hey, Levi, man, thank you for bringing some sense to all these boo-hoo adults that just do nothing but want participation trophies and avocado toast, Levi. You're telling the truth, brother. I appreciate it, man.
Yep. Thank you so much.
Thank you, buddy. Happy holidays to you. Thank you, Dad. We appreciate that. Levi, absolutely the call of the day.
Yes.
Thank you, Levi. Some sanity. Some sanity.
Been raised right.
That's a good family right there. You got my full support. Peter Roseberg joins us next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders take on the Falcons on Sunday Night Football. The Commanders can clinch a playoff spot with the win. Today, the Commanders signed wide receiver Chris Moore to the practice squad. He was with the Cardinals earlier this season, had 22 receptions last season with Tennessee. Other NFL news, Jaden Daniels was named Rookie of the Week this past week, the 10th time winning the award, the most time ever. Teddy Bridgewater is signing with the Lions, coming out of retirement after he led his high school football team to a state championship. Yesterday, the Christmas games, the Chiefs beat the Steelers 29-10. Chiefs clinching the top seed in the AFC. The Ravens beat the Texans 31-2. The Ravens take the lead in the AFC North from Pittsburgh, and Lamar Jackson passed Michael Vick to become the all-time quarterback rushing leader in the NFL. Thursday Night Football tonight, Seahawks and Bears, 8:15 kickoff right here on the Fan. Seahawks running back Kenneth Walker already been ruled out. In the NBA, the Wiz taking on the Hornets tonight at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Coming up in our next segment, I have a little squabble with Toby that we're going to address. But for right now, we're going to talk to our friend, Mr. Peter Rosenberg, coming in from New York. Got his own new show starting up after the holidays here. Fired up for that. Peter, what up, man? How are you, buddy?
Thank you for that kind, warm welcome. Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. Happy Kwanzaa all. Who is this Toby character that I'm talking to today?
B. Mitch has his grandkids in town, so he took a couple days off, well deserved, and so Toby is with me. Toby's a good guy, but you know what? You're a radio guy, so I'm gonna spill the tea right now. So Toby does updates for us, and he's sitting in doing the show with me today, but he never gives me a heads up. He's about to start the update, and I'm just kind of chatting, doing my thing, thinking we're in break, and Toby just busts in like, "Oh, from the 5-Star Sports Desk," or whatever he does. Give me a heads up, Toby.
Yeah, my bad. My bad.
All right.
My bad.
Toby, how old are you, Toby?
I am 26.
Oh, you're a fresh-faced youngster in the game. Yeah, Toby, you got to give a little 3-second coming down in 3. You got to give us a few seconds. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what? I've learned from my mistake. I'll do it from now on.
Peter, do you have any advice for young Toby here that's deciding upon a career in radio?
Oh, you've chosen an industry that is flourishing. It's never been a better time in our business than right now. So what a great your decision making obviously is awesome.
We're like the Harbaughs. Who's got it better than us?
Darn right. Darn right.
Listen, radio's not as bad as they say. There is still some worth in this biz. You just gotta listen. If you could learn anything from both JP and myself, and B. Mitch too, you just gotta have multiple different things going at all times. Like JP always calls me the busiest man. He's not doing lots of things. You know what I mean? Like stay busy.
It's true.
All right. So our friend Peter Rosenberg launching his own new drive time show, ESPN New York. Hot 97 does a million things. About to have his first baby. So much excitement in your life, and yet, Peter, I am curious where Sunday's comeback against the Eagles ranked for you as far as best moments of the year.
So it was a terrific day. We had a great time. I'm sure you saw my reaction on my Instagram page at
awesome.
Rosenberg Radio. My wife has gotten very good at like subtly just having. I mean, she is a photographer, so she's very good at just pulling out a camera and shooting me at these moments. It was great. Like I'm not going to put it next to the Bears game. Because of the fact, obviously Hurts being gone. Like, I'm sorry, guys, that game gets an asterisk. Like, I take the win. It's great. You cannot tell me. Maybe one of you will disagree. Could a true Commanders fan really be walking around with their chest out just as much had Hurts played the entire game?
Yeah, you're not wrong with that, but I'm not looking back and like reminding myself of it, if that makes sense.
I feel you. I'm just saying my level. Okay, so it's twofold. One, no Hurts. Two, how stupid that game was. I mean, It just should have been won already several times. Like The mistakes were just so killer. And honestly, I'm not even talking about the last killer, which was Jaden's pick, because you know what? Every quarterback is entitled to let one sail every couple games. It happens.
Right.
It's the other ones that were just inexcusable. Like, Jaden has every right to have a slip up in a 5-touchdown outing, and he did. The problem was we gave him no other opportunities. There were just so many mistakes made. So I'm not trying to be that guy. I loved it. I screamed and was happy. It makes these next 2 weeks a lot easier. You know, we should be able to wrap this thing up quickly. And correct me if I'm wrong, guys, we can still get in with no more wins, right?
Correct.
There is a path.
If the Bucks lose, right? If
the Bucks, it's either the Rams and the Bucks or the Rams and the Falcons. But if other teams lose, they'll be in. But whatever. I'm not even win Sunday night.
Yeah.
Sunday night is the priority.
Simplest way.
How do you feel about this team going into Sunday Night Football? The Falcons coming to town, who I get that they just beat up on the Giants pretty good, but the Giants have completely quit playing football. This is a different test altogether for Michael Penix to make his first road start.
Yeah, totally different situation. I'd love to finish it up this weekend, obviously. But no, man, I had a ball. I was thrilled. And getting to see Jaden have another great game like that, man, he is just such a killer. Like, I think about the quarterbacks who I've hated facing in my time as a fan. And I think it's really hard to say. It's actually a fun conversation, not to produce your guys' show, but hey, it's a fun conversation.
Well, don't worry. The people last segment were trying to do that. So,
all right, good. Well, I should have some. Hopefully, I have some more credibility than whoever that was. But
scholars.
So fun conversation. Who are the quarterbacks you most dreaded playing? And like, in his prime, I don't know if I dreaded dealing with anyone more than Russell Wilson in Seattle. And like, JP, you remember every game we'd be playing them. You're fighting to stay alive, and it's 3rd and 13, and you think the drive is over, and he sneaks up the middle, and he's gone for 40, and you're like, how did that happen? I don't know if there's anyone in that regard who is more annoying to play against than our guy. Like, he is absolutely brutal. Totally. It can literally be 4th and 15, and you have to be scared when Jaden Daniels drops back. That is an incredible place to be as a fan.
Dude, we were talking about this. We did a little bit on the radio Monday, and Tischler and I did this on the podcast on Beltway Football. In the NFC, now I'm saying NFC specifically because AFC, Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Lamar, I do still have it in a different category. But in the NFC, is there any player more dangerous with the ball in his hands at this point?
Don't know that there is.
Well, so the conversation would be Saquon.
Yeah, but the ball's got to get to him. You know what I mean? Like
the ball has to get to him. And then if you go to quarterback, I mean, I guess Stafford. I mean,
Goff's been fantastic. I mean,
yeah, Goff's been really good.
There was a time to be Hurts.
Hurts as well. By the way, Hurts is still high, man. Like, let's be real, guys. If Hurts plays, I did not like to start that game. I do not think that's a good day for us if Hurts continues playing.
Right. I'm not saying definitively it's Jaden, but he's damn sure
he's
in the conversation.
Yeah, he's in the conversation at least.
Oh, he's 100% in the conversation, and I think it's totally reasonable to say it's him. Totally.
I'm curious. Coming off the game on Sunday, the most likely scenario right now would be that Philly finishes as a 2, Washington finishes as the 7. If that's the case, obviously Washington goes to Philly for a playoff game. How do you feel about that?
Yay. Off to Philly we go. I don't, it's not great. It's not great. And I don't think, you can listen, there are certainly positive things you can take away from this last game, particularly offensively, right? Like, Jalen Hurts wasn't playing defense for that team, and we shredded them most of that game. So you can certainly feel, obviously, Kingsbury took responsibility for how bad he was in the first Philly game, clearly made adjustments in the second Philly game. There's no reason to think we won't be able to put up numbers. It's just a matter of, can we get stops? And by the way, what's up with Lattimore? How's he feeling?
Well, it's not great. We should know more today, but that hammy popped back up on him. That's honestly probably a big part of the reason New Orleans was willing to move him at this stage of his career was that the hammy trouble. He's had trouble staying on the field.
Oh, God, it's such a crazy thing to like have the trouble, but still be so effective when you're on the field. Like,
he changes. Dude, I did want to ask you one other thing, non-Commanders related, because I saw you on Twitter, and you guys can follow Peter at Rosenberg Radio, Twitter and Instagram. You really, really enjoyed Beyonce's halftime performance. I saw Governor Westmore tweeted out Beyonce had the best performance by a Texan because she's from Houston and she was the best. But dude, this tweet stood out to me. You said, not Michael, not Prince, not anyone has ever done a live TV stadium performance like Beyonce just did. Every aspect was off the charts. What did Beyonce do that you think outperformed? I think Prince is the best Super Bowl halftime ever.
So the Prince halftime performance is great, right? He ends up playing Purple Rain in the rain. It's all there. Yeah. It's you can't, listen, God loves Prince. I get it. It was awesome. But if you go back and watch it, it's a really good stage performance, Beyonce, the way that whole thing was put together, the amount of movement and the, like, first of all, from a singing standpoint, she was flawless, right? Like, she didn't have a bad moment singing. From a dancing standpoint, obviously, right? Like, Prince is a musician. He plays guitar on stage. She dances on stage. I personally think for my entertainment value, I'm not like some guitar enthusiast. I'm probably more entertained by sick choreography and dancing than I am by shredding on a guitar. But to me, it was just the overall way the whole thing moved. Like, I don't know if they pre-recorded the beginning or not. My guess is they did. But the way they started in the bowel of the stadium, and then she walks out to the pop you get when Shabuzi turns around, and then Post Malone's up on the truck. We've seen so many of these halftime performances. Did any sort of move that well and feel that cool? And then I guess I'm a music nerd. So as someone who's a huge fan of this album, I love that her performance was literally just, I'm giving you this album. I'm not playing a Christmas song. I'm not playing Crazy in Love. We're in Houston, where I'm from. I did an album that's based in my Texas roots. I'm giving you all of that right now. I just thought it was so cool. And also, what stars of this magnitude use their platform when they have the biggest stage ever to expose you to unknown artists, which is, the girls who she has on Blackbird aren't unknown. They're becoming more known because they have a song with Beyonce. But what a cool and unique thing to do that you just don't see.
I agree with all that. I think Dre and Snoop was the best because it was in LA and it was so LA authentic. That's probably my favorite.
But if you were to go back and watch that performance tonight and watch what they do on stage vocally and how they move, and then watch Beyonce, you're going to be like, they're really good, but these are two different things. Like, Beyonce is doing a different thing. That's why Beyonce ends up in the Prince MJ conversation, respectfully, not in the Snoop Dre conversation. Because as much as I'm a hip hop dude through and through, when it comes to live performances, guys, there's levels. And if you're able to sing and dance or sing flawlessly while riding a horse, like, there's just different levels. And as much as I love seeing Dre and Snoop, I just don't think they could do what Beyonce can do. It was a super cool moment. And by the way, could it have worked out better? She won the day. The football all day was awful. Like,
awful.
So true.
By halfway through the Kansas City game, you're like, can this end? Can we get to Beyonce?
Be honest. The outfit doesn't hurt either.
Oh, geez. Listen, I'm going to tell you a story. I'm going to give you a quick gem. And by the way, for anyone out there who's randomly listening and is very curious about the Beyonce album and the fact that it's a country album, I actually have a podcast about it called This Ain't Texas, where I nerd out about it once every couple of weeks. I interview people who are on the album and experts in that music. So if you're curious, go listen. But I love this story. I went to BET when I was like 20 years old. You remember the good man Adimu from WPGC?
Mm-hmm.
He used to do Afternoon Drive. Adimu was the host of Teen Summit. And he let me come with him when I was interning at WPGC to Teen Summit on BET in 99, whatever it was. At the time, Destiny's Child had a song called Bills, Bills, Bills was out. You remember that, Diddy, JP?
Can you pay my bills? Can you pay my telephone bills? That song?
Exactly. So they're becoming popular, but they're just, they're a group that's on the move. You don't know anyone's names in the group. They're just a group. I got into an elevator at BET as a 21-year-old terp, and Destiny's Child was on that elevator before I ever knew what a Beyonce was, except one of the people standing in front of me. And I looked at my friend, Tyler Mann, BCC alum, who was with me.
Sure.
And we immediately, when they got out of the elevator, I said, that is the most beautiful human being I have ever seen in my life. And this is with no knowledge that she would become a global superstar. It was just a human being. You know what I mean? So to your point about how she looked last night, now in her early 40s, like 43 years old, yeah, she's doing okay in that regard as well.
She sure is. Hey, man, thank you. We'll talk next week. Are you traveling at all?
You know what? I think this went really well, Toby. I enjoyed this.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It was fun asking you one question. It was good.
Later, guys.
Dude, thank you. That's my guy, Peter Rosenberg at Rosenberg Radio. Imagine seeing Beyonce in an elevator. Imagine being that close to Beyonce. That'd be something. We got to make some bets when we come back. It's P. Mitchell Finley and Toby. Not great news in Ashburn. Marshawn Lattimore, De'Ami Brown, and Andrew Wiley not practicing. They're on the side field while their teammates practice. Lattimore and De'Ami Brown both dealing with hamstring stuff. Wiley dealing with a groin injury. I know which one you'd prefer, Toby. And I think there's real reason to be concerned about that for Sunday night. We'll have to wait. We're not going to learn anything this afternoon. Those guys aren't going to talk to us. DQ will talk tomorrow afternoon. Maybe we'll get something, but probably nothing. Just watch the injury report, try to interpret it, listen to the fan. We do this for a living. We can give you as much insight as possible. We got to make some bets. I heard White Brian's red hot. Let's do this. Got to be honest, I don't know if White Brian's red hot.
It might be.
I just said that. White Brian, do you gamble, sir?
I dabble.
What's your kind of action? Are you a favorites guy, parlays guy? What do you like to do?
College basketball underdog.
He'd probably be red hot if he faded the Giants.
That too.
It wouldn't be. Honestly, dude, you know what's killing me? Like, I typically bet underdogs, and I've just kind of stopped betting. Favorites are just dominating. Yo, yesterday was all favorites. Monday night was just an absolute bloodbath. Think about this. From yesterday morning, there are 6 NFL games before Sunday at 1 o'clock. None of them on broadcast television.
Really?
Dude, you had 2 on Netflix
That's
yesterday.
true. The NFL Network on
Amazon
Saturday.
tonight, and then all NFL Network on Saturday.
That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy? For a league that relies on, like, broadcast rights?
Yeah, that's nuts.
Jeffrey, how are you, bud?
I'm great, JP. And,
have we made picks this week? This is a wacky week.
Yeah, we Christmas Eve.
B-Mitch said he didn't want to bet because he didn't want to lose.
Yeah, we just came.
That's an oddly weird attitude from
Yeah,
me.
we just came to.
Well,
the
he didn't say
collective
that.
to just cut it, but I'll take the Seahawks tonight -4.5.
Okay, let's all make a pick for tonight. Jeff's on the Hawks.
Last time I was with JP, I went against the Wiz, and the Wiz won. So I'm going to take the Wiz.
Ooh, we got the Wiz tonight hosting the Hornets. That's winnable for our boys.
It's winnable.
That's winnable. Professor Landini.
I'm also taking the Seahawks. Jaden Daniels broke the Bears with that Hail Mary pass.
He did.
He definitely did.
Can I call my shot? And if this proves incorrect, then just act like I never said it. I think we're going to see Ovi soon.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Saturday night they play in Toronto. If that was home, I think he'd be coming back. White Brian, what do you got?
Rutgers +7 in the Rate Bowl.
I'm sorry?
Taking on Kansas State in the Rate Bowl. Rutgers +7.
What is the word for this bowl game?
Rate.
Yeah. You gotta be clear on that one, bro.
You gotta enunciate, White Brian. Damn, dog.
I think it used to be guaranteed rate because they changed the name of the White Sox Stadium too. It used to be guaranteed rate field. Now it's just rate field.
Okay. Listen, I'm just trying to keep us on the air, man. I'm gonna take Toledo. Go Rockets, taking on Pitt in some other bowl. What's the name of that bowl game, White Brian?
I am not sure.
All right. We gotta get White Brian some Sudafed or
That's
something.
the Game Above Sports Bowl.
I'm sorry, what?
The Game Above Sports Bowl.
All right, go Toledo in the Game Above Sports Bowl.
The Sports Bowl.
That's what we've been looking for, baby. Thank you to everybody that joined the program today. Thank you to Barry's for Luga. Thank you to Frank Schwab. Thank you to Peter Rosenberg. Thank you for most of the callers, especially young Levi. I hope everybody's really enjoying the Christmas season and enjoying some family and some downtime if you get it. We're back tomorrow. Grant, I think it's Grant and Danny up next. If you're not on there, right?
I think it's Linnell.
Linnell.
Yeah, in for G&D.
Linnell up next. Have fun with that. I know Linnell's going to be fired up for Sunday Night Football. Thanks for listening. B's back tomorrow. Whole gang back together in studio. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
Oh, yeah. What's going on, DMV? You know who it is. Youngest in charge movement. Linnell Willingham here with you live and local on 106.7 The Fan, and always streaming live nationally on the free Odyssey app. Ride with me. And I take you up to 6:30 here on this day after Christmas edition of Grant and Danny. Appreciate the fellas letting me hold down the fort for the next 4.5 hours. They're enjoying their families as they should. I'm with you because I'm a legit lunatic. We got a lot to get to, though, man, here in the next couple of hours. Have a couple of guests stop by the program. NFL analyst for CBS going to join us. Top of the 3 o'clock hour, our pal Charles Davis will take a spin around the National Football League. We'll get his thoughts on the old Washington Commanders, so make sure you're sticking around for that. The 4 o'clock hour, we'll ask the burning question that I feel like needs to be talked about here. After a 2-fumble performance against the Philadelphia Eagles on Sunday, would you consider allowing Chris Rodriguez to start eating into Brian Robinson's touches? We'll talk about that top of the 4 o'clock hour, but I got to get right into it, man. Commanders back on the practice field in preparation for Sunday Night Football, a massive contest coming up Sunday night against the Atlanta Falcons, and we know all of the storylines leading into this one. Second career start for Falcons rookie Michael Penix. Washington pretty much in a win-in situation. I know they may not officially clinch with a victory. Actually, let me take that back and hit the rewind button. The Commanders can actually clinch before kickoff on Sunday night. We'll tell you how they can do that as the show rolls on here, but they are back out on the practice field. If you heard my guy Toby Altizer doing a great job with JP Finley earlier today, he was on the update just now, giving us the latest on Marshawn Lattimore and De'Ami Brown from a participation standpoint. So De'Ami Brown and Marshawn Lattimore both dealing with hamstring injuries. They were off on the side field during the open portion of practice. So I'm sure before we get out of here, we will get you an update on what is going on with this group, specifically the health of Marshawn Lattimore and De'Ami Brown. I know De'Ami Brown don't know exactly when he got hurt in Washington's victory on Sunday, but we do know Marshawn Lattimore was not out there for the final possessions for the Philadelphia Eagles. So major update needed on him. We'll get you that as it becomes available to us. We'll also let you hear from the defensive coordinator and offensive coordinator of your Washington Commanders, Joe Witt Jr., and that grill of his took the podium earlier today. Cliff Kingsbury spoke as well. We'll let you hear from them before we get out of here. If you were listening to the Sports Junkies this morning, you already know this little tidbit of information. There is a big, massive, life-size injury update on the great 8 Alex Ovechkin, and when he potentially could be returning to the ice. We'll get you an update on that as well before we get out of here. And I know Toby mentioned it, and people are going to roll their eyes. You know I am the wizard guy here on 106.7 The Fan. The old whiz kids, as you all like to call them, back in action tonight. At home against the Charlotte Hornets. Ironically enough, last time they were at home, it was against the Charlotte Hornets. So there's that. That is a 7 p.m. tip-off tonight. You can hear that over on our sister station, the Team 980. NFL Christmas takeover, though, man, is the big thing that I know all of you want to talk about. I'll be real. I've been on the NFL's ass Netflix's ass, ever since the Tyson and Jake Paul, Logan Paul, whichever one of the weird Paul brothers that Mike Tyson fought. The discussion this summer, earlier this fall, rather, was they're buffering. Netflix doesn't have their act together. They better get it right when Big Papa comes to town. When I say Big Papa, clearly I'm talking about the National Football League, the king of sports in America, in the world, Craig. But the NFL, I would say, yesterday, on Christmas Day, a complete takeover from all parties involved. And if you're an NBA mark out there and you're part of that group of people that are complaining and whining about Christmas Day used to belong to the NBA, now it belongs to the NFL. Newsflash for you. Not only does Christmas Day now belong to the National Football League. It is going to belong to the National Football League for the foreseeable future. And that's the crazy part about this. Remember, I think it was a couple of years ago, there was this conversation when it was time to extend the regular season by a week or so. There also was talk of, well, can we get a game on Christmas? And at the time, the old calendar had Christmas on a Tuesday or a Wednesday. And I believe, I don't know if it was Roger Goodell or reps from the NFL Players Association saying, we would never, ever play a Christmas Day game on a Wednesday. Well, there you have it. They played it on a Wednesday. And credit the NFL, because I know what people are going to say. Oh, the NFL is such a money grab. They're a bunch of greedy animals because all they care about is the dollar. Well, yes, there were a couple of teams that had to play 3 games in 11 days. The Baltimore Ravens, one of those teams. But from a rest standpoint, because all of the teams that played yesterday played on Saturday, it's the equivalent of a Sunday to Thursday break, rest, etc. So if you got a problem with Thursday Night Football, fine. You have reason to be upset about yesterday and the short rest for the players, but it was business as usual. 2 decent games. I'll be honest with you. Two terrible games, if we're being real. But from an entertainment value standpoint, who doesn't want to see Lamar Action Jackson running around doing what he does? Who doesn't want to see Patrick Mahomes running around doing what he does? We even got to see CJ Stroud. And I'll say this, right? I know Commanders fans out there, well, at least my thought process, seeing the sophomore slump of CJ Stroud scares the hell out of me. I'll be honest with you. It makes me tremble because I don't want that to be Jaden Daniels. And I know we're a long ways away from having that conversation, but think about the way we were talking about CJ Stroud 12 months ago, this exact day last year. It was, wow, one of the best rookie seasons ever. Are the Texans now in their championship window? They follow up that spectacular season by adding Danielle Hunter via free agency, by signing Stephon Diggs, by adding a physicality element, a physical element to this offense and Joe Mixon, and yet they've regressed. It hasn't looked good. Stroud hasn't looked good. His numbers over the past 8 weeks are god-awful. And we'll expound upon that more as the show rolls on here. But ultimately, man, I think the NFL on Netflix, a smashing success. And credit Netflix. Because like I said, we was waiting. It was one of those situations where we were preparing for Netflix to screw this up from a production value standpoint, from a technicality standpoint. And I'll be honest, from the pregame show to the halftime concert to the postgame stuff, it was awesome to see. It really was, and I think the NFL and Netflix deserves a ton of credit. I don't know if anyone else noticed this, but as I was watching the game, and tell me if I'm tripping, we'll ask the boys in the fishbowl as well. Darius Dameron and Mad Max behind the glass getting us up to speed and keeping us on schedule here this afternoon. When you were watching this football game, am I crazy? Did it feel like Netflix's production of the NFL was a lot more sharp, a lot more crisp? I had someone tweet, wow, is Netflix playing the game in 4K? And I said, wow, maybe they are. That's the first thing I noticed is what I'll say. Soon as I cut the TV on, I noticed how sharp the picture looks. It was different than the NFL on Fox. It was different than the NFL on CBS. It's different than Prime and Sunday Night Football. You name it. Netflix straight up said, ho, ho, ho. We see Peacock getting in on the action. We see Amazon Prime getting in on the action. Save some room for the heavy hitters at the table. And Netflix, it went so well yesterday. Maybe I'm putting the chicken before the egg, so to speak, right? Netflix did such a damn good job yesterday. Not only do I think it becomes an annual tradition, talking about the NFL getting big time run on Christmas, and think about next year, right? This year was on a Wednesday. So they gave you 2 games. They wet your palate, so to speak. Next year it's on a Thursday. What already exists, Thursday Night Football. So if you don't think we're getting an NFL Christmas Day triple header next year, you out your rabbit ass mind. I promise you, it is that type of situation. I think Netflix hit it out the park that much. So much so that I think it becomes annual tradition. And then I also think this. This is what's really going to shake it up. The year is 2036. Jaden Daniels and the Commanders against Lamar Jackson and the Ravens in Super Bowl 65 on Netflix. Yes, Netflix handled themselves so well that I feel like maybe, just maybe, we get a Super Bowl on Netflix. It was that impressive from a production standpoint, from the quality. The only thing that was bad about it was the games. If I'm being real, and I'm not trying to dunk on the Texans. Yes, I am. That's because Darius is producing. Pseudo-Texans fan. Joking. But Texans weren't very competitive. In the Kansas City-Pittsburgh game, we already knew what Pittsburgh was. But to see 15 in red put on the performance that he did was awesome to watch. Kansas City's defense continuing to show, hey, yes, we're on the brink of our third consecutive Super Bowl, but our defense has a lot to do with that as well. I think it was overall a smashing success, man. I really am in a spot right now where I owe an apology, I guess. That's what a man does. Right? I say that all the time. I'm a man first. When I'm wrong, I'll apologize. I apologize to Netflix. Yeah, I got it. I don't know what the price of a Netflix subscription is right now because I'm using someone else's account. I know a lot of you all out there are probably doing the same damn thing. See, that's the thing. When you're complaining about paying for stuff, you just don't know enough people. That's your problem. Don't be cheap.
Police are on their way, by the way.
Well, that is illegal. But here's the thing that I was worried about, or what I thought about. What does like Stream East and Meth Streams do during this stuff? I went on Stream East over the weekend to try and look at Red Zone, and there was like a U.S. government flag on the website saying, this website has been banned for illegal pirating and et cetera, et cetera. And I said, whoa. I ain't trying to catch a charge. I'm trying to enjoy some football. That's it.
You went to the wrong domain, I think.
Well, that could be a problem, right? It's interesting. It's interesting. The other thing is someone just wrote this in the chat. WWE making his Netflix debut January 6th, and that was the commercial you saw all throughout the broadcast yesterday. You know what else was really awkward? Super awkward. Mind you, I don't have a problem with this former player being an analyst on the desk, but why is Manti Te'o relevant? Why was Manti Te'o on the desk? And then here's the other thing. Not only did they put his ass on the desk, they advertised the documentary that he's in about him and the fake girlfriend. I couldn't believe it. I said, Netflix, go ahead with your bad self. Not only do you have tremendous production value, you also know how to tell a little inside joke. Loved it. 1-800-636-1067, the number. Linnell Willingham, youngest in charge, sitting in for G&D up until 6:30 here on the day after Christmas. A lot more to get to, including something we'll get to right now. I want to give the NBA my solution. Because, see, I've dunked on them. I've told you all how the NFL is king. We all know that as football fans, right? But yesterday, I'm super disappointed in the NBA yesterday for this reason. You did it right in terms of what the people wanted to see. Everybody wants to see Victor Wembanyama, right? He was in the Garden against the team that was arguably the most active this year during free agency and the trading stuff. A really good Knicks team that's actually figuring it out in shooting the ball with the best of them. He had a little cross-conference action going on. Wemby drops 40. McCall Bridges and his weird jump shot put up 40. It was great. Every game that was on the slate yesterday was competitive. You got to see Wemby. You got to see Luka before he gets hurt. You see Anthony Edwards. Kyrie Irving drops a 40 ball. LeBron drops a 40 ball. Austin Reeves. You think about what the NBA needs right now. New stars. For all of the folks that say, oh, the three-point shot, oh, it's not the same game. When you add new stars, I think that helps your cause as well. I don't know how much of a quote-unquote star Austin Reeves is, but he played like one yesterday. 26-point triple-double. And it made you think, damn, the NBA's got it figured out. The NBA's got it figured out. I thought that until LeBron James had this to say about the NBA on Christmas Day.
I love the NFL. But Christmas is our day.
You can put that in the 1,000 LeBron lies that he's told over the past 10, 15 years. I mean, seriously, all LeBron does is lie. And I love LeBron. It's my GOAT. But for him to come out of his mouth and say that Christmas Day belongs to the association? Huh? Used to, past tense. Currently, it does not. Currently, it does not. But here is my solution for the NBA. Because like I said, I don't want to be that guy that just talks trash about the product and doesn't give you a solution as to how they should fix it. Here's how you do it. You paying attention, Adam Silver? I know you were in D.C. not too long ago. Not to Joan on Adam Silver. But I'm sure Adam Silver's listening even when he doesn't want to be listening, if you pick up what I'm putting down. But my solution for the NBA is quite simple. The NBA's been going on for 2 months now. And I say it all the time. Casual basketball fans. And I think that's who you need to worry about. That is your niche audience that you're really trying to grab, because the diehards are going to be there through hell or high water. That's just how it rolls, man. If you're a fan, you're a fan. I say it all the time about the Commanders. I'm an addict for the burgundy and gold. I'm wearing the patch right now. It's how it goes, right? But I think for the NBA, it's about getting the casuals back, because your diehards will be there. The casual NBA fan, let's just be real about it, right, doesn't start looking at the NBA calendar, the standings, etc., till about Christmas Day, right? That's normally when peeps are checking in. The NBA, Adam Silver, LeBron, your solution is very simple. Very, very simple. The NBA needs to start its regular season on Christmas Day. Doesn't that seem like something that's capable of going head-to-head with the NFL? Right? If you agree, let me know. You know, you can tweet at me as always, at NELL_BTP. And the number, 1-800-636-1067. If the NBA wants to take Christmas back, I know I've been a proponent of shortening the regular season, and I get why you can't do that. I get the TV contracts and the money's got to be made. It makes the world go round. I get that. But if the NBA is really serious about recapturing its audience, I think it's very clear what you got to do. You've got to start your regular season on Christmas Day, and then maybe, just maybe, you can compete with the National Football League. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. One thing I mentioned about the NFL on Netflix yesterday was the games itself. And I thought they were competitive to a degree, but there were still some things that was missing. Despite that, right, I learned a hell of a lot during the NFL's Christmas Day debut on Netflix. I'll tell you exactly what I learned coming up. Number to call the show. I'll keep giving it out. 1-800-636-1067. A lot to get to here on the day after Christmas. Youngest in Charles Linnell Willingham sitting in for Grant and Danny. NFL on CBS analyst Charles Davis set to join us top of the 3 o'clock hour. When we come back, I'm going to open up this micro-sized head of mine and tell you all exactly what I learned during the NFL's Christmas Day debut on Netflix. All that and more coming up next year on The Fan.
Wiggins has it. Looking. Curry gets free. Curry puts up a three. Bang! Bang! He ties the game with 6.3 remaining.
That was the sound of Mike Breen on the call last night for ESPN. Austin Reeves with a layup with 1 second left to go in regulation, giving the Lake Show the victory over the Golden State Warriors. It was the highlight of the NBA on Christmas Day because, in case you haven't heard, the NFL dominated. Grant Danny right here on 106.7 The Fan, youngest in charge movement. Linnell Willingham sitting in for G&D. We'll take you up to 6:30. Couple of guests set to stop by the program. In about a half hour, we will hear from NFL on CBS analyst Charles Davis as he'll join the program, get his thoughts on the Washington Commanders, as well as yesterday's NFL on Netflix debut. I think they did a tremendous job from production to the studio analysts. Now, I know that Bama Robert Griffin III has gone viral because of him doing the bit in the cake. If you need to know how real folk act when random cake is brought to them, see the reaction of Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson. They wasn't touching that cake. They know where the cake came from. RG3, though, always looking to be the center of the highlights, why people get annoyed by him. He was good, though, in his analyst role. I thought he had a couple of good chestnuts that maybe cackle a little bit. I never understood why he got fired from ESPN. I think that he's pretty good on TV. I do kind of get it, though. It feels like it's forced and it's not organic all the time when it comes to this stuff. I told you we'd take your calls, though. 1-800-636-1067. Any solution for the NBA getting its casual fans back? I said, hey, look, you got to match fire with fire. Start the NBA regular season on Christmas Day. Maybe, just maybe, that'll get some of your casuals to be a little bit more interested. 1-800-636-1067. Let's go to Mo Lee out Temple Hills. What's going on, Mo?
Hey, what's going on, my brother? How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Appreciate you. Man, I'm good. Thanks for having me on, man.
For sure.
First time caller, all the time listener, though. Thank you for your show, man. You do a great job.
For sure. Appreciate you, man.
But, yeah, man. But I got to say, man, I don't necessarily have a solution, but I think these players, man, they don't necessarily get involved until playoff season, right? They wait until around May. That's when they really get in tune, and that's when those ratings start to pick up. I love the idea of maybe starting December, but, brother, I really feel like, man, unless we get these players, if they're going to start in March, that's when they really start getting in tune into the game.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. That the sentiment of, like, you're basically saying, yeah, they're out there on the floor, they're active, they're not racking up DMPs, but the effort doesn't ratchet up until the springtime is what you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the defense doesn't pick up. The players start really caring, but before then, they're just coming out just to play basketball, man. You know, so as fans, it's really difficult for me to get into the game. Long time NBA lover, been watching the game forever, but it's really, really tough for me to get into the game until those playoffs start picking up. That's when I know those players start to care. Defense picking up. They're not shooting as many threes. I mean, my goodness, what did we see? 500 threes yesterday.
Mo, this is the thing that gets me, and I appreciate your call, brother. I'll continue it off air. This like level of hatred for the 3-point shot, I don't understand it. You all love Steph Curry. I mean, he literally for years was the highest selling jersey in the sport. It feels like he's ushered in an entire new generation of fans based off of that 3-point shot that you all complain about on a routine basis. So how do you all of a sudden not like it? I'm going to take something from the DMV's own Kevin Durant. He had a series of tweets last night that I think perfectly illustrated my feelings toward this whole thing and maybe the feelings of others as well. The folks that are upset about the amount of 3-point attempts being taken in an NBA game are just mad and just don't really like basketball. That's how I got to sum it up. If you're not a fan of the way the current game's being played, you're probably just not a real fan of basketball. And I'm not trying to say that to, poo-poo on anybody's fandom, but it is what it is, man. If you want to watch hoop, you're going to watch hoop. Straight up and down. That's how I say it. But I understand. I was listening to the Junkies this morning. It was JP and Lurch, and they were having a really good back and forth on why the popularity of the association has gone away. And I gotta be real. A lot of the points they made make sense. I just feel like if you feel that way, you're probably, it's just a hunch here, probably not a basketball purist. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Let's check in with Barbara out in Manassas. What's going on, Barbara?
Hey, happy holidays to
Happy
the
holidays
youngest
to
in
you.
charge.
How are you?
I am a true casual fan. Fine. I got three things.
Mhm.
I think you do got to start at Christmas, so you're at the tail end of the NFL, which terrible love for football.
Yeah.
Shorten the season. You don't need 82 games, guys. And I am unfortunately disagree with you about the 3-point. You need to grow the court. These guys are built like linemen on steroids. 4 strides, they're across the court.
Yeah.
It's not the game of 25 years ago when the tallest guy was 6'2". If he's 6'2" or under, he's short. So you got to grow the court, spend some money, grow the court, keep the line where it is. Or you got to move the 3-point line. Women in sports is the fastest growing base. You got to make it entertaining. We love the game. Just got to shorten up the season.
I agree. And I think, Barbara, I appreciate the call as always. Hope you have a happy holiday. I think the reason that the season won't get reduced is money. Money rules everything, baby. And look, it's for good and for bad, right? The NBA is in a spot right now where they're making so much bank off of the TV contracts that shortening the season only eats into that piece of the pie. And we know how the big wigs work, man. A rich man didn't get rich making poor man's decisions. It's the best way that I can put it. So I understand where folks are coming from with that. Is this Brian or Brain in DC? What's going on? What's going on, Brian?
Hey, yeah, it's Brian from DC.
No, I know. I'm just giving our producers some crap. I appreciate you calling, brother.
No, that's all right. It's happened before. I would shorten things in a different way. Every other basketball league, including the Olympics, has a 40-minute game. All these stars keep wanting to beg out of games and back-to-backs because they are too tired or too injured or whatever, and I think that's hurting the product a lot too. If I'm waiting a long time for a star to come across to DC to watch him, and
yeah, well,
he's
we'll
gonna
keep
be
on
out
wishing
that
upon
game
that
because
star, brother.
What I would do is I would just make it a 40-minute game.
You
I
think
mean, they're already
shortening the
scoring
length of the
140
game is the
points a
problem?
game.
You think the game's too long?
It's too long for some of these prima donnas who want to take off all the time. If let's say instead of someone like your star playing 45 minutes, maybe he's playing 35 minutes, and then he's not going to get as much wear and tear on him.
That's an interesting
And he
thought,
won't be
Brian.
out as long.
I appreciate the call as always, my brother. Well, I'll tell you what, Brian, I love you. Appreciate your call. That's not the solution. Shortening the game isn't the length of the game itself. I don't think is really the issue. The issue to me is I think what Barbara called in and said the season's too long, man. You cannot keep people's attention span that long. Think about the other sports that are super long in their regular season. Hockey. We love the Caps here locally because we have the greatest goal scorer of all time, walking across the DMV. But outside of that, would the interest level be as high as it is here? No, because the season's too damn long. Major League Baseball, if the Nats weren't relevant, they're kind of not, the interest wouldn't be there. It wouldn't. Now, you can only live off of the glory of the World Series for so long, but I do think the point of the season being too long is real. But my thing is this: when you continue to have that conversation, there's no chance in hell they're going to shorten the season because of the financial piece of this. And that, to me, it stinks because it reeks of greed, but I do understand it at the same time. 1-800-636-1067. Any solution for the NBA to take back Christmas Day after the NFL, played the role of Grinch yesterday on Christmas Day? Let's go to Brandon and Clinton wants to tap in. What's going on, B?
Hey, how you doing, man? Good job, brother, with the show, man, as
Appreciate
always. I actually think with the genie is outside the bottle, it's no going back, because I think what's happening is, this is my opinion, is that the right now we don't know where these players are going to be. You can't attach yourself to a specific team. Like you had Dominique Wilkins, you think Hawks, Jordan Bulls, Magic, Lakers, Stockton Malone, Utah Jazz. Who is LeBron? Is he a Cav? Is he a Laker?
Oh, hold on now.
Is he? You know what I mean?
Brandon,
I think
hold
it's
on now,
too
Brandon.
much.
Brandon, you my man now. You be easy on the LeBron James slander while I'm up here. All right?
No. It's LeBron.
I'm
It's
just
KD.
messing.
I got you. It's KD. I mean, he went through the Warriors. Almost got through the Warriors, if you remember.
Yeah.
They were up. OKC was up. What did he do? He joined forces with them instead of going through them.
I agree.
So the competition, there's a disingenuous nature of the NBA. You got guys who want to play with guys instead of beating guys, and it wears down after a while.
Yeah.
I think that's my personal opinion. It just wears people down. It gets boring. Like I'm a Terps fan.
Yeah.
I haven't missed a game, so I love ball.
For sure.
I love ball. You know?
For sure. Brandon, I appreciate the call as always, brother. Happy holidays to you and yours. I think B makes a good point there. And I do agree with that. And I think someone said this earlier when JP and Lurch were talking about it this morning on the Junks. The lack of parity that exists within the league is a problem. It is, straight up. That's why I give the NFL a ton of credit. There is a new playoff team every year, right? There's new, surprise contenders every year. So I get that 100%. How does the NBA fix that problem, though? In the era of social media where guys are more buddy-buddy than they've ever been, it's almost a goal for some of these NBA dudes is to go play with their friends. 100%. You look at the situation in Brooklyn when it was Kyrie Irving, James Harden, and Kevin Durant. They wanted to play together, right? Those are three of the powerhouses in this league that, quite frankly, if they were on their own individual team by themselves, would draw numbers, would get ratings, would sell out arenas because they're that type of star. I do think the super team era has sort of oversaturated the market to a degree, and I wonder how we get out of it. Because right now, when you think about the NBA, that's why the Boston Celtics are an anomaly, one. And then two, it's special what they're doing. All of Boston's talent is homegrown. You don't see this a lot in the NBA in today's day and age. But with the new collective bargaining agreement, right, and that third apron, teams not wanting to pay that luxury tax, you're going to see it more and more. I think the era of the big three may be over. It may be the big two in elite role players. That may be, the NBA model moving forward. Look at the Boston Celtics, two homegrown stars in Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and the rest of the roster is filled out with marginal pieces. That's just what it is. Just what it is. 1-800-636-1067. We'll take a few more here. Let's go to Lawrence in DC. Wants to tap in. What's going on, Lawrence?
My man, appreciate you taking the call, bro.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Man, listen, look at All-Star Weekend. It's not even West versus East. They're having a tournament for All-Star Weekend?
Yeah.
Yo, are you saying there's going to be a lack of big three, big two? There are no more bigs. There are no more LeBrons. There are no more Kobes. There's no more draw to the league anymore. If you want to do something, do an alumni game. Bring Jordan, bring Magic, have Larry out there. Do an alumni game against the current players.
You didn't learn from the Mike Tyson fight, brother? We got to leave our retired athletes as retired, brother.
I got you, man. But come on, if it's just an exhibition, it's just a scrimmage or whatever you want to call it. Like, it's all in good fun. But you have a lack of just developmental players coming out of college too. They're coming out too quick. Everybody thinks they're LeBron. Everybody thinks they're Kobe. That they could just go straight to the league out of high school. It ain't the same anymore, man. It's just not. I don't know if it's a lack of coaching because honestly, I can't name more than 5 coaches in NBA right now.
Wow.
Yeah, I always name Phil Jackson, Spoelstra, I mean, you could go for days, but you can't.
And I hear you. And Lawrence, real quick here before we let you go, would you describe yourself as a casual NBA fan? Because I think that's the market that they really need to try and recruit back.
Casual, I mean, but I've been here. I've been here since.
Well, Lawrence, hold on, Lawrence.
Lawrence,
if you can't name 5 coach, brother, you a casual. Let's just be a casual. It's all right. Ain't nothing wrong with being a casual.
I'll put it like I've been casual ever since Kobe passed, to be honest with you.
And I dig that. We're up against the clock. I appreciate you calling in. 1-800-636-1067. I disagree with Lawrence. There are plenty of stars within the NBA. There are. Anthony Edwards is legit. John Morant, once he doesn't have the pistols in his hand, legit. right? There are stars in this league. I just think the season's too long. We'll continue your calls on this. Phone lines locked and loaded. If you're getting the busy signal, keep trying. 1-800-636-1067. NFL on CBS analyst Charles Davis joins the show at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. When we come back, more of your calls. How does the NBA get Christmas Day back? And if you're a fan of the NBA that's no longer tuning in, what's got you off the television set? That's next there on The Fan. You know what that music means? Youngest in charge, Will Willingham, filling in for G&D here on the day after Christmas. Happy holidays out there to you and yours. If you're driving around right now trying to return that gift that you pretended like you liked, shame on you. Shame on you. In about 10 minutes from now, we'll be joined by NFL on CBS analyst Charles Davis, one of my absolute favorites. We'll ask him all things burgundy and gold. We'll also get his opinion on the NFL's debut on Netflix yesterday. Speaking of which, it's been what's got the phone lines locked and loaded right now. The NFL completely hijacked Christmas Day from the NBA. And I feel like the NBA should do something about it. But I think the bigger issue is this. The popularity of the sport that is near and dear to my heart isn't as popular to fans out there across the globe right now. The NBA put on a great performance yesterday. I thought all 5 games were competitive. Your biggest stars played, yet it still feels like they didn't do enough to combat the NFL's debut on Netflix there on Christmas Day. We'll continue to take your calls. If you have a solution for how the NBA could regain control of Christmas Day, and then if you're an NBA fan that does not watch anymore, or it doesn't have your attention the way it once did, why is that? 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Let's go to Alan in Rockville. What's going on, Alan?
How you doing now? I just wanted to call about a little bit different issue, but it's still about money.
Uh-huh.
I remember being in a bar the night of the WNBA draft when the Mystics passed on Angel. I was smacking myself with that, and you were the only person a month or so ago who lit into that. That is the stupidest decision I ever heard. That she would have put butts in the
Alan,
seat.
we're having some issues with
money.
your phone, buddy. I'm gonna put you on hold and we'll see if we can get it together. I'll be real. I took that call because I knew he was gonna glaze me. I did. I knew he was gonna glaze me. I didn't know his phone was gonna be terrible though. Come on, Alan. Love you guys. 1-800-636-1067. Kevin's in Fort Washington. Thinks he's got the solution. What's going on, Kev?
Yeah, how you doing, man?
I'm good.
You know the problem that I got now. I love basketball, but if you don't have a winning organization in your city, like what we don't have with the Wizards, it throws you like, I don't want to go down there. I'm not, because you know what? The product doesn't match what you're getting.
Yeah.
Your value don't match what you're getting.
I can agree with that, brother.
I mean, you think about it. If I go down and watch, how many games they won? 3, and they went if for a family of 4, park and everything, but they're continuous losing, and they keep saying we rebuild and rebuild. Since 1979, they haven't won nothing.
And by the way, they've won 4 games. Let's give them their credit.
Watch this. 4 out of what?
27. Who's counting?
That's my whole point.
Who's counting? No, I get your point completely, bro. I do.
So I love the NBA, but the NFL is tops. Regardless of what they do, they tops. They have cornered the market. They know what they're doing. Their telemarketing department is very well. The NBA is not.
Yeah. I agree with you, brother. Kevin, appreciate the call as always. Let's go to Andre in Manassas. What's going on, Andre?
Hey, what's up, man? What's going on, man? First of all, yeah, you're right. When I turned on the television, I said this game looked different. It's almost like when you watch like a BBC telecast, you could just tell this is BBC as opposed to like American TV.
Sure.
But I think you're a bit. I don't say you're wrong, but I think you'll have half the problem. I don't think this is an NBA problem. I think it's a basketball problem.
Really? Okay.
I think the NCAA and the NBA got to come together and figure it out. They need each other to be at their best. And until I think they have that, and perhaps they do, but I don't think, it could be, college football, you don't need an NFL. NFL, you don't need college football. But in basketball, those two entities, they need each other for them to be at their best. And when they were at their best, they were at their best at the same time. I don't think it's a coincidence that NBA is down and NCAA is, So once they realize that, and I don't know what the solution is. I mean, you can't tell a young dude, hey, you can't make no money, you can't go to the league. It's, that's un-American. But something has to be done. Exactly what it is, I don't know. But I do know whatever the solution is, the NBA and the NCAA have to be working hand in hand and to see this thing through.
We'll see, man. Hopefully they can put their brains together and figure this out. I would say this about the NCAA. Hey, man, they got bigger fish to fry. If you think about the NIL landscape, the transfer portal, it's getting messy in the world of college sports. Dre, I appreciate your call as always, my brother. Happy holidays to you and yours. 1-800-636-1067. First hour in the books here on the day after Christmas. Grant and Danny right here on the Fan. Youngest in charge, Linnell Willingham, sitting in for G&D. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll switch gears here a little bit. We'll talk a little bit of football. Charles Davis, NFL analyst for CBS, joins us next. First hour in the books here on Grant and Danny. Youngest in Charge movement. Linnell Willingham sitting in for G&D here on the day after Christmas. Happy holidays to you and yours. Was an eventful Christmas day for your boy. Enjoyed the football and the basketball, despite what some of you may think. Got a lot more show to get to here on The Fan. Get ready to be joined by our pal Charles Davis, NFL analyst on CBS, coming up. Top of the 4 o'clock hour. Make sure you're tuned in for this. If you really crunch the numbers, you're concerned a little bit about the Washington Commanders' rushing offense. Plus, with 2 fumbles on Sunday against Philadelphia, is it time to consider allowing Chris Rodriguez to eat in to Brian Robinson's touches? We'll do all that before we get out of here as well. But right now, I want to get to my conversation with NFL on CBS analyst Charles Davis, talking all things Commanders in the NFL on Christmas Day. Still rocking and rolling here on 106.7 The Fans. The youngest in charge, Lionel Willingham, sitting in for G&D. We'll take you up to 6:30 before we hand things over to the Take Command podcast. Big thank you to our guy, Charles Davis, joining us in the last segment. If you missed any of my conversation with CD, you are in luck. Download the always free Odyssey app. Use the Odyssey Rewind feature and go back to the top of the 3 o'clock hour to hear my conversation with Charles Davis. He had some pretty interesting commentary surrounding the burgundy and gold, and that's what I want to talk about here in this 3 o'clock hour. Flooded with calls opening hour of the show, talking all things hoop, but it'd be crazy if I got through an hour and a half of the program and didn't go hot and heavy on the burgundy and gold. Washington with a big-time contest coming up Sunday against the Atlanta Falcons. High-stakes situation. They very well could clinch, though, talking about that postseason spot, before the Sunday Night Football game kicks off. That very well could be the situation, depending on how the results go in the 1 o'clock window and in the 4 o'clock window. But for Washington, as we sit here on December 26th, 2024, we're on the stream. I'm going to do it right now. I have to pinch myself because it honestly is a foreign feeling that I have right now as a fan. For the first time in my lifetime, ownership, head coach, GM, quarterback, all on the same page. All on the same page. And I know I catch a lot of crap from you all because you think I speak in hyperboles. I just stand on business. I'm not used to that. That's what that is. But I genuinely feel like, forget the context of the National Football League for a second. In terms of the organizations in professional sports that are best geared for the future, Washington's got to be right near the top of that list. From organizational structure to hype surrounding the team with the potential new stadium on the way, and the quarterback has completely captured the hearts of this fan base. This past Sunday against Philadelphia was another chapter in the book of Daniels. I know y'all probably thinking, oh Lord, here come the church chords. He talking gospel-y. No, look, the book of Daniels is a special book. And it's not yet finished, and it won't be finished for a long time. It is going to be a series. You know what I'm saying? Something like a Lemony Snicket series. And if you know about Lemony Snicket, that means you're a real book reader, and I appreciate you. But in all actuality, Washington right now has everything you could want. This is the ideal set of circumstances that as a fan, you want your favorite pro sports team to be in. Sunday, like I said, was another chapter in the book of Daniels, and it was more special after the fact than it was in real time, is what I would say. I feel like in real time, yes, I appreciated it. We were out at Tom's Watch Bar at MGM National Harbor. It was awesome. Dealing with the game and going through the game with you all as fans was awesome to experience as well. But like when I take the 1,000-foot view of what actually happened this past Sunday, it's bonkers. It's bonkers. And I know some of you all out there are like me, right? What I call it SLS, the score and lover syndrome. You've been burned so many times by this franchise that it's hard for you to all the way lean in. I'll say this. If you weren't all the way 2 feet in, 10 toes down, however you want to say it, with this group, after Sunday's win against Philadelphia, how can you not be? Especially when you add the context to this thing. Washington turned the football over 5 different times on Sunday. And if you count the turnover on downs, turned it over 6 different times. Yet this group was still able to muster up 36 points against the NFL's best defense since about week 5, week 6 of the regular season. So it's super impressive what this group did. And I mentioned it with my conversation with Charles Davis. I look at Cliff Kingsbury and go, hey, bro, on behalf of the DMV, I apologize to you. See, there were some of us out there, intent this guy, that wasn't really subscribing to this theory that, oh, you know, the Cliff is real. A lot of you out there subscribed to this theory during that 3-game losing streak that Cliff was an idiot, that Cliff didn't know what the hell he was doing. Can I add some context to this? You think about it this way. Not only is Cliff Kingsbury, for my money, doing the best job out of any offensive coordinator here in the NFL, I'll even go a step further. If Cliff wasn't the guy working with Jaden, I'm not sure Jaden reaches this height in year number 1. And I know Cliff is not the type of egotistical maniac that'll take all the credit for it. But can we be real for a second? Each and every week, Jaden makes about 7 to 8 jaw-dropping plays, whether it's a throw, whether it's a run. The tight window throws is something that, I really feel like, hey, bro's got a special ability. The throw that he makes on a rope to Jamison Crowder, if you look at when the ball was released relative to where Crowder was in his break, it's all trust, it's all film study, and that's what I love about this kid the most, man. And if you play back some of my tapes from the summer on Overtime or at the beginning of the regular season when I was championing for this group, it was very clear. The reason this kid is special is because of the work he puts in the classroom. And you hear it all the time, right? Sometimes it's disingenuous at times when you hear folks rave about somebody's work ethic. The thing I love about Jaden Daniels, you're seeing the fruits of the labor in real time. And that's a special thing. That's a special thing. It's been a long, long time since we've had a transcendent talent like Jaden. And I know we want to point back to 2012, but I continue to say it. 2012 ain't got nothing on this group. 2012, it felt like we were waiting for the other shoe to drop. They had to create half-field reads for the quarterback. They had to baby Robert. And we all know it. Robert wasn't the stand-up individual that Jaden is. I'm not here to dunk on Robert. I'm just telling you why this is different and why this is so special. So after his 5-touchdown performance Sunday, after knocking off the hottest team in the National Football League, does Sunday's win make you look at Washington any differently? Because I think there were varying opinions out here in terms of how we feel about this team. I'll start with myself. Before Sunday, I looked at Washington as a group that I'm not going to say wasn't capable, but it wasn't very likely that they would be able to beat a team like a Philadelphia, a Green Bay, a Detroit. I gave them a 30% chance to win this football game coming into it. And obviously we know the context around the victory. Jalen Hurts was lost for the game. But that doesn't stop. That doesn't take away from Washington and what they were able to do offensively. I don't have a bevy of questions about the offense. It's the defense to me still. And they played pretty damn well. Now, I understand Jalen Hurts wasn't there, and if you've played football at any level, you understand the impact that not having Jalen Hurts had on Philadelphia's rushing attack. That being said, didn't stop Shelton Day from whipping ass. Didn't stop Jalen Holmes from kicking ass. Deron Payne played out of his mind. I thought it was a complete effort from that group, especially when you consider the poor situations that they were put in. But the phone lines are wide open. 1-800-636-1067. Does Sunday's win make you look at the Commanders any differently? I'll start with myself, and I'll say, yeah, it does. And it pains me to admit it, but what do I always say? I'm a man first before anything. So I know all of you like to hop in the chat and tweet at me and say, oh, you're a flip-flopper, and oh, there's no room for you on the bandwagon, or oh, the team doesn't want your support. Excuse me for my opinion changing when new information is presented. We can inject all of you with truth serum, Doc Walker style. Ain't no way in hell, if you realistically watch this group for 15 weeks, ain't no way in hell that you were picking them going into Sunday's game against Philadelphia. If you were, Ashburn syndrome. Right. That's where we sit with this thing. And it wasn't a slight against Washington. It just is what it is. I called this team average last week, and I had people jumping down my throat, sending hate mail to my apartment, threatening to cut off my water. I'm joking. You don't have that power. But you get what I'm saying. You all were really ticked off with me because I called this team average. From what you saw the first 15 weeks, why were you upset at me calling them average? Would I say they're an average team still after Sunday? Probably not. But I want to go to the phones on this, man. It's your show. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Washington scored 36 points against the NFL's best defense Sunday, and they ended a 10-game winning streak. Does Sunday's win versus Philadelphia make you look at the Commanders any differently? If it does, how so? 1-800-636-1067. Your call's next here on The Fan. 1-800-636-1067, the number on the MGM National Harbor Lister Lounge. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. Youngest in charge, Linnell Willingham, sitting in for Grant and Danny here on the day after Christmas. We'll take you up to 6:30. A lot more to get to, including our current topic that's got the phone lines lit up right now. If you're getting the busy signal, keep dialing us. 1-800-636-1067. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. Washington with a seismic victory Sunday against the Philadelphia Eagles, snapping a 10-game winning streak. And then when you add the context of they were going up against the hottest team in football with the best defense in football, the fact that this group scored 36 points, despite turning it over 6 different times, should let you know, maybe this offense, maybe this football team has turned a corner. I am a believer in the quarterback, Jayden Daniels. I have been since day one. I think Sunday concretely put him in a different tier of quarterbacks in this league. He is one of one. You can't name me 5 better quarterbacks right now in the National Football League. You can't. When you add the context of, and this is no offense to the pros that they have in that wide receiver room. They do a hell of a job. But when you add the context of he's throwing to Olamide Zaccheaus, Jamison Crowder, De'Ami Brown, and he still lights up the best defense in football, I got 5 on it. Straight up. I mean, he is one of one. And before Sunday's game, I really didn't give Washington much of a shot to win a postseason game. They're always going to have a puncher's chance against anybody because of how dynamic and special the quarterback is. But looking at the thing objectively from a 1,000-foot view, before Sunday, I really didn't give them much of a shot to win a playoff game. After Sunday, I still think it's unlikely that they win a postseason game, but I'm really leaning into the old adage and the idea of, man, as long as 5's out there, you never know what the hell is going to happen, and you got a shot against anybody. What say you, though? 1-800-636-1067. After Washington's big win Sunday, does it make you look at the Commanders any differently? Let's go to Lou in D.C. What's up, Lou?
What it do, big dog?
What's going on, my brother? How you doing?
I'm good, man. Happy holidays.
For sure. Same to you, too, brother.
Hey, you know, like I've been saying, man, just ride the wave, man. Anything could happen. You know, look, I'm not going to come on the radio and try to say this, I say that in the past. But like I keep saying, man.
You mean you're not going to pull a Chris Russell?
Come on. Hey, look.
No,
man.
I'm joking. You know Rooster's my dog. I gotta poke fun at him. I know he's listening.
You know you know, like I say, it's a week-to-week thing. And we like, as a fan, I know sometimes we gonna, you know, hit the panic button here and there, but at the same time, man, anything can happen. So that's why I was like, if we play 60 minutes, and I told Russo on Friday, I said, play 60 minutes football, we're going to come up with the W. And that's exactly what we did. It don't matter how we did it. We knocked out Jalen, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's the game. Look, it wasn't flagged. It was a clean hit. And that's what it is. But at the end of the day, like I keep telling you, man, just ride the wave, my dog. You know,
just ride the wave.
You see what 3-game winning streak. Guess what that does? Get you back on the thing, right?
For sure. Builds your confidence too, man. So I'm hoping they continue to ride this all the way into the postseason. Appreciate your call as always, brother. 1-800-636-1067. Let's go out to Saeed out in Upper Marlboro. Wants to tap in. Did Sunday change your opinion of the Commanders at all, Saeed?
It actually did. It changed my opinion a lot because I never thought that this late in the season, a team that already saw us would allow us, after losing so badly in time of possession, with us not having a full Lattimore like we expected, without us having Austin Eckler that we thought for people like Philly we'd be able to throw it in a lot of the screen game. He wasn't there. Without the running game, for this guy unflappable to just come out there and win. The last time something like this happened, our quarterback ran off the field saying, "You like that? You like that?" And we never saw it again. So the fact that this guy just came off the field and was like, that's what's different for me, because I honestly thought that people would see this guy play and they'd learn him and they'd come back the second time and beat us worse than the first time. And they didn't do that. And that was amazing to me, But to be honest, Linnell, and I just want to leave you with this question. And I'd love for you to poke holes a little bit in this, which I'm sure you will. Why were we at the beginning of the season? I'm not talking about 10 or 11 wins, but why in the beginning of the season did we think this was a 5, 6, or even 7-win team? Because my question is, if we think that middle linebacker and Luvu and all these guys, aren't those guys worth an extra win compared to last year? Don't we think
that's a fascinating
that
point, Saeed? Yeah.
Yeah, isn't Jaden Daniels better than Sam Howell? Isn't he worth just one extra win compared to last year? So when you start doing the math and you say, look at what changes we made and who we've got. We've got a better owner. We've got a better, owner that's actually, doing something. Last year he was kind of watching and let Ron kind of ride into sunset. But when you do all that math, you're like, better coach, better coaching staff, definitely better OC, definitely better quarterback, definitely better guys on defense. I feel like when you do the math on all that, you should have been at least 8 wins right there. Is that wrong to do that math and expect that those guys equal that? I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Brother, I appreciate your call as always. Strong call, Saeed. Seriously. Like that, he's right. He's right, but I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why folks still were talking 5, 6 wins. And I'll be honest, I'll pat myself on the back here and pull a Chris Russell. You can go run the tape back. Linnell Willingham, Denton Day, schedule release show at D-City Smokehouse. I predicted them to win 9. I said 9-8, 10-7 ceiling. When I got to see them after training camp, when I saw them up close in person, and I would come back every day screaming, Grant, Danny, Kevin, anybody who would listen, the quarterback's the truth. I thought, man, 9, 10 wins isn't really out of the question. I think Vegas and the national pundits and some pessimistic fans looked at this group and said, man, yes, they overhauled the talent drastically on the roster. But with that being said, they don't have a lot of depth. They were an injury away at certain positions from being one of the worst position groups in football. And then let's be real. I think there was a lot of reservations about the job Cliff Kingsbury was going to do. I think if you can go and point to and say, well, what's the number one surprise of what Washington's done? Some folks will point to the offensive line. I think that's just only scratching the surface of it. The offensive line's playing as well as it is because, one, Jaden Daniels gets the football out of his hands. I think we screamed that all summer long. He's going to play on time. But if you look at the play calling and the amount that Washington chips with backs and tight ends, that's on the play designer. That's on Cliff Kingsbury saying, hey, look, I understand we may have a talent-deficient group, but I'm not going to let it stop us from reaching our heights. Phone lines are open on this. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Washington with a big-time win Sunday against the Philadelphia Eagles. Does Sunday's win make you look at the Commanders any different? Your call's next.
look, just like boxing, since we talked a little bit of it, styles make the fight. What's your draw? Who you getting? Who you playing in the first round? All those things. That'll come into play. But the idea that they can't win a first-round game is folly. They absolutely can win a first-round game. Seeing it up close. And they can play different styles if they need to.
Correct.
Don't think for a second that if they need to hand it to Brian Robinson and play, they can't. They can.
Yeah.
And opportunistic on defense. You get a couple takeaways in the playoffs, somebody gets sent home. So I agree totally on that one. This isn't just you and me talking and being a cockeyed optimist. I've seen Washington up close. They can win a first-round playoff game. Obviously, it depends on who you draw. But the idea that they can't, no, I'll fight you on that one. They can.
And look, I don't want to get my ass whooped by Charles Davis. So look, I think the Commanders can win a first-round playoff game as well. It's G&D right here on 106.7 The Fan. We're always streaming live nationally on the free Odyssey app. It's the youngest in charge, Linnell Willingham. I'll take you up to 6:30. Programming note, coming up top of the 5 o'clock hour, we'll be joined by our pal Ben Standig of The Athletic. We'll get his opinion on this news we just got. Practice report coming out today for Washington ahead of their game against Atlanta on Sunday. And there are a bunch of DNPs on here for the second consecutive day. Wednesday, Washington treated as a walkthrough. It's really was Tuesday status because they had their walkthrough on Tuesday, but they listed it as Wednesday status. DNPs today that we all really are geeked up over. Marshawn Lattimore, second straight day of him being a DNP. I still don't know, and maybe Darius or Max, you can surf the internet for this as I try to as well. I don't know what is going on with Lattimore's hamstring. Do we know if it's the same hamstring he injured beforehand? So that's the big mystery out there. What hamstring is it? Being a DNP on a Thursday, I would have to think his status is in serious doubt coming up Sunday. I'm not trying to be a pessimist. It's just being real. He was a DNP. De'Ami Brown, a DNP for the second straight day. He's also dealing with a hamstring. That's the one that really, honestly, I get concerned over too. One huge catch that he had Sunday. Washington in the shadow of their own end zone. Jaden Daniels throws an absolute dime to De'Ami Brown. And I love the toughness De'Ami showed, man. He was going back and forth with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I loved it. Not having him would be big as well when you already consider the attrition Washington's dealing with at that position. Another DNP, Marcus Mariota. Non-injury related. They're calling it a personal thing. And I know you all are waiting for me to jump off the top rope and say, see, I told you so. This is why you shouldn't have signed the guy. But no, like I said, I'm a man first. I was wrong about Marcus Mariota. Curious to know what's keeping him out of practice the last couple of days. Tyler Owens, the DNP with an ankle. Here's another very interesting one. Andrew Wiley, second consecutive day of being a DNP with a groin injury. If you remember, Cornelius Lucas finished that football game on Sunday, and a lot of folks on Eagles Twitter thought he false started. He did, but they didn't call it. So rather be lucky than good. I'll say this. Wiley, despite popular belief, is the better overall tackle. He's the more athletic guy and is able to get out in the space in the screen game better than Lucas is. But in pure pass protection situations, you bet your ass Cornelius Lucas is the better tackle. So not really sweating that too much if Wiley can't go. What I do worry about is the depth. Could you all tell me who the swing tackle is right now for the Commanders? If Wiley has to miss, who would be next up? I hope it's not Chris Paul playing left tackle or right tackle. We don't need that. There's somebody on the practice squad. They signed a veteran to the practice squad. I think it was Bobby Hart that they signed to the practice squad a couple of weeks ago. I think he would be that guy if Andrew Wiley couldn't go, as he's a DNP for the second straight day with a groin injury. Cleveland Farrell upgraded. He was a DNP Tuesday, listed as limited today. He's got that knee injury that he's been dealing with all season long. And then there's another big one. Terry McLaurin, officially a DNP on Tuesday, limited today. I mean, Terry you'd have to cut that ankle off before he doesn't play Sunday in a clinching situation. I think he'll be on deck for Washington. Zach Ertz, listed as a DNP Tuesday with a shoulder, was a full participant today. Dante Fowler, listed with a groin, has been a full participant the past 2 days. And here's the big one. Here's the big one that all gets us geeked up. Jonathan Allen, second straight day as a full participant. And it seems like, and don't quote me on this, but based on conversations I've had with some folks and based on the tone in which Dan Quinn talks about it, feels like Jonathan Allen is very close to making his return to the lineup Sunday against the Atlanta Falcons. And boy, could they use him. So once again, no Marshawn Lattimore today in practice, no Jordan McGee in practice today, no Andrew Wiley. Terry was limited. John Allen, though, a full participant. Phone lines are full. If you're trying to get in, keep calling. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. What did you learn? Or did Sunday, rather, change your opinion at all on the Washington Commanders after their big-time win against the Philadelphia Eagles? Let's go out to the 757. Paulie wants to tap in. What's going on, bro, man? Happy holidays to you.
L to the W, man. Happy holidays, man.
Yes,
let me tap in on everything you were speaking on real quick before you start jumping all over me. You know what I mean? Number one, the NFL didn't take over Christmas Day. It was still the NBA's day, man. All the games was outstanding. All the stars showed up to play. The NFL games was lackluster and kind of sloppy, you know, like you would see on Thursday nights. So I think it was still a success for the NBA. You know what I mean? We just had a little. It was a parlays Kings Day.
I was about to say, look, you just happy because your Knicks won.
Hey, even if the Knicks didn't win, they still showed out. Wemby showed out. Yeah. Everybody, all the stars showed out on the NBA, and the games was good. So it was a success to me. The NFL is the NFL, but the NBA did their thing. It's always going to be the NBA day. All right. 2, Linnell, you are no longer allowed on the bandwagon, bro. You can jog behind it. I told you when you picked us to lose against Tennessee, don't do it, Linnell, or I'm going to have to kick you off. So right now you're jogging behind the bus. We might open up the emergency door to let you win at some point, but right now you're jogging behind.
And that's fine. You know, the way y'all call me fat on a routine basis, maybe I need to be jogging. Ain't that something?
Hey, number 2, man. I'm gonna say this. It didn't change my opinion because my opinion of my team has always been the same. And I agreed with you. I said they're an average team. But like you said, we wasn't saying that in a negative way.
Right.
I was saying it in a way where they hadn't put it all together yet. And a win like Sunday could have springboarded us to putting it together. But I'll say this about that game. People want to say, we finally got that statement win. No. It wasn't a statement
okay.
win.
That's interesting here.
It was a game that we needed to win, and we went out there and won. It wasn't a statement win because their quarterback got hurt and they was up 14-0. The only person who made a statement in that game was Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Daniels made a statement as, I really am here. I really have arrived in this league. I'm 1% of 1%, as Fred Smoot would say. You know what I mean? So Daniels made a statement as a player. We didn't make a real statement as a team. We won a game that we needed to win, and once their quarterback went out, we should have won.
For sure.
All right? Now, I'm also say this.
Mm-hmm.
My
Real quick, we got to wrap
worries
it
is
up.
not the defense.
Mm-hmm.
All right, my worries is not the defense. I know what the defense is. I know what the defense is capable of. They're capable of getting stops here and there and forcing field goals here and there and getting a couple turnovers, but they're not going to be the 85 Bears or a dominant defense.
For sure.
The team rests on the offense. The offense has to be more consistent and more efficient. And the problem with the running game is, I believe, is like teams know what our running game is. We need to get some more under center running game with some tight ends as lead blockers or in motion or whatever. We need to switch it up a little bit more in the running game other than trying to run out of the shotgun all the time.
For sure. And I think Cliff described it. I think Cliff described it earlier today, and I appreciate the call, Paulie, as paralysis by analysis, talking about the deficiencies Washington's having right now in the run game. Paulie brings up a good point. If you go back the past couple of weeks, it really has been a while since they've had a super efficient day on the ground. And I think you got to go back to that Tennessee game. And before that, Dallas, it wasn't very efficient on the ground. Philly, the week before, wasn't very efficient on the ground. So it's something to look at. 1-800-636-1067. Does Sunday's win make you look at the Commanders any differently? Tony is in Maryland. What's up, Tony?
Hey, man, how you doing?
I'm good, brother. Appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, real quick. I'm old school. I grew up rooting for your counterparts, Doc and Riggins and Fisher and Sonny and Billy and Pat Fisher and Charlie Taylor and Larry Brown. And you are exactly right. It was easy in the 90s when it was easily said we had great teams because we were well-rounded, and we would go out week in and week out and either put up a defensive smash mouth game or we're 3 yards in a cloud of dust. So back then, we were great teams. I agree with you in one area of, yes, we may be a tick above average football team. What I was talking about earlier to, I think it was your producer, is we need to do this week in and week out. I can't have us beat Philly and then come out against Atlanta and lay an egg. I have to see consistency before I bump them up to the great teams.
For sure.
And
Tony, I understand that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree. I think we're right there. And as far as Jaden Daniels is concerned, that young man, I'm telling you, he is so composed, and you are right on one thing. For some reason, 2 minutes left to go, a minute 30 in to go, and we're down, I have almost complete confidence that he's going to get the game back.
Sure.
It is a mind-changing, and I'm with you. I called 8 or 9 wins at the beginning of the year because of, like that last caller, all the call-ins.
Yeah.
But as far as the Eagles game, you make your own luck on the field. And I'll tell you, I still think, what was his name, Wilson, the fast wide receiver that dropped the ball coming across the middle. I firmly believe.
Oh, Devontae Smith is who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, partner. I think he was looking for where is Chin lurking and where is Lulu lurking.
For sure.
Because he didn't
I
know
would be
who
too,
was gonna
Tony,
hit
and I
him.
appreciate the call, my brother. 1-800-636-1067. Tony makes a great point. Anybody that's on Devontae Smith for dropping the ball, I mean, it's a head-hunting defense. I'm proud to call this a head-hunting defense because that is what the hell they do. Let's go to Ray and BMO. What's going on, brother, man? Happy holidays to you, Ray.
See, man, I ain't called you in a while, right?
I know. It's been a minute.
But when you said, and I've been listening to you, and I rock with you, man, 100%. But when you said what you said about no other quarterback doing what Jaden is doing, you know that was going. I said, nah, and I got y'all on speed dial. So I call it because listen. I love Jaden, but don't change and be objective, please. Because at the end of the day, don't let these fans punk you. Be objective. You know what I mean? Because here's the bottom line. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need, fans. We can't have everybody on the station be a homer. You know what I mean? We got to have this person that's going to be objective about what's going on. Now, coming up this Sunday, because there have been the young and the restless when it comes to the fan base being flip-flopping, y'all flip-flopping. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the nuance of the season. So I'm going to say this as I hang up the phone.
Mm-hmm.
People need to not sleep on what's going to happen on Sunday night because that team is playing for the 4th seed. You got Michael Penix Jr. that's starting to feel himself. You got to worry about Bijan Robinson and whether or not that tight end or that wide receiver core is going to show up, because the bottom line is the Falcons is hungry. They're playing for a playoff spot just like the Commanders are playing for a playoff spot. So it's essentially is already the play-in de facto playoff game. So please, y'all, Commanders fans, Skins fans, whatever, show up. And please show up and root for this team. I'll talk to you next time, Playboy.
Hey, Ray, I appreciate you as always, man. If you can't tell by Ray's accent, he's from Baltimore, and he is a part of Ravens flock, but he rocks with the youngest in charge. It's interesting to hear the perspective of fans in different fan bases. I feel like I take pride in being objective about this group. That's why there are a couple of you on hold right now that are ready to chew my ass out. But after the loss against Dallas, you can't blame me for putting a fork in this football team. It was a bad loss. Let's keep the main thing, though. 1-800-636-1067. The Commanders with a big-time win Sunday over Philadelphia. Does Sunday's win make you look at Washington any differently here with 2 games left to go? Let's go to Butch out in Ashburn. What's going on, Butch?
Hey, how you doing, man? Happy holidays to you.
Happy holidays, brother.
And the team out there. Yeah, I don't feel that much different about who they are. I mean, I see the potential from the first game on and now, and the growth, maturity, and I'm beyond ecstatic how things are going now. I thought they would win that game. No, I did not think that they would have 5 turnovers.
Yeah.
And some of the main players and a couple of fumbles and what have you. But they showed me a lot of guts. Not that I didn't see that beforehand, but they showed me a lot of determination, guts, and all that comes with that. And not just Jalen and all the so-called supporting cast, but the coaches have done a hell of a job from top to bottom.
Totally.
So I'm if let's say if they hypothetically win 5 and whatever, I would still be happy because of the fact that they got a real owner that cares, the right people in the right place in regards to how you build a championship football team. How where at the time the Redskins were built and what they were doing, back in the 80s, late 80s, and the early 90s. So to answer your question, no, I'm ecstatic. If hopefully they'll go in this upcoming Sunday and take care of business and don't have a fall off.
I'm about to say it would be the dawn of a new era, Butch, and I appreciate the call if Washington doesn't lose Sunday in Atlanta. I feel like there is that sector of the fan base that's like me. I suffer a little bit from SLS, as I like to call it, score and lover syndrome. We've been here before. We've seen teams of the past not handle the prosperity properly, and we worry that this group isn't.
I mean, our most recent example, that Sunday, that Giants game that got flexed to Sunday Night Football. We came off of didn't we have a tie against them?
Mm-hmm.
And then we had a bye week, and then boom, we have this big game against the Giants, playoff spot on the line, and we come up short. Like, those are the kinds of moments where this franchise has previously been scorned, and this fan base is not sure how to handle it. I get it.
And look, exactly. And Darius put it beautifully. There's nothing wrong with feeling that way. I know there's a sector of you out there that are going to jump down people's throats and say, oh, it's a new team. It's a new team. Yes. But when you've seen the same thing happen over and over and over again, it's hard not to feel like history isn't going to repeat itself. 1-800-636-1067 is the number here on the MGM National Harbor Lister Lines. You can tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. We'll continue to take your calls. Does Sunday's win make you look at the Commanders any differently? Plus, I'll tell you the number one thing I learned about Washington after Sunday's win against Philadelphia. Your call's next. 1-800-636-1067, the number on the MGM National Harbor Lister Launch. You can tweet at me as well. It is at NELL_BTP. If you can't tell by the Merzick, youngest in charge, Leno Willingham, sitting in for Grant and Danny. Grant back tomorrow with my guy Toby Altizer. This is awkward. Those of you on the stream saw me cough. Those of you in your cars have no idea why I just paused, but I coughed. There we go. That's Radio Insider for you all. Phone line's open, though. 1-800-636-1067. I teased before the break that I'd tell you the number one thing that I learned about the Washington Commanders after their performance Sunday over the Philadelphia Eagles. We're asking you on the phones, does Sunday's win make you look at Washington any differently? And I think it should. For me, I know it does. I gave them a 30% chance heading into Sunday against Philadelphia to win that game. And if you had watched this group for 14 games, you should understand why I didn't give them much of a shot. That 30% chance was the kid under center is just a complete badass. Talking about Jaden Daniels. So I'll always give him at least a 30% chance against anybody. But for them to Here's the crazy thing about it. And I understand the context and the caveat of Hurts going down in that football game. But if you look at it from Washington's perspective, they didn't even play their best. They turned it over 6 times, had a litany of penalties, and still scored 36 points and found a way to win. So I give kudos to the group. There's a level of trust that I feel like they've now, instilled in me, or that I've instilled in them, rather, after seeing Sunday. And I get it. I know what the detractors are going to try to say. Oh, they're still average. Oh, Jalen Hurts wasn't in. It's very true. Like, anybody that's played ball at any level, even if you haven't, and you just understand the game well, you understand the big difference in defending a rushing attack when you do not have to account for the quarterback. And I can say it till I'm blue in the face, but it simply is the reason that Washington was able to really zero in on Saquon Barkley the way that they were. And the numbers are absolutely out of this world. You take away his 69-yard touchdown run, and it was something like 27 attempts at 2.8 yards a pop. Not very impressive. Not very impressive. The better way to look at it is this. I think in the first quarter, he finishes with 111 yards. He finishes with $150 for the afternoon. So it shows you when they did not have to account for the quarterback, when the numbers game was in their favor, they were able to stop it. But the question for you, 1-800-636-1067. Does Sunday's win make you look at the Commanders differently? The number one thing I learned about this team, though, coming out of Sunday is that Jaden Daniels, and I already knew it, but I now can say it with my chest poked out with conviction. Jaden Daniels is a top 5 quarterback in the National Football League. Top 5? Top 5. And I'll give you my top 5. In no order. Mahomes, Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar. After that, the list is short. Who else is next besides Jaden Daniels? 1-800-636-1067. Matt's in D.C. Wants to chime in. What's going on, Matt?
Hey, Linnell. I was going to say, the thing is, what did you learn about this average team that you didn't think could win a playoff game? Now, I did not expect necessarily to win that game. Knocking Hurts out made obviously a big difference. I tell you who I hope learned something about this team is the coach.
Yeah.
Because I think when we went for it on 4th down in Philly a few weeks ago, and then let's not forget, we went for it on 4th down in D.C. here last week, didn't get either one of them. And
you're talking about the first and short? You're talking about the first 4th and short with B-Rob?
Yeah. Well, and then this last week, we have a team that can turn the ball over 5 times against the number 1 defense in the NFL, still put up 30-some points. Maybe let's not take the risk of giving them that short field early in the game because, hey, guess what? We can come back and score a couple, 3 touchdowns down the stretch against anybody. That's basically it. I think this is a team that we're still seeing like come up to its peak. We did that without Eckler.
Yeah.
There's some pieces coming back. I'm telling you, you never know in the NFL. And what Mr. Davis was saying earlier about matchups making games, that is so true.
For sure.
I mean, right now, you'd almost look at like we're going to get either like Green Bay, Detroit, Minnesota, or Philly. None of those sound particularly great, but it's almost like Green Bay just because knowing how well they play year after year, like this time of year and everything, and with the Detroit's injuries and Minnesota having Darnold and Philly, the familiarity that could come to help us out. Like, I'm most scared of Green Bay, but we have a chance.
Matt, you know what's crazy, brother? And I think you're crazy as hell, by the way. And I'm kidding. I love you calling in. I agree with you. I think Green Bay, and I appreciate the call, Matt. I would say Green Bay is probably that team where I go, and here's why. Jordan Love, after Toyotathon, we know what that is. It's part of the NFL matrix, part of the script. He's elite. And then that added element of toughness that they now have with Josh Jacobs running the way that he's running. And then their receiver core is really what gives me trouble. Between Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, Dontavion Wicks, they've got guys at that position. And I don't know if Washington's deep enough in the secondary to be able to match up with that group. The other thing about Green Bay is their defense is one of one. And I look at Kenny Clark as that type of penetrating defensive tackle that really gives this issue. But phone lines are still open, 1-800-636-1067. After Washington's big win Sunday, does it make you look at the Commanders any differently? As far as the postseason goes, I think it kind of changes my thoughts with that as well. Instead of a 30% chance, maybe I give them a 40% chance now. Because as long as Jayton's under center, man, I think you got a shot against anybody. DC is in Calvert. What's going on, bro, man? Appreciate you tapping in. Happy holidays to you.
Happy holidays, my brother Linnell, my brother Linnell, my brother Linnell. How are you today?
I'm good. It feels like you're warming me up or putting me up to put me back down. What you got for me, DC?
And I'm glad you used the word warming up, Linnell, because the way you're flip-flopping, you shouldn't be wearing it in D.C. weather. Now, you started out and you said what you saw in preseason and how you evaluated everything at camp, and I was rocking with you because I believed in what you were telling me. I could also see what you were telling me, and also the national media was reporting the same things. So then the team shows you that they got your back, and they win the 9 games or the 10 games that you predicted, but you were ready to stick a fork in them. And then today, you said, Jaden, he's one of one. Then a caller, my brother calls in and tell you, calm down, calm down. Then you say he's in the top 5. It's okay. I know you're excited because we haven't won like this in your lifetime. But guess what? I'm going to tell you this. It's the holiday season, and today is Kwanzaa. It's the first day, and the word is called umoja. And that's what Coach has been preaching all year. It's called unity and team, and they got each other's back because they're a brotherhood. We won ugly. We had 5 turnovers, but then we came back and held it together. We stopped the run. We did knock their quarterback out, but that's part of the game. Our quarterback has been knocked out before,
yes,
and we still won. And yes, it's one of the top teams in the NFL. Let's say top 5 teams in the NFL, or as you would say, they're one of one. And we got the job done, brother.
Point blank.
So you
speaking facts.
I'm looking forward to us making it to the playoffs and winning a playoff game, but it's always the next game up. Just like you and Rooster jumped ahead to the Eagles, we also answered that question for you, brother. Now I understand your excitement.
For sure. For sure. Let me say this, DC, before I let you go.
Okay.
Because you go all the way back to the summertime with me, I rock with you the long way. You really tapping in and listening.
Definitely.
Do I get to say I told you so a little bit, brother, man? I was on y'all got to understand why the Dallas laws broke my trust,
when
though,
you
DC.
When you stay on your horse, you can say I told you so. But when you jump off your horse, just because he's bucking a little bit,
I'm about to say I had to whip his ass real quick. Look, man, but look, let me just say this, DC, because I think you're a fair, objective dude, and I appreciate that about you.
Yes, sir.
You understand why I put a fork in him after Dallas, right? Like, do you get where I was coming from? It was an unacceptable loss when you add the context of you've already lost 2 in a row. You're going up against a team that's without its starting defensive back, without its starting quarterback, and was a legit bottom feeder. I think Dallas had been outscored 68-20 in the 2 weeks prior heading into that.
Let me clear that up for you, Linnell. If you know our division and you know how these games always go, no matter how good whatever team is, when we play with inside the division, it can be a loss because we know each other and we fight the hardest. But if y'all don't remember when I called in and said this bye week is coming at the right time.
I remember it.
We needed that bye week because we had some nagging injuries and things like that. And then we got a trade for a guy that was hurt. And then we also had Jamison Crowder come back off IR that's been out the whole season, and he's playing lights out because the brotherhood welcomed him back, and he said he's not going to let him down. That's how this team plays, brother. And a lineman go down, somebody else comes in. But again, that health thing and being tired, I believe that extra week of rest has helped us, and it came at the right time.
For sure. DC, I appreciate you tapping in as always, brother. Happy holidays, my man. 1-800-636-1067. Some breaking news in here real quick. And this is, I'm getting off on a tangent a little bit. If you all don't know, I was the voice of the Howard Bison football team this year during the 2024 regular season. And I said it was a life-changing experience. I got to meet the head coach of Tennessee State, Eddie George, Hall of Fame NFL running back. We just added another big-time fish to the MEAC. Deshaun Jackson, the next head coach at the prestigious Delaware State. Now, I called Delaware State versus Howard. Delaware State terrible. I mean, what Charles Barkley say? TRBL terrible. It's my best Charles Barkley impersonation. Danny Rouye, stand up. This is awesome for Delaware State. For another HBCU that's rich in tradition and history, to get a marquee former NFL guy like Deshaun Jackson, and I'm sure he's doing his best Deion impersonation. He bringing his luggage and his Louis too. 1-800-636-1067. Let's go to Jupe out of West Virginia. What's going on, Jupe?
What's happening, Linnell? Hey, listen, man. My mind ain't changed at all with this win on Sunday. I called it when we went in the bye. We was going to sweep these 4 games, walk into the playoffs, hot and ready like a hot pocket. And listen, you got to stop giving them that excuse, the Eagles, the excuse about knocking out Jalen Hurts, because that whole game was a fluke. We're not a team known for turning the ball over like that. Yeah. B-Rob 2 fumbles. That's not normal. This is Timothy Daniels' first game with multiple INTs, and we didn't have Eckler. Burnt their tails up in the first game. So at the end of the day, the whole game was a fluke, but we came out with the W. They just got to take this L, and I hope we get them in the first round. Everybody 100%, because guess what? In that first game, we had to lead up to the fourth quarter, but that was on a banged-up O-line. And I'm going to say Timothy Daniels at that time, he was just regular J.
Hold on. What'd you call him, Jupe? What'd you call him, Jupe?
Timothy Daniels.
I like that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Timothy Daniels. He was just regular Jaden Daniels in that first game because he wasn't right, and we had to lead up into the fourth quarter. So now put everybody in 100% healthy, ready to go. I still think we got it. So at the end of the day, stop giving that excuse, man, because we can make excuses in that first game, but we took that L and we just rock with it. So at the end of the day, we got the W. Let's keep it moving. So, yeah, we good.
Let's keep it rocking. I appreciate the call. 1-800-636-1067. We'll take a quick timeout. More of your calls on the other side of the break. Plus, a CBS analyst had some pretty interesting comments about Lamar Jackson, and they weren't also positive. Tell you that next. 1-800-636-1067, the number on the MGM National Harbor Lister Lounge. You can tweet at me as well. It is at NELL_BTP. If you can't tell by the funky tunes, coming back for break. You're tapped in with the youngest in charge movement, Linnell Willingham, sitting in for Grant and Danny on the day after Christmas. Grant back with you tomorrow. He'll be alongside. What do we? Can I say Rice Cube and that not be a thing? Not be a problem. Toby Altizer. Hashtag the GOAT, my guy. I'm going to be sitting in with Grant Paulson tomorrow. Eager to listen to their preview of Commanders and Falcons coming up this weekend. Right now, I want to stay on the phones. What does does Sunday's win versus Philadelphia make you look at Washington any differently? Our pal Ben Standig of The Athletic coming up in about 11 minutes, top of the 5 o'clock hour. But we'll run through these calls before we get to Ben. Two folks left on the line that want to rip me a new one. Alex in Atlanta on the Always Free Odyssey app. What's going on, Alex?
Not much, Lana. How are you?
I'm good, but I'm sure I won't be in a couple of seconds.
No. I don't want to listen. I know your job. I understand your job. I've done your job. But you have to have a stance and you have to stand by it. Like you said last week, you had the whole hour segment on are they average team, and you were like they're an average team. And I tried to get through. I couldn't get through. They're an above average team. No average team wins 10 games in the league. They're probably going to win 11 or 12.
Well, hold on. Alex, can I cut you off real quick? Were the Dolphins last year not average?
I thought they were better than average. They were the fastest team in the league, and they were killing it.
Yeah, but they didn't have any wins against a team with a winning record. Alex, that's why I said they're average. But go ahead. I'll let you continue. Go ahead.
But now the Commanders do. And I think that was my point. I felt like they were going to win that game against the Eagles. I had faith in them. And I think with Jaden Daniels, anything is possible. I think that there's no lead that they can't overcome. He's a smart enough and good enough player that he can overcome it. And I think that is what you have to keep in mind. And my opinion has not changed. As long as he's in the league, as long as he's in that quarterback and he's healthy and he doesn't have the rib injury, you saw the speed that he had the other day jumping out of the way. And Caleb tried to do it a couple weeks ago. He can't do it. He cannot match Jaden Daniels' speed. Nobody can. And he's a unique player in this league. There are very few quarterbacks that can do it. And for me, if anything, I feel stronger about them. So that's all I wanted to say, man. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Alex, I appreciate the call as always, my friend. Let's go to Aram in the city. What's going on, Aram?
First of all, is Abe the one that called you on Christmas Eve that told you had 30% chance to lose weight? Yeah, you can't come back, man. Nah, you got to sit on. You in purgatory. And the reason why, because it's one thing to take, I understand you got to show the dude, you got to be clickbait, or you got to.
No, I don't, and that's where, Abe, that's where I'm gonna stop you, because that's where y'all get me wrong. Nothing I do is for clicks. This is 100%. 1,000% authentic. I'm an addict for this group. Oh, hold on, Abe. You let me go now. Hold on. I am an addict for this group, brother. So anything that I say, I believe it. It may be out of emotion at times, but it's 110% on the flow, man. It ain't no facade with what I be saying. This ain't WWE.
Granted, I got you. I feel you on that because I've been there. But the thing is, you didn't stand on business. You did in the beginning of the year say, hey, I think they could be a 10-win team. You was down there, what did y'all say, boots on the ground. You seen what was happening down there, Ashburn and stuff. But then this is the part. This is the part. That's almost like you have a kid and you be like, you know what? I give that kid 30% chance to make it to the league. You I think he got talent to make it to the league. Then when he go through a little rough patch, you like, you know what? He sucked. He only got 30% chance to make it to the league. Then when he make it to the league, you want to be like, oh yeah, I told y'all. Remember? No, you can't do that. That's just the most lopsided guy. You don't want nobody in your team that acts like that. That anytime it's up, it's up. And when it's bad, she ready to kick you out. Come on, man. So right now, you outside looking in.
That's all right.
Paulie and the K9s and the ARP group, they're gonna get together and they're gonna vote and see if you can come back. But maybe I say one thing. I know you passionate. I know you're a real fan. That's why I give you the vote to come back. But you gotta wait till after the season. Man. You gotta wait till the playoffs.
I can't enjoy the ride with y'all, brother.
Huh?
I said I can't enjoy the ride with y'all, brother.
No. I said playoffs. We let you come back to the playoffs. But yeah, I give you the playoffs. Yeah, man. But now I hope you had a Merry Christmas.
Man, you too, brother. I appreciate you continue to tap in with me always, man. I'll say this. I can't stand some of you that go back and say, well, you said this back there. But it means you're listening, so I got to appreciate it. But damn, do y'all keep receipts like this for Grant and Danny? I want to know. Do y'all keep receipts like this for Craig Hoffman, Doc Walker, the Junkies, B-Mitch, and Fiddly? I feel like y'all only keep receipts with me, man, but that's okay. I'm a thick-skinned individual, and I'm wearing good material. I told you we'd let you hear from a certain CBS NFL analyst that had some interesting things to say about Jayden Daniels. Here is Bryant McFadden on Jayden Daniels versus Lamar Jackson.
Jayden Daniels is the JV Lamar Jackson. Okay. Lamar is the varsity guy. Jayden Daniels is the guy right now watching Lamar on Fridays, because you look at his style of play and how he's doing things in such an early part in his career. Yeah. As he continues to grow in the National Football League, he is Lamar Jackson, but the JV version. And eventually he will become that varsity version. And you better look out, NFC East.
I'll say this. The quote that CBS Sports used on the X app just says that Bryant McFadden said that, that Jayden was the JV Lamar. And I said, whoa, it's disrespect. After hearing the entirety of the clip, clearly B-Mac not trying to disrespect Jayden Daniels, but understanding that Lamar Jackson earned his standing of being that guy, one of one. If you all were listening to me this morning on the Infinity Sports Network, I got a Lamar Jackson take that's going to piss a lot of people off. Man, if he gets the Super Bowl and he has the postseason success, I think we're really going to start talking about it being Patrick Mahomes, best of all time, Tom Brady, second best of all time, Lamar Jackson, third best of all time. We haven't seen anything like this. And I understand it's not your traditional drop back passer, but if you've watched him this year and you question his ability to consistently win from within the pocket, that's on you. You're choosing to hate on Lamar Jackson at this point. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. We got a lot more to get to before we get out of here. Here on this, I almost called it overtime. Here on this day after Christmas edition of Grant and Danny, the youngest in charge. I know Willingham sitting in for G&D. We'll give you an update on Caps GOAT Alex Ovechkin. His return to the lineup maybe sooner rather than later. We'll let you hear from Joe Beninati on that. But when we come back, Ben Standig of The Athletic joins us next with the latest from Ashburn as the Commanders get geared up for Atlanta on Sunday. That's next here on The Fan.
Have they told you that you're going to play Sunday, or is there any doubt in your mind? Or have they told you that?
To my knowledge, it is, but I don't want to speak for them. Obviously, we'll see moving forward. I'm preparing as if I'm playing, so we'll go from there.
So you're saying there's a chance? It's Commanders defensive tackle John Allen talking to the Scrummer reporters moments ago out at practice as the Commanders get geared up for their big-time showdown Sunday against the Atlanta Falcons. It is the youngest in charge, Linnell Willingham, sitting in for Grant and Danny. Here on the day after Christmas, we will take you up to 6:30 before handing things over to the Take Command podcast. Joining us momentarily on the guest hotline is our pal Ben Standig. I believe he is still out in Ashburn. We'll get the latest from practice on him. A couple of programming notes. We will give you a very specific health update on the great 8 Alex Ovechkin before we get out of this 5 o'clock hour. We'll also spin around the National Football League a little bit. There's a certain gum-chewing future Hall of Fame head coach that is interested in a potential head coaching vacancy. We'll get you that before we get out of here as well. We'll also let you hear from Cliff Kingsbury and Joe Witt Jr. But right now, let's waste no time. Let's go out to the guest hotline where we find our pal Ben Standig. Make sure you check out Ben's work in The Athletic and check out the Standing Room Only podcast, one of my absolute favorites to get up to speed on the burgundy and gold. Ben, happy holiday season, my brother. I appreciate you giving us some time.
Linnell, yeah, thanks for having me on.
For sure, man. We just played the audio of John Allen basically saying, I expect to play this week. And I want to start with that. Based on body language and things of that nature, how confident are you that John returns to the field this weekend?
I mean, I've been hearing going back to like a week or so ago that this would be the game to really think about him coming back. And then, it is, as he said, ultimately up to the training staff and the coaches, but he certainly looks like he's, believes he's ready to go. And it doesn't feel like it's one of those deals where somebody's like claiming they want to, or saying they want to play, but they know in the back of their head there's no chance. It seems to me like he thinks he's going to play, and that's kind of my expectation at this point.
With how well Washington defended Saquon Barkley after the Jalen Hurts injury, or excuse me, outside of that 69-yard scamper, what type of addition is John to the lineup, and do you have any inkling as to what capacity he'd be available to the team?
Not really yet on any of that. I mean, Joe Witt Jr. said today he imagines whenever John is back that he would be on some sort of a pitch count.
Okay.
So, at a minimum, he just gives them more depth than they currently have, even though they've gotten some good play in recent weeks from backups like Sheldon Day and Carl Davis, along with obviously Johnny Newton's been pretty solid in the middle. So yeah, at a minimum it's depth. How much he's going to be able to play, whether it's a stamina thing or so on, that's to be determined. I mean, look, this is a guy that's obviously been, one of their top 2 or 3 players for the previous several years. He's a guy that gets up good pressure up the middle. Now, that said, they were still getting run on all over the place the first, 5+ weeks when he was playing.
Yeah.
And they've continued to get run on pretty much for the most part this season. But in theory, obviously, he should help, give them, again, at a minimum depth, at a maximum, a potential Pro Bowl level guy that they haven't had since week 6.
Ben, I got to ask you this. We've been kicking this around on the phones for about the past hour. Plenty of calls on it, plenty of tweets. Simple question, but I just want to get your thoughts. Does Sunday's win make you look at the Commanders any differently moving forward, Ben?
Not really. I think the only thing, because, look, the Jalen Hurts part of this, it's pretty hard to ignore. I mean, the Eagles were, they were up 21-7 in the first quarter. Washington certainly did better against Saquon Barkley as the game went on, but that was really, to me, a massive aspect of losing Hurts. And, Kenny Pickett was fine, but he's not Jalen Hurts, and Washington could focus there. That said, I think the one thing that it didn't change, but it reinforced that, Jaden Daniels is a massive difference maker. I mean, they had no running game. The receivers, other than Terry McLaurin, have, this is a good game for some of these other guys, but they're not guys that are scaring opponents. You weren't getting anything out of Zach Ertz, and they still scored 36 points against one of the better defenses in the league. And I'm not saying it's all because of the quarterback, but yeah, maybe kind of, maybe it was.
Yeah.
I mean, his ability to get away from
tacklers to get that 4th and 11 scramble was pretty dramatic and pretty impressive. And obviously the poise that he's shown over and over again, especially in those clutch moments, is off the charts. And I don't buy the notion that Washington is the team you don't want to face among the wild card teams you don't want to face. But I wouldn't want to play against Jay Daniels like that. His ability to be so tough in the clutch, that's not normal for any quarterback, let alone a rookie or a veteran. So, yeah, that aspect maybe is a bit of a change or again, more of a reinforcement. But overall, not so much. You still want to see if they're going to make the playoffs. Do they have enough to really contend and possibly beat the better teams? And they did this week, but only kind of, sort of.
Yeah, I definitely pick up what you're putting down there. But I think just taking our, media part away from it, right, and just looking at it at the core of what we are at the end of the day, it's just fans. Ben, how exciting is this? Because I came away from Sunday like, dude, they didn't even play their best, Ben. 6 turnovers if you count the turnover on downs. And they still put up 36 points on the league's best defense. I am a believer in the fight that this group has, but I agree with what you said. The quarterback right now, Ben, and tell me if I'm speaking of hyperbole here, and maybe I am, and maybe it's too premature, but Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes, how many more quarterbacks are you taking ahead of Jaden Daniels right now?
Yeah, no, I'm not sure any. I mean, look, that's the thing. It's like he's never had the rookie moments. I mean, yeah, sure, he's made some mistakes. He had 2 interceptions this game, and these picks were on him. It wasn't like batted ball. But okay, everybody makes mistakes, but his ability to overcome them, to move on to the next play, to gain yards with his arm, with his legs, and to move past the next play. Cliff Kingsbury said today that he's never been around somebody who's better at going on, being focused on the next play, no matter what happened on the last play. And it's pretty remarkable. And that's why, if they're in, whether it's this game against Atlanta or if they make the playoffs, if they're down late, you believe that he's going to be able to lead them to a comeback. And when you have that, it just makes it so much better for everybody else to keep playing hard. You don't feel like, oh crap, this thing's over. It's never feels like it's over with him. And yeah, I mean, and obviously on top of the fact that, the last 20 plus years have been largely miserable. Yeah. So to have this happen and also knowing that it isn't just this year, that Jaden Daniels is, barring the unforeseen, is going to be like this kind of guy for the next umpteen years. And that's incredibly exciting because we know in this sport, if you don't have that guy, your chances of really competing at the top of the league are pretty tough.
And Washington, for all intents and purposes, for sure has that guy. Ben, someone called in earlier and said, yeah, Himothy Daniels. And he said it so casually, Ben, that I was like, who? Wait, who'd you say? Did he accidentally say Jalen? That just shows you how well the dude is playing. He's being embraced by the fan base in a way that, I don't remember a quarterback being embraced. So it's been really fun to watch. Ben, I want to ask you this, though, because I remember I had you on about a month ago. I think this was before the Tennessee game, and we were talking about the 3-game losing streak and the proverbial cliff. Sunday in particular, while I learned that, while it was solidified, rather, that Jaden Daniels is that one-of-one special guy, seeing him do it up against a marquee defense, I also got to give a ton of credit to Cliff Kingsbury because, Ben, it's 7 or 8 plays each week where Jaden Daniels makes your jaw drop. But it felt like, on Sunday, yes, there were those tight window throws, especially the one he throws on a rope to Crowder for the win. But Cliff Kingsbury's ability to scheme open Jamison Crowder, De'Ami Brown, Olamide Zaccheaus, no disrespect to those guys at all, Ben, but you can be real with me. His ability to scheme open B and C level receivers against the league's best defense, super, super impressive. What did you learn about Cliff on Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't a believer in the notion of the cliff. I mean, it just seemed like, if you looked at the past, there was a lot of circumstances that were getting ignored if you just look at just pure numbers. And he, from the beginning of this year, it seemed like he had been making a decent amount of adjustments all along. And now, when it was after Noah Brown and Austin Eckler hurt, they originally were going with like a little more 2 tight end sets. Then with Zach Ertz banged up this week, it was a lot of 4 receivers. And, especially late when the running game just wasn't working. And, like you said, I mean, it's one thing to maybe call certain plays or for certain formations, but to then have the guys get open. And, yeah, I mean, Zacchaeus and Crowder, look, fine players, but neither one of them is a go-to guy. Neither one of them is an NFL starter per se. And yet, wow, I mean, they really, they scored 4 touchdowns. And, it's been really impressive to see what they've been up to and how they're able to succeed.
We're joined right now on the guest hotline by our pal Ben Standing. You can check out his work at The Athletic, and make sure you check out the Standing Room podcast wherever you get your podcast. Ben, I want to ask you here real quick about the injury report right now for Washington heading into Sunday's matchup against Atlanta. Marshawn Lattimore officially listed as a DNP. I believe Diame was a DNP. Wiley was a DNP. Out of the guys that I guess did not participate today, whose status, Ben, do you think is in the biggest question leading into Sunday?
Yeah, we'll get more on the injuries when Quinn is talking to us again tomorrow. So I don't. It's hard to know exactly to what degree anybody is feeling it. But I think the Lattimore one's obviously the biggest concern because there was already a pre-existing injury that kept him out for several weeks, and now he's got a hamstring again. So is this if this is just another kind of reoccurring injury, and this is a guy that's missed a bunch of games the last few years, then you got to start wondering, what's the deal? What's the deal with this injury? Is it just going to be some chronic issue he has to deal with constantly? Look, Wiley has been a starter. He's important, but if he doesn't play, Cornelius Lucas gives you a comparable player. De'Ami Brown, give him credit. He has earned a place in the rotation with his energy and his hustle, his speed. And he's been effective as a pass catcher at times. But if he were not to play, again, you've got Zacchaeus, you've got Crowder, not to mention McLaurin. They can kind of get by without that. If you don't have Lattimore, not to say that they, Sandersville's been good this year and so on, but that's a very big difference, right, between what they think Lattimore can be and how he can help this team versus anybody else they put out there. So, at minimum, I think Lattimore is easily the one to keep an eye on. And, again, because he's had this lingering injury, it may be the one that's most worrisome.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be something that we monitor. I know just based off of the way Joe Witt Jr. called the game on Sunday, Ben, it was a clear difference in having Lattimore in the lineup. There was a level of trust. Did you notice, and I haven't looked at, the true media numbers or the exact breakdown yet, it felt like it was one of the more aggressive play calling games from Joe Witt on the defensive side of the football, being willing to leave those corners in those one-on-one situations. Did you walk away from Sunday feeling that way as well?
Well, he has said in recent weeks, even before this game, that he's really not given his cornerbacks a ton of help. And look, again, they have not been able to stop the run this year. The only 2 games where you could say they did, the Tennessee game where they were up, a ton early on, and the Titans abandoned the run. And then the Saints game, the Saints are playing with, non-starters at quarterback. They have no receivers, and they do have Alvin Kamara, but it was easier to sort of stack the box. And then he also even got hurt late in the game, so they really haven't stopped the run. So I think he's just continuing to sell out to try to get to more help there and have more guys around the line. And again, once Jalen Hurts was out, then they did a good job doing that. But yeah, he's left his cornerbacks exposed, and that's again why having a guy like Lattimore is such a big deal, because his history says he's a guy that can deal with that. Everybody's kind of blown off the pass interference calls because they're 50-50 calls and they just happen to go sort of against him, and it's the way it goes sometimes. But yeah, what he's able to do and the confidence you have in him going up against the AJ Browns of the world is why you can also continue to send more bodies to the line of scrimmage. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be harder to do if he's not out there.
I agree with you 100%. And I think it's been interesting, going back and forth with fans on social media. It's a sector of the fan base, Ben, that thinks Lattimore played like trash on Sunday for whatever reason, because of the PI calls, the given up touchdown, like you mentioned, but that doesn't put under the microscope the other snaps he had against arguably a top 4 or 5 receiver in the National Football League, talking about A.J. Brown. I was super impressed with the confidence, the swagger, the passion that you saw Marshawn Lattimore play with. So losing him, Ben, I don't want to overstate it because he's only played in 2 games, but I can sort of get the gist of how big of a deal it would be, especially when you consider Atlanta and what challenges they present to you offensively. Ideally, you'd like to go into that game with the ability to play the heavy box, the ability to leave your corners on the island. But if it's not Lattimore and it's St. Juste out there Sunday opposite Mikey Sainristil, how different do you think the game plan ultimately would be, Ben?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they just, Sainristil's had a really slot. You look at some of the numbers. He's been overlooked at times when we talk about this defense.
Yeah.
But yeah, on the outside, beyond that, they don't have anybody. Think about it. I mean, I feel bad for St. Jude's to a degree because now, over the course of a game, he was giving up some big plays and getting penalties. Now it all seems to be compressed into like 10 plays, and the same things are still happening. So, I mean, it's at this point, it's, I've been a guy that's believed in St. Jude's to varying degrees, but it's obviously not quite ever worked out for him. So, yeah, that would be a big deal. And again, Atlanta, Michael Penix is a rookie, and there can be ups and downs with that, but Drake London's turned into a legit top receiver. Darnell Mooney, the other wideout, has had a pretty big year, and Bijan Robinson can catch passes. So, they've got weapons in the passing game. So, yeah, this will be a big loss if he's not able to go. And, a bigger picture perspective, when you get to the playoffs, everybody's going to have some type of, alpha receiver, right? And this is why, again, you have that guy. So it's not just the next week or two. It's also, should they get to the postseason, you get the best chance to win, and that's going to be with Lattimore playing.
I wonder, and Ben, what you said at the tail end of that is super interesting. I wonder how much of that thought process goes into how much you need him, per se, here in the next 2 games, as it feels like you're right on the cusp of locking in that postseason spot. Obviously, they could, if things fall their way, they could have that 7 seed clinched by the time they kick off on Sunday night. Ben, I'll let you go on this, my friend. It's kind of a random question relative to the conversation we've been having. Brian Robinson fumbled 2 times on Sunday, and there was a shot that the Fox broadcast showed of him with the towel over his head, and he just looked absolutely dejected. And they benched him for a period of time during that. We saw him a lot more in the late 3rd quarter and early 4th. I thought he was tremendous in pass protection despite the 2 fumbles. What is your gut feel of how the team is reacting to the fumbles, and do they look at it as an anomaly and a one-off?
Well, I think the issue sort of is, if they had another option, maybe they might say, "Hey, let's look this other way because we don't want to. The fumbles are we can't deal with it." But that doesn't exist. Yeah. I mean, in a world without Austin Eckler, which perhaps he's back. Quinn said it's certainly a possibility when he's eligible to come off IR next week. But they clearly they've used Chris Rodriguez at times, but really only in sort of like end of game situations when it's kind of mostly out of hand or Robinson got hurt. And Jeremy McNichols has been a solid piece, but he's not a guy you're going to lean into. So they kind of don't have any other options right now. So whatever they're annoyed or not, nobody likes the fumbles, obviously, but there's only so much they can do to replace him, and that's why whatever their feelings are, they kind of got to get over it to an extent. But look, obviously, don't put it on the ground anymore, because if he keeps doing it, then then you're going to have no choice but to go with Rodriguez.
I know Cliff mentioned this briefly earlier. I believe the quote was paralysis by analysis when describing some of the deficiencies of the run game. Ben, when you crunch the numbers, and I know you do it often, they really haven't run the ball consistently in quite some time. Any concern with you moving forward about the run game? Because I am starting to get a little bit concerned, maybe is a strong word, but I'm definitely got some question marks about the lack of productivity over the past really 6 weeks.
Yeah, no, I think there's some too, for sure. I mean, they were using two running back sets a little bit, not as the primary formation, but sometimes. And when they did that, defenses were stretched out because you have Robinson's power up the middle, but Eckler's ability to make plays on the perimeter, or at least to give you like a swerving presence as opposed to a bulldozer like Robinson. But now when you take Eckler out, sure, Jane Daniels can get on the move and run, but in terms of the running back, you kind of just have to focus on Robinson up the middle. And, I think that there was also, the one game where Tyler Biotish didn't play. I think that obviously hurt their opportunities up the middle. And, the Eagles have, Jalen Carter inside. This offensive line, when we get to the offseason, we'll discuss what they still need to do to work that, mostly tackles. But, it feels like the combination of no Eckler and the offensive line play being a little bit down the last couple of weeks, and some of the opponents have impacted things. But again, when we go up against the better teams in the playoffs, this is going to be the deal. So, I think getting Robinson on track this week would be huge. And we'll see if Eckler is able to come back over the last game or not. And that would be, I think, pretty big as well, just because they have nobody who can replace what he does out there.
We are in a wait-and-see mode for the remaining 2 games of the season, Ben, and relative to Sunday, we're in a wait-and-see mode as well, my friend. I appreciate you giving us some time. Happy holidays to you and yours, my man.
Well, no, I appreciate it, man. Happy holidays as well, and, we'll talk soon.
We will talk soon. Ben Standig, one of the absolute best, talking all things burgundy and gold. Make sure you follow his work at The Athletic and download the Standing Room podcast wherever you download your podcast. About an hour and change left to go on the program. A lot more to get to before we dish things over to the Take Command podcast. We'll let you hear from Cliff Kingsbury and Joe Witt. We'll give you an update on Alex Ovechkin. But when we come back, I'll ask a question that feels appropriate after Jaden Daniels' 5-touchdown performance on Sunday. I'll give you that question next here on The Fan. 1-800-636-1067, the number on the MGM National Harbor Listener Line. You can tweet at me as well. It is at NELL_BTP. Youngest in charge, Linnell Willingham, sitting in for Grant and Danny. The day after Christmas, Grant Paulson back with you tomorrow. He'll be alongside the great one, the man you hear on the updates each and every day here on the fan, Toby Altizer, and Grant will tag team tomorrow to get you ready for Falcons and Commanders. Speaking of Falcons and Commanders, I feel like I've used every adjective in my lexicon here this afternoon to try and describe how monumental, there we go, Sunday is between the Commanders and the Atlanta Falcons. The other storyline in this game that I feel like maybe isn't being talked about a ton, two of them, I guess. One, another Kirk Cousins return to Landover. Always down for that storyline. Two, think about it like this. Some of you out there may have had your head coach rankings different. I'll admit it. What I always say, man, I'm a man first. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I wanted Raheem Morris so damn bad. I mean, so bad. And I know the man that sits in this seat Monday through Friday, 2 to 6:30, was a big rah guy himself talking about Grant Paulson. I know he was horny for Ben Johnson. I'll give him a break. But Raheem Morris was another one of the guys on this list. And after watching Atlanta to start the season and how long it took him to pull the plug on Kirk Cousins, I wonder how much of a grasp Raheem Morris has over the Atlanta Falcons. I mean, this was a group that was supposed to be significantly improved defensively. They add Jesse Bates. They add Justin Simmons. You've got A.J. Terrell at outside corner, a young man that, I feel like isn't talked about enough and is one of the legit, studs at the position in the NFL. And yet this defense, Matthew Judon up front, they made the trade for him. Grady Jarrett still wrecking shop in the middle. Despite the personnel on that side of the football, it still feels like a group that is significantly underachieving this year. I mean, it just has not been very good. And I wonder how much of that blame you place on Raheem Morris. That's here nor there. We will see Raheem and company coming up Sunday as Washington takes on Atlanta in a big-time game with huge playoff implications. It's also Michael Penix Jr. versus Jaden Daniels. If you listened to me at all during the pre-draft process, I was pretty consistent. My number one quarterback was Caleb Williams. I even wanted to trade up for Caleb. Boy, would I look like an ass right now. My number two guy was Jaden Daniels. My number three guy was Michael Penix. And my number four guy was Drake May. I'm excited for Michael Penix. Not for Washington. The clear difference. I'm excited for Michael Penix because I think this was one of the ideal situations for him. You get to sit back and learn from Kurt. You're in a good building that's got, good veterans on the roster, not necessarily on the offensive side, but just surrounding him. I think Penix, I have a real concern about Washington's ability to stop Atlanta. I do. And maybe, it's the contrarian in me, or maybe it's Ashburn syndrome, SLS, scoring lover syndrome, whatever you want to call it. But I feel like, Atlanta, I'm a little bit concerned about that. But we'll get to Sunday when we get to Sunday. The thing that may change and make it not matter is Jaden Daniels. And the way that he played Sunday, 5 touchdowns, second most yards in his career on the ground, the big fourth down scramble, the game-winning touchdown. I mean, he has been all that in a bag of chips, for a lack of better words, right? And clearly I was lacking better words. But that being said, like, the discourse out there surrounding the MVP in the National Football League, to me, is one that it's subjective, I would say. It kind of just depends on your criteria for the award. There are some folks that feel like the MVP should go to the guy that if you take them off the team would be no good. I don't like that, because there are a lot of guys that you could take off the team and they would all of a sudden become no good, right? I think context matters. What year you're in, the heights of success you reach, your supporting cast, and then lastly, kind of similarly to what I just said, how desperately your team needs you to win. And when you use all that context, There are 5 MVP finalists, right? That's how it normally works. After watching Timothy Daniels on Sunday, how do you not think he is deserving of being one of the 5 MVP candidates? Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson knotted up to me at the number 1 spot. Then I would go Saquon Barkley. Yeah, I'm going Saquon Barkley. I wish somebody would call in here and say that Jared Goff's an MVP candidate. You want to talk about the most insulated quarterback in all of the National Football League? Look no further than 8 Mile's finest, Jared Goff. I mean, seriously, with that offensive line, with that receiving core, with that running back duo when David Montgomery's healthy, I mean, he doesn't have to do much. But if I'm looking at it, it's Josh Allen, it's Lamar neck and neck. Then there's Saquon. Then after that, I'm just so anti-Jared Goff that I may get crazy before I mention him as a candidate. I'd even put Pat Mahomes. I put Pat Mahomes in the MVP conversation before I put Jared Goff in it. Seriously. Joe Burrow, another guy that's putting up video game stats, but the wins and losses aren't there. But let's just throw Jared Goff in there for the sake of argument. People want to throw in Sam Darnold, another heavily insulated quarterback. But Sam Darnold's case a little stronger than Goff's because I think, the supporting cast in Detroit, hell of a lot better, especially up front. You know, Sam Darnold had to lose his premier left tackle in Christian Darrisaw, and they didn't miss a beat. So, MVP finalist, I don't know how many more guys you name before you get to Jaden Daniels. I think he's playing the position at that high of a level. And when I add the context of him playing with great value wide receivers, shout out to Walmart. Joking, obviously. It's no disrespect to Jamison Crowder or Olamide Zaccheaus. 2 dogs. And seriously, I know we tossed that word around. Those 2 dudes are straight up dogs. And I think DQ talked about it as like one of the reasons why he brought Olamide Zaccheaus in because of how dog of a competitor he was. You can say the same thing about Jamison Crowder. And it's so funny. DQ casually called Jamison Crowder JC during the press. Like, okay, that's just the nickname you all have adopted for him. I don't like JC. I think Crowder's cool. You know what I'm saying? And I love, first of all, Jamison's story is amazing. Under-recruited guy coming out when he got recruited to Duke. His sister is someone that suffers from, that has special needs, and he is very influential in her life. And, you know, for the My Cause, My Cleat thing back in the day, that was his thing, putting on for that community. He's just a stand-up dude, man. And if you've ever had the opportunity to talk to Jamison Crowder, as country as they come, love that about him, though, man. He's just an authentic dude. But I say all that to say this. That's who Jaden Daniels is throwing to. Yes, I know he's got Scary Terry on the outside. And I also think this offseason it's going to be super fun to revisit that conversation of just how good old Scarence Terrence actually is. But the offensive line's a makeshift group that is playing better than they should because of the quarterback and because of the scheme. It's just not a lot of talent around this young man. And he is legitimately transcended the DMV area. And I think that has to play a big part into this as well. So for my money, if I had to vote, Jaden Daniels would receive an MVP vote from me for sure. How he adds on to that resume and how he legitimately gets in the conversation, you let him go throw 4 touchdowns in a rout win of the Falcons on Sunday. You let them go to Dallas in the finale and whip up on the Cowboys. How does he not get votes? I'm just saying. A lot more to get to before we hand things over to the Take Command podcast. But it has been absolutely awesome to watch his kid play. It's been tremendous. It's been tremendous. And I think as we continue to move along here during this roller coaster run for Washington, I think we're going to grow to appreciate Jaden and this team even more. Say what you want, and I know it's cliche, I know it's coach speak, but they genuinely fight their tails off week in and week out. And, you know, it's been fun to watch, man. They're a group that has special guys in the building. All the former players littered across the roster definitely helps with their success. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, Joe Beninati, play-by-play voice of your Washington Capitals on the Monumental Sports Network gave a very, very positive update on the status of the grade 8 Alex Ovechkin. Well, let's hear from Joe B next here on The Fan. Still moving and grooving right along here on this day after Christmas edition of Grant and Danny. It's the youngest in charge, Linnell Willingham, sitting in for G&D. I'll take you up to 6:30. Right now, I want to give you a little bit of an update on the health of Alex Ovechkin. First of all, let's get you an update on the Caps here real quick. In a little bit of a slump right now. We're playing some really good hockey, though, for here to start the year. They've lost 3 out of their last 5, but before that, we're on an absolute heater. They suffered a loss to Boston. That's no team to, scoff at in terms of losing to. They lost to Boston 4-1 the other night. But they got some good news on the tail end of that performance. Joe Beninati, play-by-play voice for the Caps, joined the Sports Junkies this morning and had this update about the health of the great 8, Alex Ovechkin.
Yeah, I think this is the target is for this weekend. The team doesn't skate today. It's one more day of the break today. If I'm not mistaken, I was just checking out the itinerary. So they're going to be on the ice for practice tomorrow before they travel up to Toronto for Saturday's game. Ovechkin loves to play in Toronto, loves to play in Montreal, but especially those two cities where it comes to Canada. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they're targeting for Saturday night, for hockey night in Canada. I've watched him, JP, the last 2 or 3 times he's been on the ice. He looks like he's just about there. Now, obviously, he may be holding some back because it's a practice, but I don't see any hitch in his get along at all. I don't see I don't see him favoring the leg that had the fracture. And if you do the math, I think it'll be just about 5.5 weeks since November 18, 19. If he returns on Saturday or Sunday, I think it's going to be without a set. If there's no setbacks and nothing's happened in the last few days, if he hasn't reported anything that's bothering him, I think they're going to target this weekend and Saturday night.
Joe Beninati with music to the DMV's ears. The anticipated return of the great 8 Alex Ovechkin this weekend. They got 2 games on the road at Toronto Saturday and then at Detroit on Sunday. But, I mean, this is remarkable. This was a broken tibia, was it not?
I believe so. No. I'm sorry. It was his left fibula.
Fibula.
Yeah. And so that is
That's incredible, though.
It is. But when you consider, so it's not like a weight-bearing bone.
Okay.
So you can still skate like a little bit. So like after 2 weeks after it happened, he was back. He was back on the ice, kind of trying to work back. So the timeline, he's pretty much right on it. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing him back.
I can't believe it, dude, and I'm floored by it because one, we know how tough he is. He's tough as nails, but
he knows he's got a record to break too. Like he's a man on a mission right now.
His mind is on the record, and I can't blame him. Right now, Washington, a point back of New Jersey in the Metropolitan Division, in terms of where they stand right now in the entire Eastern Conference, as my computer just completely crapped out on me as I tried to read the standings to you. They're second in the Eastern Conference as well. Florida nipping at their heels. This game this weekend against Toronto, massive in terms of that group being on Washington's heels as well. But it's a good sign for the Washington Capitals. The fact that they were able to stay afloat without Alex Ovechkin, I think speaks to, one, how active they were this offseason. They're getting big-time production out of some of the new guys. And then the young pups from last year, a year older, making significant contributions. Our guy Protas, one of my absolute favorites, just a war daddy out there on the ice making significant contributions. I look at my guy Chucky Lindgren in net, man. He feels like during the slump, there's been a lot put on his plate because of the lack of offensive production, but I still think he's been damn good as well. He's one of those tenders, man, that has the ability to get hot, and when he does, it's tough sneaking one past him, man. Mad Max, as you look at the Caps here, as we got to wrap up and go to break here momentarily, what do you think is the key to them getting off this schneid, man? They've lost 3 out of 5.
Yeah, they've
against some good teams, though.
It's been good teams, but they've been just kind of a little disjointed, a little bit slow. I think this holiday break is coming at a good time.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a good time to mentally reset, get Ovi back in the lineup, and go on a run right here.
All right, we'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we will preview Thursday Night Football, plus let you hear from the coordinators of the Washington Commanders, Joe Witt, Cliff Kingsbury. That's next here on The Fan. About a half hour left to go on the program here on Grant and Danny. Youngest in Charles and L. Willingham sitting in for G&D the day after Christmas. Grant back in the saddle with you tomorrow. He'll be alongside Toby Altai, so they'll get you ready for the massive showdown Sunday between the Commanders and the Atlanta Falcons. I say massive a lot, don't I? Not to be confused with Mass In, the underachieving sports network. About a half hour left before we let you go here. Before we get out of here, it's crazy. I talked about it at the top of the show. The NFL took over Christmas on a Wednesday. Next year it's going to be on a Thursday. I anticipate a triple header. We do have Thursday night football tonight, though, despite the Christmas doubleheader yesterday. Seattle and Chicago. Ironically enough, these two teams in the news because of Pete Carroll's rumored interest in the Chicago Bears head coaching job. Seattle 5-point favorites tonight. Seahawks still trying to keep pace with the LA Rams in that NFC West Conference. I'm going to go with Chicago tonight. Kenneth Walker placed on IR today. It's going to be a lot of Zach Charbonnet. Geno Smith, I didn't realize the stats were this ugly. 17 touchdowns to 15 picks. Ugh. Not what I want my quarterback doing. And to think that Sam Howell is sitting on the bench and Geno's really not even playing that great. Still, they won't go with slinging Sammy Howell. One thing that's been a revelation this year for Seattle, Jackson Smith and Jigba. 93 catches, probably gets to the 100-catch mark tonight. Over 1,000 yards, 6 touchdowns. He's been awesome, continuing that Ohio State wide receiver pipeline that continues to take shape in the National Football League. Bears really with not much to play for, obviously, as they're already eliminated. I would think Bears fans out there probably want to lose. So the draft status remains intact. But I like Chicago tonight. I think the Seahawks are done. I think them being on the road in hostile territory, yeah, Chicago doesn't have much to play for, but I think it's the type of defense that's going to give Seattle fits. Maybe this is the night that Montez Sweat and the Bears pass rush show up. We know the Bears love playing on Thursday night against teams from Washington. Wink, wink. This one's Seattle, Washington, though, so we'll see whether or not Chicago is able to get it done. You can catch Thursday Night Football right here on 106.7 The Fan following Logan Paulson and Craig Hoffman with their Take Command podcast. But should be a good one as Thursday Night Football and the Thursday Night Football calendar comes to an end. Am I right on that? Is this the last Thursday Night Football game of the year? It is. Well, there we go. There we go. I mentioned that the coordinators of the Washington Commanders spoke earlier today. Joe Witt Jr., Cliff Kingsbury, they spoke as they do every Thursday. And I'll say this about what they had to say before we let you hear it. I really do believe that those two guys are going to be the key to Washington's postseason success. I know you're probably thinking, well, not the quarterback? No. How they scheme things up, especially Joe Witt now being potentially without Marshawn Lattimore. How does the aggression change? Here are the coordinators of your Washington Commanders.